Good evening, good morning, and good afternoon. Um, Before start the session, so I would like to welcome to the Microsoft Analytics Conference 2025. We are the Hyderabad Data and AI community along with the India Microsoft Fabric user group. Are super excited to host you all. After an amazing first two editions and some energetic offline events across the different states in India, we are back with our third global virtual conference. So get ready for 2 days full of tech fest with 50 plus global speakers, real world use cases, and everything what you love about data, AI, and Microsoft Fabric. So let's get started. Before we begin, here is a quick reminder about the Ask the Expert context. So, after asking a thoughtful questions during the session, based on the speaker's point or scores or a rating, top scorers by the end of the event, you would be getting an Amazon vouchers. Please post your questions along with your registered email ID in the comment box. Also, before getting started, I would like to introduce Chris Wagner, a director of data and AI at Baker Tilly, principal solution architect at Cartos BI, and widely known in community as a Fabric administrator, Power BI boss, and the ever creative Santa Way clause. With a unique blend of deep technical expertise and a passion for making data fun and accessible, Chris brings energy and insights wherever he goes. Today's session will explore how small and mid-sized businesses can harness Microsoft Fabric to unlock powerful data capabilities. So let's give him a warm welcome to the one and only
Dom
Chris
Kottam.
Wagner.
Tutse.
Hey, good morning, everybody. How the heck are we doing today? I hope we're having a great day. Um, I am so super excited to be here. We are in for a 1 hour bum rush through some of the basics of Microsoft Fabric. This is really for like Power BI developers, analysts, people are just trying to get their feet wet in this space. So if you are brand new to Fabric, and there's lots of people that are like joining Fabric every single day, this session is for you. Also, if you're old to Fabric and you're trying to make sure you keep people up to date or want to do a similar introduction to Fabric, this demonstration should like kind of hopefully show you how some of the great ways that I've found to introduce Fabric to other people. So with that, let's jump into it. All right. So why are we talking about Microsoft Fabric? What is the whole point of it? Let's take a little bit of a step back, okay? Um, uh, Now I'm going to really date myself because I'm older than probably a lot of people that are on this call. But I'm 30 years ago, Microsoft and the PC space was very new. Computers are just being rolled out to people. People are getting trained in computers. And one of the big challenges people had was there was like a whole bunch of different office productivity tools. There was Word Perfect, there was, oh gosh, a whole bunch of different text editors that people would have to send documents around. It was a real problem because if I had Word and you had Word Perfect, I had to be very specific in how I shared my documents. I had to go and convert to a document type that was universal and vice versa. And it made sharing information in the doc or in the office like really difficult, really hard, and it was just a real problem. Well, Microsoft, they rolled out Office, which combined Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and Outlook, and a few others, but the four big ones all into one package solution. So companies could go out and just buy Office and be assured that everyone in their organization was going to communicate and talk to each other. Well, Microsoft Fabric is the exact same thing when it comes to the ecosystem of data and now data combined with AI. If I, as a leader in an organization, want to make sure that you or the people in my company are able to commonly share information, work on common tools, work on common data, there is absolutely no better platform than Microsoft Fabric because it's got all of the tools that you're going to need, regardless of what your use case is, to work inside of that. Okay, so Microsoft Fabric combines that all into one thing, running into one place. Okay. Now, we kind of got this brought up before, but just want to make sure we're introduced properly. My name is Chris Wegnar. I'm the director of AI and data at Baker Tilly. I'm also the OG data god. Follow me on Kratos BI on YouTube. I absolutely love sharing insights and information with people. Every Friday, I've got Fabric Fridays, where we do a live stream where we bring together some of the best and brightest people in the space to just have conversations. And if you're ever interested in being on the show, just send me a line. I would love meeting people and talking with people as well. All right. And mate, you got to get on here at some point in time too if you're still around. All right. Now we did have there's a competition going about questions. Please ask questions during the session. Ask them as we're going. Put them in the chat as they come up. I want to be able to answer them for you. You're not going to like throw me off. You're not going to upset me if you ask a question and I'm in the middle of oh gosh, what just happened there? Let's go back. There we go. Ha. You're not going to throw me off, but apparently changing desktops will throw me off. So, but generally speaking, you're gonna be just fine. So don't you worry about it. I want to answer your questions. I mean, honestly, I woke up this morning as early as I did for you, not for me. So, happy to answer any questions that you may come up with. Okay. All right, so let's break it down even further. So, okay, you say, Chris, great, it's one universal platform, but how can I start to think about these components? How can I start to think about what I'm doing? Well, basically, there's three personas that of people that work inside of Fabric, and they used to have this little button on the side that I really liked because I think it has super promise where you could actually see your persona that you were doing, but they got rid of it because people found it confusing. But I think that was only because there were so few things in Fabric. Fabric's about to become overwhelming, and I want you to all understand it's going to be okay. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Just take it one step at a time, okay? And I'm going to show you how to do that in this training today. But there's three basic personas or hats I like to think about putting on when it comes to working with Fabric. Number one is data engineering. What the heck is data engineering? Well, when I say data engineering, I'm talking about the act of going to get data, like transforming it, mashing it up, and loading it and getting it ready for presentation or for my analytics. So if you're an analyst, think about how Sherry in accounting emails out that spreadsheet every month and you need to do analysis on it. Well, when you get that data in Excel and you load it into Power BI, that's the act of data engineering. So right there, you'll have created a pipeline, even if it's a manual pipeline, that takes the data from Excel and loads it into Power BI. All right. Now in Fabric, we're just going to do it in a slightly different way, and I'm going to show you that in a little bit. All right. Data analysis, that's what you do with Power BI. That's your, hey, I want to create a report. I want to get some insights on it. That's your Power BI reporting. Okay, so this training should be for you, so you should be very familiar with it. Data science, on the other hand, these are some of the new capabilities that you hear lots and lots of people talking about with high-fangled PhD degrees, and you hear about data sciences in organizations that are, these highfalutin things. But the reality is, a lot of these data science is basically statistics, machine learning to help you gain further insights on your data. Okay. These will use a whole bunch of different tools, but also similar tools that our data engineering or data analytics team members would be using. So I don't want you to be super afraid of data science thinking, oh, I'm not that guy with the PhD. I'm not the highfalutin person. I couldn't possibly do data science. I got great news for you. With Microsoft Fabric, you sure can. Okay. Let's keep going. All right. Now, when I put on my hat of a data engineering, or you say, hey, Chris, when I put on that hat of a data engineer, what are the tools or components I'm going to be working with? Well, let's start with a high level overview of like, what are we talking about here? Okay, so the first thing that we're going to hit on is your classical data warehouse. Okay, this is a fundamental piece of technology that's been around for, oh gosh, 25, 30 years or more. We've been bringing data together and storing the data in a data warehouse. Now, there's a whole bunch of techniques and theories and processes that you might use that we've built out over the last 30 years to do that. I don't want you to have to worry about that. Okay. Warehouses are often the simplest and easiest way for you to build and load and manage data. The big reason that we love our data warehouses is in order to work with data warehouses, all you have to do is know some SQL, just know some SQL, and you'll be good to go. Okay. Um, Next thing is a lake house. Well, lake houses are a relatively new concept that basically brings in the ability to have structured data, which is like tables, fields, and columns, with unstructured data, which could be videos or like these weird garbled JSON files, right, that are just ugly to work with. In the cloud, we often find that we're having to work with both of those files, both structured and unstructured files. That's where lakehouses come in. It allows you to manage and work with that data all in one place. Okay. The great news is lakehouses are fantastic with Python. So if you're saying to yourself, hey, Chris, I love me some Python. I got done with business school a year ago or 2 years ago, and I'm trying to use some of the Python that they showed me. A lake house is going to be a great place for you to live and operate. It's not necessarily the only place you could be, but you're probably going to really like the lake house. Now, there's a big debate, and you can talk with lots of people about the differences between warehouses and lake houses. But I'm going to say those are the two biggest ones, which is which tool do you want? Do you want just simple SQL or do you want advanced Python? Now, you may be sitting there going, hey, I want advanced Python. It's got advanced in the name. It's got Python. Those are brand new things. I'm just going to do a lakehouse. You can totally do that. Just want to point out one of the big differentiators between a warehouse and a lakehouse is the cost to operate that item. Now, for the most part, if you work in a small space and you're doing just some ad hoc stuff, that cost isn't going to be such a big deal. That cost comes into play when you get to larger and larger instances. So for all intents and purposes, if you're doing something very small, you're not going to really notice the difference in price between a lake house and warehouse. Okay. All right. Those are the two big things that you're going to be working on. Now, what are you going to use to work with those tools? Well, that's really going to get into the concept of pipelines and notebooks. Pipelines are going to control the flow of information into or around your warehouse or lakehouse. And then notebooks are going to you're going to use those to manage your transformations, how you put in business logic, all of those different components. Okay. Now, a pipeline can trigger SQL statements to run in a warehouse. It can also trigger a notebook to run against a lakehouse. So those pipelines are going to be your like orchestrators about telling you what goes where. So for example, if you're looking at that Excel file that you want to run and load into something, you would use a Python or you'd use a notebook or you would use a pipeline to define your source, the Excel file, your destination, your warehouse or lake house, and then the pipeline would run and manage that for you. Okay, very simple. If you had any transformations, you'd stick it into that pipeline. All right, you could also use some other tools, but those are the basics that we'll talk about here. And then foundationally, one of the biggest things that Microsoft pulls into this is the concept of shortcutting. Now, if you're a Power BI analyst or you've been working in data for a long time, you know the pains of having to work with, oh, I just need to load information from these 500 Excel files into my spreadsheet and work with data there. Well, you're just what the problem is. You just end up copying data over and over and over again, and it becomes a nightmare for management. What shortcuts allow us to do is basically share information with different people, with different work streams, with different reports, without having to actually make a copy of that data. For example, I can load my data into a lakehouse, and then I can shortcut that over to my other friend who's using a lakehouse. Or if you're a Power BI analyst, maybe your enterprise team has created a series of lakehouses that they use to manage and share information in your company. You could stand up a lakehouse yourself to load in that Sherry's Excel file. You could load that in, and then you could create a shortcut from that enterprise warehouse where that customer table is or where that GL information is. And then you could use that in your lakehouse. So you've got both your information brought in as well as the shortcuts from that enterprise stuff. And I'll be showing you guys that simple demo today. All right. When we talk about analytics, where are we getting into here? Now, I want focus on my screen. Oh, here, we'll just do this for now. All right. I want to be very clear to you guys. Power BI is Power BI. There's nothing more that Fabric adds beyond, or you're not changing anything in Fabric with Power BI. Everything that you've worked with and used in Power BI is available, is accessible, is exactly what you have at your disposal in Fabric, okay? And if anything, think of Fabric as an extension on the things that you're able to do inside of Power BI. So you still have your reports, you still have your dashboards, you still have your data flows, you still have your semantic models, you still have your metrics, you still have all of the things that you've ever worked with in the past are still 100% available for you. They're just available inside of Fabric. One of the ways I like to really think about Fabric, and I think this is a good analogy, is think of Fabric as the operating system for data at Microsoft, okay? Power BI is one of the applications that's been running on that operating system, and Power BI has been running on that operating system for like 5 or 6 years at this point in time, okay? So what's so cool about that is, because you've been working with Power BI for that period of time, that Power BI is super fast, it's super responsive, it's able to just pull up and do some really complex calculations really, really fast. So it's ultimately super scalable, and it's something that you can really leverage and do. All right. So we're not going to go too deep into each one of these things because you're going to understand, and these. You're a Power BI analyst. It's for you, but you have all of those capabilities that you've ever had before still exist inside of Fabric. Okay. Now let's talk data science. All right. Here's where you can start to do some super cool things. Oh, where did my team go? Okay. I saw a question. Apologies. Devendra is asking about how is the performance of shortcuts in Fabric for very large queries? And that is a great question. All right. So shortcuts store information in this amazing feature that Fabric has called OneLake. Okay, OneLake is kind of like OneDrive except for your data, where basically I can manage I can manage very large files that I share information out to people, and those files are all stored in that OneLake, and they're all stored in what's known as a Delta Parquet format. Now, if you're a Power BI analyst, like you're like, I don't know what that is. You don't need to know what that is. Okay, it's an open source file type. Or let me explain the basics of it. You don't need to know any more than that. It stores data in an open source file type. So you can run Python, you can run SQL, and you can run analytics at scale at highly performant consumption. Okay, now I say that, and that's like 90% of the time, you're going to see really great performance with OneLake, and just like you would in a lake house. Lake houses are highly performant, they work great. And because even with a shortcut, you're basically running off of a local file to wherever you are, just like you would with OneDrive, right? Like that file becomes, like if I pull up my file folder here, and I go into here, this is my OneLake, okay? All of these files you can see, all of my files are stored in the cloud here. But when I go to access any one of them, it's just like OneDrive, right? I go in and I go to access it. Oh, come on now. Right? I could go in and I can access it. Oh, okay, it's in there. There we go. Here we are. I've got all my files in here. As I start to access and interact with them, they get downloaded locally, and then it becomes very fast. So you might see a little bit of a lag there, just like you can with OneDrive, with OneDrive. But for the most part, it's exceedingly fast and really good. Now, if you want to get like super technical, there are some situations where exceedingly large queries with specific joins to other tables, where you're going to notice that lake houses are not quite as performant as warehouses. Okay, so there's some kind of push and shove there where you might need to like bring data into a lake house to get all your performance and whatnot if you're going very large. But for the most part, and I'm talking billions and billions of records mashing up against billions and billions of records. For the most part, if that's not what you're talking about, a lakehouse and the Delta file is going to give you a super fast, speedy performance. Okay?
Thanks, Steve.
Cool. All right, let's keep going. I did see a question about handling different granularities of data in Power BI, and that's a great question. The reality is that's been a common question that we've had in the Power BI space. What do you do when I've got super detailed information, aggregated detail, and then aggregated detail? And the reality is you need something called a conforming dimension, or something that links those two together. And one's going to be at a deeper detail and one's going to be at a higher detail. So you can look at like sales for each of the colors of cars or bikes. And that's a very common, not a problem thing, but you need to have that, right? Awesome. All right, let's keep going. And I'm going to swing around to Raj in just a little bit around performance and business flexibility. All right. Okay, let's talk about data science. You're going to have all the basics and functionalities that you might need in a data science area, and I'll let you. You can look at the stuff on this slide here. But basics are, if you're looking to do anything inside of the data science area, I highly recommend, like, honestly, just presume you can do that thing and then experiment and try it out. You'll find that Fabric is super easy to work with. You'll find that there is actually, when you go into Fabric and you go in, you could switch. So this is Fabric. I can go in and I can actually either in my workspace, or I could create a new workspace for it. I can do some basic data analytics, and these are science capabilities or data science capabilities. I've got all of these functions that become available for me, and then I can, oh, look at that, a new workload available, Power BI Designer from Power BI Tips. That's cool. Oh, this is interesting. Why'd that do that? Okay. But yeah, there's just all sorts of data science capabilities in there. They've got a whole bunch of learned programs and things that make it really easy for you to learn. So as you're experimenting, as you're trying to learn more about it, presume you can do these things and then just jump in with your both feet. It's very easy to get going. Just kind of like, just keep moving for this stuff. Okay. Now, we kind of talked about storage in OneLake. That's that universal plane that's like OneDrive. We've got Purview. This is our data governance, and really this also starts to blend in with security. Purview is how we can document and share what data is accessible and available out there. But one of the coolest things that Purview also allows us to do is define edge-based security framework, so you can actually lock down and secure information, so you don't have to worry about exfiltration of data. So that's very cool. If you're a Power BI analyst, maybe not a big deal to you, but just know that like your company is going to end up using Purview, even if you don't use it fully for governance. You'll use it for at least that component of it. And then Entra ID is oh, look at that! I got to type out. It's not Microsoft. It's Microsoft. Entra ID is your old Active Directory groups. This is one I'm gonna like actually just pull up and focus in on. In Power BI, it's really easy to share things to individuals, and I can share it to Tom, I can share it to Dick, I can share it to Harry. All that stuff's super easy. I want you to not do that thing, okay? Create an Entra ID group, put the people in that Entra ID group that should be that report or that data or that workspace or whatever it is should be shared to, and then share it with that Entra ID group, okay? What that means is then when Sally comes along, all you have to do is take Sally and add her to that Entra ID group, and you're going to be assured that Sally has access to everything that she's going to need to have access to. Because what's going to invariably happen is if you share to Tom, Dick, and Harry, you're going to share one report to them, and you're going to share a semantic model. And, oh, you know what? You actually end up having to share a workflow, and you end up sharing this, and you share that. And before you know it, Tom, Dick, and Harry have access to 30, 40, 50 different unique things. And when Sally comes along, you have to remember the 30, 40, 50 different unique things that you would have to share to Sally for her to be able to do her job. We don't want to do that. That's a bad thing, right? So create the Entra ID group, share things to that Entra ID group, and add people into that Entra ID group. So Tom, Dick, and Harry can be part of your report sharing AD group. And then when Sally comes along, all you do is add Sally into that group, and then voila, Sally has access to everything that she should have access to. Okay, this means you're going to be slowing down a little bit at the start of sharing information, at the start of distributing stuff. But once you do, your life just becomes so much easier when you've done that. That I just please don't don't not do that. Okay. All right. Let's get back to it. All right. The great thing that Power BI has is no matter what you do in Power BI, there is a low-code, lightweight, easy way for you to engage with it, okay? So if you're going to be taking your first steps in data engineering today, don't worry. We've got some low code options for you, so you don't have to know Python. You don't have to know T-SQL. There's an easy low code path where you can just drag and drop WYSIWYGs to bring the stuff through. Um, but if you get to the point where you're like, you know what? I really like this data engineering stuff. I want to go pro at it. This stuff just makes sense to me. I want to explore and learn more. Well, great. Everything that has a low code front end, there's a pro code back end that you can actually go super deep in. So you can actually, and this is something I absolutely love, is you can craft, hang on, we're going back in. You can craft your career in the data analytics space to match what you like to do. Okay. Now, your job may push you one way or the other, but there's so much need for people to be doing data and analytics, data engineering, data science, and all sorts of different variations thereof that you can craft your career to go super deep in whatever makes the most sense for you. So maybe as a Power BI report developer, you're like, you know what? I just love creating reports. Awesome. Keep doing that. Use the low code data engineering to load your data. Use low code data science in order to give you some additional insights and add value to your data. And then go pro code, go hardcore on the Power BI side of the house. Learn how to use Tabular Editor. Learn all the stuff that you could do with data visuals, right? Like you could totally do it. You don't have to go deep in the other stuff, okay? Now, no. Maybe as a Power BI developer, you're going to get in and you're going to say, you know what? Making nice looking visuals is hard. I don't understand what it doesn't make sense to me, or I see these great visuals that like some people make out there, and I've tried it, and they do not look the same thing. I just it's just not working out. But you know what? I love this data engineering side of the house, or I love this data science stuff. Awesome, awesome. Fabric makes it super easy for you to like low code everything if you want, and then choose where you want to go deep. So maybe you start low coding everything and you start to go a little deep in on the data engineering and the Python path, and you start to get into that. And then you realize like, hey, you know what? That notebooks I'm using in data engineering work really well on data science. And then you start to experiment with that. And then you gain some insights in the data science side. And you realize, you know what? I want to set myself down the data science path. You could totally evolve along that path. I mean, honestly, because these tools are all built together, because they all integrate together, it makes it super easy for you to kind of like pick your own path on this stuff. Okay. So why I love Fabric so much is that low code, pro code is everywhere. All right. And then the last and potentially greatest component here is that it's all powered through Copilot. I'll admit, and I've said it before, I'll say it again. I don't know Python. I don't think at this point in my career I'm ever going to know Python because, frankly, Copilot gives me the results and the ability to use Python to deliver on solutions where I don't need to know Python. I'm able to talk with Copilot, ask it, hey, I need to create a Python notebook that does this. I need to access the customer table, and I need to apply these cleaning aspects to the customer address to make sure that they're properly formatted addresses. Can you help me generate a notebook that does that? And Copilot will help you do that. Now, you need to trust but verify, like let it create the Python, run the Python, evaluate the results. If it worked, hey, great, you're done. If it didn't work, go back in and give it more instructions. Like, no, you haven't properly formatted the date format, or I need the dates or the addresses to be broken out into street, city, state, zip, right? Something along those lines, right? So trust but verify, but be confident that by working with Copilot, you can get to the right answer. And actually, that's a really great point. We're going to bring myself back up here. You will get to the right answer. Don't Don't be mad when Copilot or any AI doesn't give you the right answer right away. Let it be like wrong, but then talk with it. Let it know it's actually incredibly smart, right? All right, let's keep going. Oh my boy, we got some good questions on there. You guys are doing good with that. We're gonna keep going because we are at the demo time. You guys ready? You ready? Here we go. All right. All right, let's
Yeah.
get into it. What's that? Someone said something there, but we're just gonna keep on going. All right. So if I'm a Power BI developer, oops, let me get back into my Power BI landing space. If I'm a Power BI developer, this is what I come in, this is what I see. It's exactly like I'm used to. I've got all my buttons on the side here. I've got my workspaces. Hey, I'm in Power BI. Like, what's going to possibly be different? Well, let's start with a brand new workspace. Okay, so I'm going to say, hey, new workspace. I'm going to call this the Fabric Basics. Right, I'm gonna just leave it at that. And and this is something important. In order for me to do this, I do need to have a Fabric capacity available for me. Now, Microsoft gives out a very generous trial. As you can see right up here, I've got 21 days left of my trial. I've had between like I think it was at one point 60 or 90 or I don't even remember anymore. But I've had this for like 3 years at this point, so I don't know exactly when this is going to go away. But you can do this in a trial. So I could choose a Fabric capacity that's a paid capacity, or I could do a trial which is free. If I do a Fabric capacity, it's going to give me my options of which Fabric capacities I have available for me. And then I'm going to go ahead and click on apply. All right. This is your basic workspace creation. Do we see anything different from Power BI? Nope, not yet. All right. Now I'm going to collapse this for a second here. I'm going to go up to my new items here. Here's where we start to get into a slightly different experience. As you can see, I've got a whole bunch of favorited items in here when it comes to like what items are available to me. But for your purposes, I'm going to go over and I'm going to show you what you might see when you go in and you see all items. Okay. Now you're going to see all the items that are available for visualizing your data. So this is basically your Power BI stuff. Although I don't know what a map is. That's interesting. But you're going to see like your dashboard. You're going to see your exploration. You're going to see a paginated report. You're going to see a Power BI report. Look at that. Power BI tips is in there too. Boy, that's interesting. Scorecards, all your stuff that you're accustomed to, right? Now, of all of these things, I like working with reports. So I'm going to put that as a favorited item. As I look down at my at getting data and start putting on my data engineering hat, there's a couple things that I really like to work with here. So I'm often using copy jobs because I'm just copying data from one place into my repository, so I know that I keep things updated and copied and I just get the full set that's out there. I also really like the low code experience that I get from data flows. Now, you'll notice that there's a data flow Gen 1. This is your classic Power BI data flow. In Fabric, data flow Gen 2 allows you to do the same thing as you could with the data flow Gen 1, which is extract data, transform it, and load it. But a data flow Gen 2 gives you the ability to load data into many different places. For example, you can load it into a lakehouse, or you can load it into a warehouse, right? So I've started that one too. And I've also started my notebook and my pipelines, okay? The whole point of this being is that I don't necessarily want to look at everything every time I go into and start to like work inside of Fabric. I only want to see the things that I use on a regular basis because frankly, just some of the stuff I don't use all that often, right? Like I use lake houses. I use warehouses, I use SQL databases and semantic models. I don't find myself often using event houses. Well, we can't use data marts anymore. That's dead. I don't know why that's still in there. That's a bug. Oh, look at this. Here's my sample warehouse. So if I wanted to try something out, I could load a sample warehouse. I just don't do some of these things on a very regular basis. So I don't have them clicked, right? So same thing as we start to get into prepared data and analyze and train data. Honestly, I don't really ever do those as part of my day-to-day jobs, but that's just because it's not part of my stuff. And that's okay. All right. Now, a quick callback. Don't try to use everything in Fabric for your solution, okay? You need to keep the solution as simple as what you need the solution to be. Don't try to do everything. Don't try to get in and pull everything together. Just make it as simple as you can, okay? And so for that end, I'm going to quickly show you like how I can figure out like how I want to build and load data. Now, I'm a big fan of this task flow guide up at the top because I can use one of these to help me build out how I should organize and structure what work I have to do. Now, while there's a whole bunch of different options and different things that you might want to follow, like, hey, maybe I want to use Translytical, or maybe I want an event-based medallion, or some of these other things out there. I want you to keep it as simple as possible. All right. So I'm going to say I want to create a basic Fabric data flow where I'm going to get data. I'm going to store my data someplace. And I'm going to create a Power BI visual on top of it. Okay. And in this case, you know what? I'm not even going to do the track thing. So we're going to keep it as simple as we possibly can. All right. So, a little pro tip. I know that this storage item takes just a little bit longer. Well, that's interesting that you did that. I'm going to create a lake house for this one so that you can see what a lake house is like. We'll call this one Fabric Basics. Lake house. We're going to assign it to store data. I'm going to say create that guy. And now I'm going to have a lake house that's been created. And you can see it's done, right? Now I've got my lake house here. Now there's no data here, but it's there and it's ready for me, okay? So I've got my lake house that's been created. I can see that it's down here. I've got my lake house. I've got my SQL endpoint so I can run SQL against it. But now I'm going to go and I'm going to get some data from it or for it, okay? So I'm going to go to my favorites. And you know what? Let's use a copy job. And we're going to call this Fabric Basics. Copy job, CJ, create. And again, I want this to be as simple as possible so you feel, okay, I can do this. This is not as hard as I'm afraid that it's going to be, okay? So good. My copy job, you go see, it's going to walk me through everything that I need and want to do. So I'm going to go and I'm going to say, yes, here's where I'm going to copy my data from. Something that's already available inside my OneLake catalog. So that's great. My enterprise has provided that. Now for Kratos BI points, put in chat what I'm doing wrong if I'm copying from a lakehouse. Right, so I'm going to find, I've got a special table I want to do. Where is it? Okay, we're just going to do a small one to keep this going simple. We'll just say not currency. We're going to say customer. Next, choose a data destination. It's my Fabric Basics Lakehouse. You could say full copy or incremental copy. A full copy is going to run a full load every time. An incremental copy is going to do initial copies all the data and then only copies through changes, and we'll say overwrite the destination on full load. So we're going to say yes to that. And we're going to say it's going to go from the bronze dim customer. And it's going to go into my bronze dim customer. And that's fine. I could edit my mappings if I want to make any changes to that, but I don't really want to do that. So it's okay. We'll say done. My incremental column. Well, in order to do an incremental column, you have to have a date table, so I can't do that. So we'll just do full copy for the purposes of this. You have to have a date-based table that shows what's been updated for incremental. I don't have that on my customer table, so I'm just going to do full load, save and run. This is just going to be up and running and going for me. And you're going to see that this runs through here. You can actually watch the run get started down below. This is going to end up copying it across. So it's queued. It's then going to run. Come on now. The demo gods. You tell me. Leave this message in the chat. Do you prefer to see a live demo where sometimes things take a little longer? Or do you like to see where people record like a little GIF or movie and then play it? I'm personally partial to doing it live because you see what it's actually like. Like, hey, look, now we're done. But some people are different on that. So I'd love to hear what you guys think. Live. See here in live. Great. All right. So we go up here. Let's refresh it here. Everybody likes live. Okay, good. All right. Look, now I've got a new schema right here. I've got my bronze schema came through. I've got my dim customer right here. Da-da-da-da-da-da. And boom. Now I've got all of my, I was able to access my query right within my lakehouse, or I was able to access my data right within my lakehouse. I could see it there. I can switch over to my T-SQL mode. So I could say, hey, show me my SQL endpoint. And this is kind of nice because when I go over to here, I could see my table. I can see the values here, but I actually can switch right into writing a query. So I could say select star from bronze.dim customer. This runs just like any other item right there. So I could say that. I could create a new semantic model on top of it. We'll call this Fabric Basics. Semantic model. You can see how easy that is. That's going to create my semantic model. And then I can build my report on top of that like I would normally in Power BI. So I've just done in this, hold on one second here. Inside this demo, what I did is I created a lakehouse. I went and got data. I loaded it into my lakehouse. I've created my semantic model, right? So getting data and loading it in, that's kind of like your data flow Gen 2, right? Or like a data flow, right? So you load data into your semantic model, then you build a report on it. This is actually taking just a step. It's saying, okay, load my data into a lakehouse. Now put a semantic model on top of it, and then build my Power BI reports. Big advantage there is, like, if you have a lot of semantic models you're trying to manage, now you can manage all of your loads in one place. So if you have like the customer table in 15 different semantic models, you don't have to load it 15 times like you used to have to do in the past. You just load it in the lakehouse, put a semantic model on top of it, boom, you're ready to go. Right? Yeah, I pulled my screen away. But now this is up. So this was created. If I go back to my Fabric Basics, I can unselect. Here we go. Okay, so I've got my collect data is now here. Here's my Fabric Basics semantic model. I'm actually gonna like add that to my my reporting layer, my create visualizations. I can go in. Why didn't that allow me to edit it? Well, that's interesting. I thought that's what I. Ha! I don't know why that's not letting me edit it. Well, whatever. We're nearly out of time, so I will not figure out what it is I'm doing wrong there. But very easy for me to then go in and make some changes to that. I'm going to point out one thing that so I've been doing this all in Power BI mode. I could switch over to fabric mode and take a look at this shiznit. So same thing, workspaces, fabric basics. Now, I love this mode because of two new things. So when I go into fabric mode, I have access to all, I could see on the left-hand pane here, all of the items that are in my workspace that I'm working with, as well as through here. But I can also still see the items that I was last in, right? And this pane can stay open. I could choose to unpin it, but I want to keep it there for the purposes of the demo. But I could show you each one of these things, right? Yes. Okay, so we are let's head over to questions. We've got 8 minutes left. I want to hit on some of the questions in the chat here. Let's see. Whoa, you guys have some great ones in here. We did granularities. How do I balance performance versus business flexibility? That is a great question that came up from Raj. Let me pull that up. That is something that you've got to develop as part of your organization. And that's why some organizations, because they're very concerned about performance, they're more concerned about performance than they are flexibility, will like allow you in to read and leverage lakehouses or warehouses that are managed by DBAs, and you'll just write queries and perform analytics off of that. Versus some organizations that will say, hey, you know what? You guys take the reins on everything. Maybe things won't be as performance, but you know what? We want to be ultimately flexible and allowing people to do whatever they need to do to get the job done, or somewhere in between. Okay. Personally, I like the in between mark because I know that companies that say, hey, we're going to own everything, end up not realizing how much gets taken off their platform and done. And companies who say, hey, we're not going to own anything, have no sight into the quality or visibility of like how they're spending money or how things are performant things are. Okay. How does Fabric change the traditional Power BI data flow workflow from data ingestion to reporting? I think I kind of showed that. So instead of going right into the semantic model, you go into a lake or a warehouse or even a SQL database. What is OneLake? We covered that. Fabric semantic models and Power BI datasets are identical, so don't lose your head about that. When should Power BI developers use Dataflow Gen 2 versus Fabric data pipelines? Great question. So you can actually use Dataflow Gen 2 inside of pipelines. Pipelines just give you more ability to organize and control what happens. So for example, you might use a Dataflow Gen 2 to go to an on-prem source, grab the data, load it into a raw lakehouse. Then you may want some transformations to occur from that raw lakehouse into a more conformed area where you apply business logic, and maybe you use a notebook for that transformation. You would use a Dataflow Gen 2 to bring the data into raw. Then you'd use a notebook for that transformation, and a data pipeline would control the whole thing. So the data pipeline would run the data flow, then the data pipeline would run the notebook. Okay. How should Power BI developers manage source control and CI/CD and Fabric projects? Very difficultly. It's not easy. There's some components there. I can't get into all of it right here. And I don't think anyone's going to disagree with that. Um, 3, how do you reduce report sprawl in Power BI, and how do you handle Power by executive resistance? How do you handle executive resistance in Power BI? First off, for Power BI report sprawl, install FWAM, get that in there, and then kill anything where nobody's using it. Okay, FWAM will actually show you all of the reports in your platform and their utilization of it. And just script out the elimination and killing of things that aren't being consumed by users. If users aren't going in and using it, and in fact, I think a good rule of thumb is if you have less than 10 users, I mean, presuming you have more than 10 users in your company, but if it's just like you and your developers who are accessing it to test stuff out, like kill that thing. You don't need it, most likely, right? Um, and then how do you handle executive resistance to Power BI? You're going to find that a lot of executives that the people who are resisting Power BI are the ones who have seen the sprawl and too much flexibility. So there's no controls in place at all. You need to like establish trust first and show them how you can have properly governed and managed stuff. But that's a whole nother conversation. Sanjay says, as we use shortcuts, command program for multiple tools, hit queries, the same data tables present on OneLake multiple times, right? Yes. Yes, that allows you to use shortcut many different places. So you can have one table shared out to everyone. And the big thing is that allows each person to come in with their own potential fabric capacity or their own compute, and you don't have to worry about providing compute for each one of them. So, are there any challenges in comparison to old configuration where you have data duplicated in two to three places? Um, uh, uh, I mean, there are some reasons why data can get duplicated and why you may want that, right? So, like, I'm a big fan of like a lake house for my raw, a lake house for my like first conform area for storage, but then moving into a warehouse type framework. And so when you apply the business, you've got raw as one copy of the data, and that's static. You do your transformations to your next layer, which is basically a copy, but you've transformed and you've materialized the data. Then put it in a warehouse. That's another transformation load. So that's technically it's a copy. So you haven't virtualized the whole thing, but you should be doing it very purposefully and not willy-nilly. Like if you truly audit many companies, they'll have copies of the table over and over again versus just the one time. Okay. Practical uses of sharing on screen. Sure. We can head over to Chris BI.
Just a time check, everybody. Sorry, Chris. Just to encourage,
Oh,
while we
am
can
I at
continue to
time?
take the questions, we can continue to take questions, but on YouTube, we will be moving out in another 1 minute. But yes, if
Okay.
there are
Well,
questions you want to answer, you can continue on the Teams. Teams will continue as long as anyone is there.
okay. Thanks, you. We'll wrap it up. Follow me on YouTube. Start with Microsoft Learn. Get learning. Get on it. Join this community or whatever local community you're in that you're watching it. It's really important. And if you need help, reach out. Otherwise, have your best day ever. All right. Thank you, everybody. It's great being here.
Thanks a lot, Chris. Thanks for your time as usual. I really appreciate your help.
My pleasure, Amit. Anytime. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Chris. We are now wrapping up this meeting.
So, hi everyone, good morning and good evening. So, please join me in welcoming Chris. Chris is an experienced data and analytics professional with strong background in business intelligence and data platforms. So, I think this would be a great opportunity for us to join the session and understand more on the tips and tricks for Microsoft Fabric Data Warehouse. So I'm so excited for this session. So yeah, Chris, let's get started on it.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me. It's early morning here in Texas. I'm Chris Hyde. My pronouns are he, him. I'm a Microsoft Data Platform MVP, and I run my own business specializing in analytics and some DBA work, focusing on small and medium businesses. If you like the session, reach out on Blue Sky or LinkedIn. Let everyone know how much you enjoyed it. If you don't like the session, well, that's what the email's for. Just let me know, what I could have done differently that you would have liked, what topics you'd like me to cover next time, that kind of thing. So here's what we're going to talk about today. I'm going to just cover Fabric Data Warehouse real quick. I don't know, the level of everyone on the call, whether you've had a chance to use Fabric, if you have used Fabric, whether you've used Data Warehouse or not. I don't know that. So let me just, spend a couple minutes getting everyone to the same place there. And then I'll give some tips about designing for performance. A lot of these are things that we're kind of bringing over from the on-premises world, a lot of them, but I want to make sure that everyone's heard these, because I know a lot of people in the world of Fabric are kind of getting dropped in the deep end. Like, here's a data warehouse, you own it, you administer it, go. So I just want to, cover some of the basics there. I want to talk about direct lake mode in Power BI and how that influences my data warehouse design. And I want to talk about some T-SQL limitations. Now, some of these have been fixed within the last few months, so that's good. But let's talk about the idea of lifting and shifting your existing code straight into Fabric. And as part of that, we'll cover some of my ELT patterns. It's always nice for people to see how other people do their data warehouse, right? So what is Fabric? Well, it's Microsoft's next generation. It's the all-in-one data analytics product. So it's all their tools in one place. It's got data warehousing, lake houses for data engineering, data science tools, and they've kind of put it into the same portal as Power BI, because Power BI's got a good user base. It's a mature product. A lot of people really like it. But let's put all those things in there and let's deliver them as a software as a service rather than a platform as a service. So let's say we're doing data warehousing on Amazon. Well, we might have Apache Airflow to move our data around, and then we're using, say, Databricks to transform it. We're dropping it in Snowflake, or we're using Click or Tableau to do our visualizations on it. That's a lot of moving parts that we've got to bolt together all those different platforms. But with Fabric, we want all those kind of in one software product that's sold, with one SKU stock keeping unit. And you buy the product, you've got all those pieces in place. We're aiming to just keep one copy of our data. Like, I've been doing BI for years now, and I'd say probably 80% of my time as a BI professional has just been moving data back and forth and, taking it from the business system and making a copy, and making another copy and making another copy from Power BI. Let's not do all that. Let's try and get data into OneLake, which is the data lake underneath Fabric. Let's get it in there once and use that in all the different tools without having to, move it from one tool to another all the time. So here's what that looks like conceptually. You can see that OneLake and the compute, they're separated, right? So they're not tied together. Like, you have a SQL server and you have your SQL Server engine and your MDF file. Those two are so tied together, you can't have one without the other. That's not the case in Fabric. We put all our data into OneLake in Parquet format, and then all of our compute engines, whether it's Spark or T-SQL or KQL or the Power BI engine, they can all read that Parquet and work with the same files. And we don't need to provision them, and have them sitting around, eating up Azure credits. We just, when we need compute, we spin up a virtual compute device, like maybe a Spark cluster. We run our compute tasks and we shut down our Spark cluster. So we're only paying for the compute that we actually need. So what is Fabric DW in that? Well, it's our data warehousing experience, and it's based on T-SQL. So if you're using a T-SQL-based data warehouse in your on-prem SQL server or in your Azure SQL DB, it's pretty much exactly the same. As I alluded to in the table of contents, there's a few pieces of the T-SQL surface area that are not 100% compatible, but we're getting more and more compatible all the time. So if you already know how to do warehousing with T-SQL, great, this is the place to start for you. If you don't, here's what it's going to involve. It's going to involve some denormalized tables that are optimized for reporting. So in your business systems, you query directly from them. We've all done this. We've had to join 10, 15 tables together to do a simple query. That's all taken care of for us up front and saved in those star schema tables. And we'll talk about a star schema in a little while. So it's very easy to report whether it's reporting is writing SQL queries against it or whether it's Power BI connecting to it. It's the right format for that. We've got stored procedures available. Now, just remember though, because it's Fabric, we're storing all our data in Parquet files. Even though it feels like a T-SQL engine, we can use Management Studio. That doesn't mean that we're storing the data in MDF files. Everything is still in Parquet and OneLake. And it's queryable through all our query tools, as I've said. So the first tip, and this is something that, it's easy to forget for those of us that are coming from on-premises backgrounds, right? But we've got latency between all our different systems. In my on-premises world, most of my clients, the business system and the data warehouse system, they were like right next to each other on the physical rack. But we don't have that, in the cloud. So we want to co-locate our resources where possible. And so we also want to consider the latency, not just between like our source systems and where our compute is going to be, but between where our compute happens and where our client terminals are, or our management studio, right? We want to consider, how can we design our overall infrastructure to minimize the latency between different regions? And we got to think about latency of large result sets as well. For one thing, if we're using the Fabric query GUI, we can't bring back more than 10,000 rows in that tool anyway. So we'll want to consider using something else like Management Studio or VS Code. But those tools are faster anyway because of the because of the encryption, the TLS encryption that they're using. It's actually faster than querying something in the GUI. So there's more details here at this link, and you'll see as we go through, I've tried to share a lot of these links that you can go right to the source to get more info. So we're going to want to, as I said, put our data in star schema, so it's denormalized. And we want to break that up into fact tables and dimension tables. So if these terms are new for you, don't worry, just fact tables means data that's countable, and dimension tables are what you slice and dice by. So another way to say that is the fact tables are going to have all the columns that let's say you're writing a SQL query, all the columns that you would sum or min or max or average, all that countable stuff, that's in our fact table. Excuse me. And everything in our dimension tables, those are the things that we're going to group by. So if I have, for example, this is the famous New York taxi cab data set. We have a trip in the middle, that's our fact. So you can see we'd sum things like fair amount. And everything in the other side, the dimensions, we would group by. We would group by the state of the taxi. We'd group by the month that the taxi ride happened, that kind of thing. So this is going to make it really easy for our query tools. Yeah, if I put put these tables into Power BI and create the relationships, it implicitly understands exactly how this works. And it's really easy for my users to understand. As I said, we're not joining in 10 or 15 tables. And we want to think about data types as well. We want to think about the smallest data types. We want to use data types supported by Parquet. So not every T-SQL data type is available in Parquet. For example, there's no date or time, separate data types in Parquet. So you have to figure out another way to deal with those. We want to use not null instead of null where possible, and 100% of the time in our key fields. We want to know that if we're creating table schemas with tools, so pipelines, and let's see if we can do a quick demo here. Let's see how well it's going to work for us today. And where's my... So here's Fabric. Let me go into one of my workspaces. And let's do a new pipeline. If this starts taking too long, I'll just talk through it, and we'll hop back into the deck. So let's start with the copy data assistant. I'm going to use some sample data. Let's use this data set of public holidays in different countries. Okay, this is going way too slow this morning. So let's hop back to the deck and talk about what that's going to show. So it's very easy for us to get data into Fabric, but if we use some of these tools, like the pipeline has a very nice GUI interface, so all of our citizen developers or our super users can get data in, which is great. But there's not a way in there for us to specify the length of fields. So we'd see that all the text fields we create are varchar 8000s. Yeah, or maybe even varchar maxes. Just taking up a lot of space. Not so much in storage because they're in varchar, but in our query execution because we have to set aside enough space, to hold the data that comes back. So, if you're using some of those pipelines to create tools, just go ahead and create like a good schema up front based on the data that's actually coming in. So just some examples. Don't use a big int for a year when an int will do. Don't just specify decimal because it will create it as the default 38,0. Make sure you specify your precision and scale. If you have something that's a varchar, like a code, but it's really an integer, make it an integer because that's going to be easier and cheaper in the query plan to join together. We're going to use varchars in Parquet, not nulls, as I've said. Don't use those varchar 8000s. Make sure you specify a good schema up front. All right, so I think a lot of that stuff was pretty basic, but if like I said at the beginning, if you get dropped into a new warehouse project, these may be things you haven't thought of before. If you're coming from the data analysis world straight into boom, now you're a Fabric administrator. But let's also talk here about Power BI Direct Lake mode. Let's see this next slide here. So the top two examples are the way that Power BI has classically worked, right? We can either do direct query, which goes back to our data source, and it gets all our data, up to the second. So full real time, but it can be quite slow to query that source. So a lot of us use the import mode, which is great, but then our data is only as up to date as the last refresh. But hopefully we make up for that by, the savings of sticking the data in VertiPack and being very, very quick to query. Well, in Fabric, we have this new mode called Direct Lake mode. And you can see that we're bypassing, the lakehouse and warehouse here. So we're going straight from the Power BI straight back to those Parquet files. So we can actually get at scale a really good performance out of here by skipping the middleman of that SQL endpoint. So it does have some limitations, and they're detailed here. And I also want to point everyone to an article by Marco Russo about when you should use Direct Lake or import mode. But the important piece for us to think about is if we want to leverage Direct Lake to get some of that speed on really large data sets. Well, our semantic model can't contain tables from more than one warehouse, and we can't contain calculated columns and tables. So we have to do as much of that work kind of upfront, not in DAX, but in our, in our transformation into our warehouse. Our relationships on the models can't be based on date time columns, and we shouldn't have anyway, but our calendar table should have an integer key, and that's how we should join things rather than on a date time field. And we should be doing that anyway, regardless of whether we're doing Direct Lake or not. But also our key data types have to be unique, and they have to match. So we can't have an int as the primary key in one table and the foreign key to that is a big int. That's not going to work. So we have to make sure in our model design, that we're doing all of these things. Also, unfortunately, we can't use a view. Because if we look here, we're skipping right through that SQL endpoint, right through where that view would be defined. So if you use views in your warehouse, like I do all the time, then you're going to have to figure out a way around that. All right, so let's talk about kind of what I do without Direct Lake, and what I do with Direct Lake. So I like using my schemas. I have a fact schema for my fact tables and dim schema for my dimension tables. Pretty standard stuff. But most of my users don't really understand like what's a fact, what's a dimension, but they do understand, what's a data table or what's a lookup table. So I create those schemas, and in those schemas, I create some views back to my fact and dimension tables. And that's a lot easier for folks to understand. Then the views have some other benefits, right? They can be used for role playing. So like if I have an appointment table for doctor's appointments, I might have an appointment date and a cancellation date and a rescheduled date, and the date the appointment was originally made. Right? I might have all these dates. And if I join back to just one dim calendar, how do I, it becomes a lot more difficult for me to pick the right date. It's real easy to call the appointment date the canceled date or whatever, because I just picked the wrong alias. But if I have views that are specifically called, canceled date, appointment date, and they join back to my data view on appointment date key is appointment date key, it becomes very difficult for people to get those wrong. It also enables me to hide what I call the plumbing. So I use hash values for comparisons. I have start and end dates for my slowly changing dimension values. Our users don't need to see that stuff. So I just don't put that in the views. So when they use the views, they only see data that's usable for them, pertinent for them to create the queries. And I still have an ETL schema to any orchestration items, mapping tables, stored procedures and stuff. But in Fabric DW, well, we can't use views. So I'm just going to go ahead and create data and lookup schemas. And I'm going to put the tables in there. And my users are going to see the plumbing. And maybe I have to materialize extra tables for the extra date dimensions to make things easier for folks. That's just part of the cost of getting the benefit out of Direct Lake. Okay, so let's talk about modeling our dimension tables. I think we're doing pretty good on time here. So if you're new, you may not have seen all of these things. We're going to talk about slowly changing dimensions. We're going to talk about our dimension metadata fields, and we're going to talk about Sentinel values. So within my dimensions, we have different types of ways that we can track changes. There's a lot more than the 3 types I'm going to show you here, but these are the 3 most common. So type 0, there are no updates. So a good example is something like a calendar table. The record in that date table for December the 13th, 2025 is always going to be a Saturday. That day field can't possibly change from being a Saturday, so it's a type 0. But if I have an update in place, so I'm working with a community college here in the States right now. So we have a student dimension, right? If I decide to change my name, because there's a record for me in there as well. If I decide that I want to be Christopher Hyde now instead of Chris, we'll just update that. Every record for me will be changed to Christopher because it's not important to keep all that detail of when did somebody change their name. But in type 2, we do want to keep those versioning. Because if a student changes their gender or their ethnicity, because this is all self-reported, and whether it's how they identify themselves or whether it's because they did something wrong on the form, it doesn't really matter. But what matters is how they identified. We've got to keep track of that over time, because we have to report to state and federal entities, well, how many students of X gender or Y ethnicity did we have, at this point in time? So we have to keep track of that for the student. So what we do when we get a new value come in, we end date the previous dimension row. We put in a new dimension row starting today in the warehouse. And so you can mix these types all within the same dimension table. Your whole table doesn't need to be a type 1 table. It can have some type 1 columns, some type 2 columns, some type 0 columns, for example. And then we have to have a lot of metadata fields. So this is kind of the plumbing that I talked about a few minutes ago. Within each record, we want to store a source system name and a source system key, the business key that's coming from the source system. And that could be, in some cases, a compound key. But we do need that to be unique for each record coming in. And why do we store the source system name? Well, sometimes we get into a situation where we've got 3 or 4 systems in a large organization. We might have 3 different HR systems and they're all feeding into the same table. And sometimes they share keys, right? A lot of systems just start with an identifier and start auto incrementing while you get collisions. So we need to make sure that the combination of which system they're coming from and what the key value there is, that needs to be unique. For our slowly changing dimensions, I like to store everything in hash values to do a comparison. I'll show an example of that here in a second. And then we keep our start and effective dates, when our record was last updated, and then I like to add an additional flag for yes, it's the active record, or no, maybe it's a slowly changing type 2 that's been discontinued. They have that as an N. Could I get that from the end effective date? Yes, but I don't want my users to have to write complicated date queries and always compare them to the current date. I just want them to be able to say, yeah, choose active record equals Y. All right, let's see if I can find a good example of my keys here. And I may not have a good... Yeah, it looks like I don't have a good example of both types. So here for my one client, we have all of our classes go into a particular dimension. And I track in the comments which of my data elements are type 1 and type 2. And so I go ahead and assemble all my data. Now this is pretty complicated to do all this stuff for this client. And then I come down and then I create my hash values. So why do I use hash values? Well, if I want to do a comparison between, all these, how many fields is that? Looks like 21 fields. I've got to do a where clause with 21 different pieces. So where source section is not destination section, or class source class status code is not destination class status code. Yeah, that's going to be really long and really unwieldy to use. What I can do instead is just hash all these values together. Hash my type 1s, hash my type 2s, and then for my type 1 comparison, I just say, is the source hash 1 type 1 hash? Is that the same or different as my destination type 1 hash? Boom, 1 line instead of 21. Same thing for my type 2s. So, yeah, much easier. Let's see. There's an example of that for my student piece. So I've got my source and destination. Here I'm looking at, okay, am I going to end date the records that are no longer in the source system, or if the CD2 values have changed? So, boom, 1 line instead of, all my different type 2s. And my type 1 changes, I'm just going to update everything in place where I've got a change. And then I'm going to insert new records or the new records for type 2s that have changed. So pretty standard stuff. And then I always use sentinel values as well. We talked about not having nulls in our keys earlier. But what do we do if we really don't know what a value is? Well, we need some way to indicate, is this unknown? Is it missing? We have to make sure, especially because a lot of tools that we might use, they just do an inner join like automatically, right? If we have nulls and our query tools, we point out, assume inner join, so we're going to get bad data. So let's create extra rows in the dimension to handle those situations where we don't know the data. And there's sort of two main things that we can connect. So we have just straight unknown, like I'm trying to tie my student back to something on the transcript and it's not tying. Well, that's an unknown student. But what if it's unknown, but we know it's going to be coming along later? So grades, for example, we've got our grade dimension table, we've got our class fact for our students, and it's the term that's in progress. Well, we don't have grade records for it, but we wouldn't expect grade records for it yet. It's missing, but it's expected to come later. That's different from if it's a term that finished a couple of years ago that we don't have grades for. That's unknown, and that's something we would want to look into. So I like to keep those two things separate. So I will just create, let's go back. I think I have an example here. Just one extra row for each. This is my term dimension. So a row with a -2 value for NA or NA or unknown, and another one for -1 for missing. And then I'll have logic when I'm populating the fact tables to know when to use -1, when to use -2, and when to use a lookup from the table. So now let's talk about some of our T-SQL limitations. We're getting pretty close to true lift and shift. And when I first started this presentation, we were a long way away. So I'm going to talk about some of the things that we went through with that. But yeah, we are getting pretty close. The important thing to know is there's always T-SQL enhancements on the product roadmap. And we've got a link here to the Fabric roadmap. We've got the first link here, that should take us straight to the enhancements specifically for data warehouse. But if they change the structure, you always have a link that you can go to that goes to the main Fabric roadmap. That's this AKA link. So the first limitation was, we didn't have temp tables. Now I use temp tables for a couple of reasons. I like to make my complex business logic simpler. You saw just how long that class dimension stored procedure was. All right, I've worked with a lot of small businesses that don't necessarily have a lot of really good T-SQL expertise. So could I have done that whole procedure in one long, data set driven? I probably could have, but it would be so complex that no one at my client, after I'm gone, would be able to understand it. And it's even going to be super complex for me to go back in 6 months to look at it and try and figure out what I was thinking with all those pieces. Because it's much easier to, in that case, use temp tables for some parts of it and then build my dimension data, by joining those temp tables together. And people can look at that and really easily understand kind of what was going into my thought process of translating the business logic into T-SQL code. The other thing I like to do is I like to separate my business logic from the plumbing, right? So I've got a lot of transformations to make, but I want to be able to, if I add a new field or change a business rule, I want to be able to just run the code and look at the output of that without, undoing the tying in, without taking away the insert statements. So I'd much rather dump that stuff into a temp table and then process the difference from that temp table into my dimension. And, you know, two separate pieces. Now, you know, with no temp tables, what we would have to do is to physically materialize a table. So I have my ETL schema for orchestration and stuff like that. Instead of a temp table, I actually physically materialize a table in there. I populate it, and then I do the insert comparisons, which is great. You just have to watch out for concurrent updates. So if you've got multiple threads in your ELT process, you know, just be mindful that they don't both try and use that physical temp table, you know, at the same time. But the good thing is, you know, we do have two types of session scope temp tables available as of Q2 this year. We don't have global temp tables. You know, that's probably good. We don't have that concurrency error to watch for. We do have non-distributed temp tables. So they work like classic T-SQL temp tables, but you're only, excuse me, you're only using one thread at a time. If you want to parallelize everything, you'll need to declare them as round robin. And as blog here, now let's see if we do have a demo here of the temp tables. Let's hop over to, so I'm connecting to my Fabric instance. Let me see if this is already created. Looks like it is. Got a big list of keys in my term table. Let's say I want to create a list for that. Let's create a temp table. Let's do our inserts. Let's see where. Okay, actually, what? Yeah, let me then take that. Let me run this in the Fabric GUI. Okay, looks like. Okay, well, that's weird, right? It's not, there's nothing there. Well, that's because each execution in our query window here is actually its own session. So you can definitely, if you're using the GUI query editor, you know, every time we issue a query, you know, it's a completely different session. It ends the session as soon as we're done the query and we start up a new one. So yeah, I created a temp table, but it's scoped to that session that's already disappeared. But if I do that, we can see, yeah, I've already got that table here from the previous session. So if you do it in the GUI, great, your session is going to go away after each individual run, But if you do it in Management Studio, yeah, you get to maintain that same session just as you would connected from a connected to a SQL server. And then, yeah, just remember if you do want to, like, you have a big table and you want to like parallelize everything, make sure you include the with distribution equals round robin there at the end. All right, so here's another limitation. You can't do an insert into exec from a stored procedure. And let's show what that looks like. Let's see which ones do we. Well, we saw our get data field. So I like to, as I said, separate out the business logic. So we've got our procedure that does the business logic for student. So I'm creating a temp table. I'm inserting into that the values from that stored procedure, right? And then I'm using that source table to compare to the dimension table before I do all my inserts and updates and stuff. Well, this piece, this construction doesn't exist in Fabric. Even though we've got temp tables now, I still can't do the insert into. And I couldn't even, if I was using a physical table, I still couldn't use, something like that. Right, that doesn't work. So again, what I've got to do is sort of, use my physical temp tables and do one procedure that, rather than just returning the data, inserts it straight into one of those physical temp tables. Again, watch for concurrent updates there. Limitation number 3 was the merge statement didn't exist. And I don't think this is really a limitation, at least for me, because I don't tend to use the merge statement a lot. Again, my clients don't always have somebody on staff who can understand the more complex SQL pieces, but they do understand those separate insert and updates like I've shown you. So I will still use those. Now I will watch out for handling the transactions, right? If it's important that my updates, if my update fails, my new inserts do or don't happen, I've got to handle that appropriately with transactions. But merge is in public preview now, so if your code is using a lot of merges, great. That is available for you to use. And the other thing that is planned for public preview this quarter is identity columns. That's something that we haven't had in the warehouse because it's not part of the Parquet specifications. All right, it's not that Microsoft doesn't want to give us these nice things. It's just we have to start off with what does base Parquet specify? But I always use identity columns to give surrogate keys in all my tables. So I need a workaround. So let's go look at what that workaround is going to look like. And I believe I have a stored procedure here with that coded in. Yep, so here I'm dealing with my term table. So I'm populating my, quote unquote temp table. And I'm doing my insert update from that. So let's look at what this. So I'm going to declare a row seed here. And so this is only going to be used for inserting new records because I don't need a new key for dating records or updating changes. But anytime I'm inserting new records, well, I want to find out where to start. So I'm going to populate that row seed variable with the maximum of the key that I've already used. And then I'm going to do my insert. And if I was using an auto identity, I would need to specify my key here. But because I am, I've got to actually include that in my field list. And then I'm going to use my row seed and give every row a number. And I don't need to partition here. I don't want to partition because I want this number to be 1 plus however many rows 1 to however many rows I'm inserting. I just give it an order so that I know which order I'm giving 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. And that will give me a unique ID, or a unique key number for each value here. Now, as I've said, this should be coming very soon. So you won't need to do this workaround for long. So if you've got a lot of code you need to maybe try and lift and shift yourself, maybe you can convince your boss to wait a few weeks until this is available. All right, so this is really sort of my last main tip about the warehouse. And it's that you don't need to just use a warehouse. You can use a lake house as well. When we started talking about Fabric, there was a big discussion about lake house versus warehouse. It was kind of an either or statement, but really it's the case is that we should use both, right? We have situations in data warehousing where we need file storage, and Fabric Data Warehouse doesn't provide that, but Lakehouse does. So let's use a Lakehouse for that. And in fact, we see in the wild, a lot of situations when we implement our Medallion architecture, and the bronze and silver layers are lake houses, and then the gold layer is the warehouse. We can leverage the file storage and the Spark parallel processing in the lake house. But then in the warehouse, where our users want to use T-SQL that's as close to what they're used to using on-prem as possible, right? Let's make that a gold level data warehouse. Let's reuse our, transformation code, right? So let's make that a T-SQL based warehouse. So you can mix and match. Also, there'll be situations where you need to have data from data warehouses that are in different workspaces, and you can't actually join that data together, right? We've got 3-part naming. Like we have our, warehouse name, schema, table name, right? We can refer to things like that in our queries, but we don't have 4-part naming in Fabric. So we can't say workspace dot warehouse dot schema dot table. But what we can do though is we can set up a lake house to have shortcuts to those other data warehouses. So a lake house in the same workspace as our main warehouse, for example, and any data that we need to join in from the other data warehouses in those different workspaces, well, we'll create a lakehouse shortcut to it. Now, I'm told that shortcuts are going to come to data warehouses eventually. They're not there yet. So maybe this one you won't have to use forever. But go back to the roadmap to check on that one. So that is pretty much all I've got for you today. This deck is up on my GitHub already, so you can go to the link there and download it if you want to, even if you just want to get all the links from the different things we covered, so you can go back to the Microsoft site and the documentation to kind of deepen your understanding of each thing I've talked about. All those links are in the deck. Fabric Learn has some really good tutorials if you want to kind of get some hands-on experience with the data warehouse feature in Fabric. Go there, it'll tell you how to set up a trial. It'll run you through some really good real-world examples. And then again, here are the links for getting to the roadmap. So if you only screenshot, one piece of the slide deck, this is the page that you want to screenshot. All right, well, that's what I've got. I don't know if there are any questions in the chat. Let me take a look here. No questions yet, but I do have a few minutes if anyone wants to. Oh, okay. Wow, Vishal, you've got a lot of questions. That's going to be, let's see what I can answer in one place. Yeah, so I think as far as performance tuning techniques, just understand the difference in how things are structured. That this is going to be parquet, uh, and that there are some differences. So we can set up keys, but the keys are not enforced. So you can't always use the keys to like ensure good performance because they're there, but they're not always enforced. But mostly that's we don't have query store available. So you do have to like go back to the old way of sort of comparing execution plans when you want to do tuning. Best practices for managing concurrency is really just to make sure that same well, really the multiple Power BI reports, let's say you're using import mode, they're not hitting the warehouse directly. What is hitting the warehouse directly is when you do the import into the semantic model. And if your semantic model is well designed in a star schema, it should easily be able to handle, concurrent hits without issues. And then warehouse over lakehouse, I think I covered that in the last slide. But one of the other considerations is just like if you have an existing group of folks already working for you and they know SQL, well, a warehouse is definitely your best bet for the gold layer. If you already have a group of data engineers that are very comfortable in Python, maybe you want to stick with Lakehouse all the way through. But it's really about the team of people that are going to access it through query data and the team of people that are going to engineer the population there. Okay, Satija says, why can't we use data from multiple warehouses using direct link mode? That's just something that is built into the way direct link mode is designed. It's going straight back within the same workspace, straight back to the Parquet files. It doesn't have a way to join in from multiple warehouses. Could that be something that they change in the future? Maybe, but it's just not there right now. All right, Tushara, I covered where to get the PowerPoint. Hopefully you already got that. All right, Raj, let's see what we can answer here. Best approach to cost versus performance. Uh, That's obviously a very difficult question to answer. One thing that Fabric does differently is when you're scaling it, you want to think about your average performance. Right? If you're using an on-premises box, you've got to scale it to get all your ETL done in whatever your window is. But then it kind of, yeah, so you crank it up to 95%, right, for that window. And then it's, people run a few queries during the day, but they're not really using the power of the box. In Fabric, you basically build for your average, and you can do what they call bursting. So if you have a couple of queries that come in that would take more capacity units than you've purchased, that's fine for a limited time. It will burst up, it'll use those extra capacity units, and then it will average those out over an hour and over a day, so that you're not using more than you've paid for. But also by averaging it, you don't have you're not paying for time when it's sitting idle. So it's difficult to scope out. There is a tool that Microsoft has done to help you choose your capacity. So that's something you might want to run through. I hope that helps. I know that's difficult to answer in just 30 seconds. All right, so I think that's all I have time for today. Thank you all so much for having me this evening. Please feel free to reach out if you have additional questions. Let me drop that link into the chat for the deck in case anybody didn't catch it.
Thank you, Chris. Thanks for your time. And we are going to move to another session now. I appreciate everyone who has joined and taken out time to attend this one.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Take care.
Welcome to the Microsoft Analytics Conference 2025. We are Hyderabad Data and AI community along with India Microsoft Fabric user group are super excited to host you all after an amazing first two editions and some energetic offline events across cities. We are back with our third global virtual conference. Get ready for 2 days full of tech magic with 50 plus global speakers, real world use cases, and everything you love about data, AI, and Microsoft Fabric. Let's get started. I am pleased to introduce Sunil Sabat, a trusted leader in enterprise data management, governance, analytics, security, and compliance. With advanced degrees in computer engineering, computer science, and an MBA in marketing and finance, Sunil brings a rare blend of technical depth and business insights. Please join me in welcoming Sunil Sabat. Sir, you are live now.
Thank
You can
you.
start.
Thank you, the organizers, for this third Fabric Analytics Conference in India for India. I'm so happy. I'm here in California. It's almost 6:30 a.m. I'm not feeling very well because I was traveling, but still this conference is very close to my heart. I've been presenting, for last two times. So here I am. Okay. So this time, right, if you remember, right, we have a Fabric conference in US. We had a Fabric conference in Europe, right, Vienna, and recently we had Ignite, right? And being part of the product group, right, we target our deliveries, around these big events. It's not that we don't release features, right, in the between them, these big events, but we can have time everything, right? Okay, so let's start. Okay. So So at first, right, we would like to, thank you, right, for all the users, all the MVPs, right, being part of this Fabric journey. If you remember, right, Fabric is young, right? Fabric is the SaaS version of what we had in Azure Data Factory or Synapse, right? we are SaaSifying it, right? Following us, everybody is following us, right? Say it's a Snowflake or Databricks or Google, right? Everybody's following us. That's the way we are seeing the pattern, but it not been happen, right? Without your help, your usage, right? Your certifications or whatever you call it, right? But as you implement products, right? I know most of our MVP or trying to be MVPs or Fabric champions, right? You can connect with us, with our this Fabric engineering URL. Okay, yeah. And anytime, right, you're learning or implementing a Fabric solution and you want to give feedback, you can do that. Again, Fabric is a completely community driven product, right? It has this Power BI heritage, right? And our top management is also totally dedicated on that concept. Okay, yeah. So here is a picture you can see, right? I talked about the events, right? One is, Las Vegas, other is next one between Atlanta, right? You can see, Amit in one of these pictures. So that's why I want to see it. Amit, you can see yourself, right? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, you can see Amit. Okay, he's there, right? So again, right, as I said, right, we work with the users, the MVPs, the community leaders, very closely, to develop the product, release, plan our releases and whatnot. Okay, thank you. So if you remember, right, Fabric Data Factory, it's a data factory. This is a data factory, right? Fabric Data Factory, inherits, right, Azure Data Factory, Synapse pipeline, right? And Azure Data Factory, if you remember, right, has been there for for almost 6 years now, right, with mapping data flows, right? It's still running in production with many customers, right? And Fabric Data Factory is a kind of SaaS version of the product, right? If you look at where we stand today, just today, right, this is a fresh data, right? We run 22 billion orchestration runs, right? Azure Data Factory and Fabric Data Factory are an orchestrator. It is used extensively and basically pipeline runs. That's what I mean. We do 22 billion runs, right? And Fabric Data Factory, doesn't have the mapping data flows, but because of SaaS nature, we brought in the Power Query, right? Your visual no code ETL product, right? Which is there for data flows for Power BI. Now I brought it, into Fabric Data Factory. We have 21 million Power Query creators, right? And our bread and butter, Data Factory's bread and butter is ingesting data, right? You connect, you move the data, to OneLake, right? In Fabric or multiple destinations, right? So how much data, if you look at the whole Data Factory, right? How much data we moved, like 528 petabytes of data. Okay. And that Power BI uses the gateways, right, to connect to private endpoints, on-prem data sources, and etc. Right, is kind of workhorse, for Power BI and data flow, even for the Fabric copy, right? Even Fabric copy job, right? Everywhere, gateways are used, and we have 530,000 gateways running in production. So the picture what you're talking about here is, you might have other ETL products in the market or ELT products in the market or orchestrators in the market, right? It's okay, right? But this is where we stand, from the Data Factory side, okay? And the momentum is just growing. Okay. So just for a quick intro, you all might know because this is all about Microsoft Fabric, right? So Fabric as a platform is completely now Copilot enabled. It is OneLake, right, as is a center of data storage, and it is a governance wrapper, right, with Purview integration and with built-in lineage, right, with Fabric. That's the platform, right? Governance means the security, RLS, and all that, administration, right? That's what I mean. Okay, and on top of the platform, we have the Data Factory, we have analytics, we have databases now with RTI and Power BI. right? And in analytics, when we talk about, we have a data warehouse, we have data engineering, Spark notebooks, and all that. Okay, and in databases, right? We release the Fabric SQL, right? And we're going to, we're going to like a lot more, on this Fabric platform. Okay, yeah. So what we did at Ignite, because this is about updates, right? We introduced something called Fabric IQ, right? So Fabric IQ is all about chatting with your data using GenAI LLM. Okay, if you look at our competitors, right, AWS and all, everybody is something like IQ, right? So IQ just is like another workload, right? Which can chat with your data and give you all those aggregations, all the summaries, right? In a very in a conversation mode. Okay, so that's our new workload. It was announced right during Ignite in San Francisco in November. Okay, yeah. So when you think about the data factory in Microsoft Fabric, right? As I told you, right, Fabric Data Factory is a SaaS version of what we had in Azure, which is Path, ADF, Synapse, etc., right? And Purview integrated. And now we also had, before Fabric, right? We had Excel, get data and, your transformations within Excel with Power Query, right? And we had Power BI anyway as a separate product, right? And etc., right? And with this dynamics and with the Power Platform, right? So what we did in Fabric Data Factory is we took the best of PaaS and best of SaaS, from from all ETL, point of view, and put them together, right? So with the Data Factory in Microsoft Fabric, we have integrated SaaS platform, no code and code tools, right? I think, I will say Fabric Data Factory, you just stick with the data flow Gen 2. You don't have to write a single line of code. Okay, you can get the data visually. You can do your transformations visually. You can join the data visually, right? And you can write to a warehouse or OneLake and do Power BI report without writing a single line of code. Okay, so if you remember, mapping data flows in ADF was kind of the visual entry to transformation, right? With Fabric, right? Data Factory with data flow Gen 2, we take it to like highest level, SaaSify way possible. Okay, and on top of that, once we achieved that, right, for last 2-3 years, and that's a big trend, we have fused Copilot, Copilot for data flow Gen 2, Copilot for pipeline, etc., right? And and more, if you look at this, right, recently, right, we adopt more AI, right, and more accelerators, right? We have called Fabric accelerators now, right? Our notebooks has the Senpai, right? Senpai package, you can do everything in Fabric in Python, right? And our CAT team has also released a lot of tools and accelerators, right? And we have a GitHub for that, right? So we are also adopting, right, open source, big way, right? Just fundamentally, right? If you look at the OneLake data storage, we started with the Delta Parquet, okay, which is open standard, right? But then we extended that to Iceberg. So Delta Parquet we store, but underneath, right? If you want Iceberg way of doing things, yes, we do automatically manage that. Okay, so open source, unlike the past, right? As we move into SaaS, we have adopted open source ecosystem, in a big way. Okay. And I want to just give a thunder here, right? In Data Factory, your question is, hey, what you did for Data Factory for open source? Well, we GA'd Airflow, right? We had an Airflow in ADF, right? Now with Fabric Data Factory, right, we GA'd Airflow. So if you have Airflow DAC, you want to run with Fabric, Fabric Data Factory capacity, right? Fabric everything capacity, you can do that. You don't have to, bring up a Python container, right, to do it. We'll do it. And at Ignite, right, we public preview DBT job. DBT is very popular, right, all over the world, right? And the customers have been asking, hey, we pull the data to warehouse. Now we want to do some transformation or some lineage analysis or something with DBT job, right? Now, at Ignite, DBT is open source, right? DBT Fusion, the paid version, we support both DBT and DBT Fusion. You can you can, have your DBT job, you can DAG, you can author it, you can compile it, you can, run it, right? All within Fabric Data Factory. Okay. So if you look at this, right, we are big into open source, right? Adopting open source. And also another thing, right? We are a multi-cloud, right? You can write to Snowflake. Okay. You can read from Google storage, right? You can extract data from AWS S3, and with our generic ODBC connector, right? You can read and write to anything, that has an ODBC connector. Okay. And something is API driven, right? Okay. We have the web API, right? Get and post. You can, you can connect to anything, right? You don't need another MuleSoft or Worktow for that. Okay. You don't need. Okay. So this is fully, Data Factory has become, right, with the SaaS and with open source adoption, right? It has really become a good workhorse. And being part of the product team, right? Let me tell you, right, that Data Factory is the second highest, adopted product in Fabric ecosystem right now. Okay. So Data Factory in Microsoft Fabric, right? I talked about it, but best in class connectivity. We cannot exist without a rich ecosystem of connectors, right? So connect to SQL, SharePoint, Oracle, Salesforce, Snowflake, name us. Okay, we connect, and we're constantly extending this connector list. Okay, and so with connectors, right, we connect to different sources, and then we have these engines. We have a transformation engine, we have orchestration engine, we have a data movement engine, right? And so those are there, right? And then what you do, right? You load to a warehouse, okay, and you run these pipelines, right? We would deploy your pipelines, to different environments, right? And as you run your pipelines, right, you want to observe, monitor, right, all that capability which used to exist in ADF, right? And even any other competing ETL products, right? We have all that, in Fabric Data Factory. Okay, and all this sit on this OneLake, right? And this total ecosystem, top to bottom, is now AI powered. Okay, yeah. So so this is the call to action, right? The Fabric Data Factory is industry leading data factory for all your data integration needs. Enable customers unified data estate to OneLake, right? See, in my topic, right, I say gateway, to Fabric. Why? Right? So Fabric Data Factory is the only workload, okay, in Fabric ecosystem, right? We give you all kinds of way to pull the data, to OneLake, right? We have a regular copy activity. Extension of that is copy job, where you don't build pipelines. We build pipelines for you. You just specify a source, specify a destination, and whatever mapping, and you can say append, merge, all that, right? We just give those in visually, and we build the pipeline and run for you. Copy job, mirroring, right? And with mirroring is free, right? Up to your capacity, right? Compute is free, storage is free up to your capacity, right? So mirroring is one way to ingest data, right? Your copy job is, source to destination, point to point, move the data, right? Your regular copy activity, right? All these are available, and these techniques are available in Data Factory next to RTI. Fabric is an RTI engine, real-time ingestion, right? That is from sensor data and all that, right? That is for the real-time, sensor data ingestion, right? That could be there, right? That we can coexist with RTI, with our batch ETL, right? And can give you complete, end-to-end, all, all kinds of data ingested, transformed, joined, right? And you get a gold data. Okay, yeah. And also, lately, and you might have heard, we are also, because we've been in the SaaS product for almost 2.5 years, right? Some customers have asked, hey, what about migrating ADF and Synapse to, to Fabric, right? So on that front, right, we'll start talking more about that, right, in the conferences, right? So for that, right, we have our own solution, right? From the product group side, we will have migrate solution, and we have a partner-led solution, right? Like, companies like Canerica, Bitwise, and there are many partners, we're working with them. We're working with them to if you want to migrate, right, from Azure Data Factory and Synapse pipeline or Dataflow Gen 1 to Dataflow Gen 2 or a Fabric pipeline, we can, you can do that now. Okay. Yeah. So because this is about updates, the latest updates, right? So Ignite just got finished, right? So what we announced at the Ignite, right? AI powered data flows using natural language prompts per columns, right? See, Copilot for data flows was the first Copilot release. Okay, now we've enhanced, right? We can read the column metadata better, right? And and making your prompts more natural. Okay, we use like newer models, right? To make that happen. Okay, and and we also announced a public preview version of a DBT job. It's being deployed right now across the globe, but you can try DBT job. Okay, and on mirroring. Okay. Uh, we GA, remember, right? Azure Cosmos DB, right? Has been in preview for a long time. We GA that, right? So if you have Azure Cosmos DB and you mirror the Cosmos DB documents to OneLake tables, right? With OneLake mirror DB tables, boom, just point to Cosmos DB and start your mirroring, right? And Cosmos DB documents are in your mirror DB table. And the same thing applies to SQL Server 2025, Azure PostgreSQL, SQL Server, and Snowflake with Iceberg. Look at the last one, Snowflake with Iceberg. So, Snowflake is going big into Iceberg, right? Customers have asked, hey, okay, you give mirroring, you announce mirroring for Snowflake, a year back we're using, but now we're moving everything to Iceberg. Now we support that. Okay. So those are GA. Okay, all are GA. And in the public preview, we have a SharePoint OneDrive. There's a big ask from many customers, right, all over the world, right? Now you can mirror SharePoint and OneDrive data, SAP DataSphere, right? Oracle DB. You can now mirror Oracle DB and also Google BigQuery. Okay, those are all public previews. Okay, and another big announcement. Okay. Is outbound access control, right? See, in a say in a government, healthcare, finance, right? You want to do DEP, data exfiltration protection, right? The other name is OAP, right? So now, we release a feature, right? For the Fabric, it was released almost 7 to 8 months back at tenant level OAP, right? Outbound, access, protection, right? And now within Data Factory, right, you can turn on, right, this OSC, right? So that way you can run, right, in a non-internet, way, right, in a very secure way. Okay. So these are the big announcements, we did, right? So if you look at this, right, these are pretty much in the line of, right, what enterprises use today. And everybody wants to use a Copilot prompts. Everybody, now, looking at DBT, right? And, everybody wants, no ETL, just mirroring replication, cheap and free, right? And same time, everybody wants unsecured mode. Okay. See what kind of features we announced at the Ignite, and this will continue. When this our next FabCon comes up in Atlanta. Okay, so. So this is kind of a demo. You can see apply intelligent transformation using natural language prompts. Look at the prompt here, right? No code data investment with native AI in familiar interface, instant access to AI functions with no setup or extra tooling. Okay. Yeah. I'll pause for a few seconds. Just look at it. See, analyze each review's content and classify its overall sentiment with exactly one of the following words. See how natural it is. And we take care of those functions, because remember, Fabric AI functions were released, 6 months back, right? But it took time for us to integrate, to this, each individual, prompts. Okay. So this is your, AI powered, data flows, right? So take a look at here. So what we have done is, we also, track, other products in the market, right? We saw that, how this AI prompting, right, is becoming part of your ETL, handwork, right? We exactly did that. Okay. And I think, our engineering team did a great job, see, without this AI prompt, right, you might have spent like 10-15 minutes on this, or 20 minutes, okay. Yeah, see how the M function gets created automatically. Okay. So next one is the big, right? The DBT, the DBT job. This is the standard for SQL data transformation. If you don't know DBT, right? And the DBT has been there for a few years now. Now Fivetran and DBT have merged, right? It is, as you can see here, right? It gets the raw data. You can put the modeling around the data, right? You do all the transformation using your warehouse compute, right? And then you test your do the test validation, like you do a lot of QA engineering, right? And then you document it, you can get your lineage, and deploy it, and etc., right? So in the end, what you get, right? You get a gold data set, right? In your warehouse, right? Which can be used by BI tools, which can be used by ML models, for training and all that, right? And operational analytics, right? This is very, very powerful, right? Because this DBT jobs, they work on the warehouse, and anyway, all the data, and they end up in a warehouse or a lake house, right? Lake house, basically endpoint house, or kind of warehouse, right? So the DBT job, fulfills, those, downstream, tasks. Okay. So if you look at the momentum DBT, right, there are 100,000, this from GitHub, right, is 100,000 DBT community members. There are 33 billion DBT models, right, are built last year, right, and the core capabilities, right, what we offer, right, model reliable pipelines with modular version controlled SQL, test data quality through built-in automated checks, document and govern data products at the enterprise scale. Okay, so whatever true value of DBT, what others are using, we brought in, inside Data Factory. Okay, and because Fabric Data Factory is a default orchestration, right? So now you can define, DBT as, run, compile, right, etc., right? You can do a jobify it, right? So you can have a DBT job, right? You orchestrate the DBT job, at a certain time or at a certain event. Okay, that's a very, very powerful. Okay, without that, right, now if you see other DBT, installations, right, that orchestration, that scheduling, you have to add, separately. Okay, now with Fabric Data Factory, because all your data state is there, all your business requirement is there, everything there, you could, decide and, orchestrate DBT job, depending on your requirement. Okay. Okay. So, not only that, right? We're doubling down on a DBT, right? So if you remember, right, DBT is now DBT Fusion, right? Which is an enhanced, secured version of what open source DBT. It is built on Rust. Okay, it does, better performance, etc. Right? So we partnered with the DBT Labs, and we support DBT Fusion also. Okay, so if you have DBT jobs already deployed in DBT Fusion, okay, no problem. You can bring that into Fabric Data Factory. And the idea is you don't have to spin up capacity, containers. We will do it for you. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So this is, more about OneLake, right? And we are, sitting on top of OneLake, right? All our, extract, transformation, and loading, whatever we do in Data Factory, all, are attached to OneLake. Okay. So one thing, right? So we in this SAP world, right? We have this, with OneLake, we have a shortcut, right? So another big announcement we did, right? Our OneLake team, right, working with SAP, right? You can do bidirectional zero copy data sharing between you have SAP data estate and you have the Fabric OneLake, right? So with we just expanded our shortcut mechanism, right, to bring in SAP data into Fabric and both ways. Okay. So, so again, right? So during Ignite, right? I'm reiterating, right? For on the mirroring side, Cosmos DB, SQL Server, PostgreSQL, SQL Server, Snowflake Iceberg, public preview is SharePoint, SAP DataSphere, Oracle DB, and Google BigQuery. Okay, and so that is the shortcut way, right? But there are customers, right, who want those who are adopting SAP DataSphere. That's a big trend going on right now. This is a fully compliant, mirroring kind of solution, right? Bringing SAP DataSphere data into Fabric OneLake, right? So, so this this is built on. So you can enable SAP DataSphere to actually emit the changes, right? And once changes are landing, in staging area, we do the mirroring stuff. Okay, so it's fully compliant. Okay, this is the recommended way for SAP DataSphere, and we did a public preview of this. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So not only that, right? We partnered with many of our partners, right? You can see, right? And to bring this Snowflake or Databricks or SAP, right? So we have a rich partner ecosystem, and there are a lot of announcements, on that, right? At actually Ignite. Okay, yeah, yeah. Let me do it. So, and then another big announcement, outbound access protection, right? You can see the diagram here, right? How we do it, right? It at first appeared in Fabric, then the Spark Notebook team did it, right? Now we are also doing it. Okay. So now you can take a Fabric, right, data factory or notebook, right, and etc., right, and run in a more secured manner. Okay, and all the communication happens inside Azure, right, in a private way. Okay, yeah. So not only that, right? So we have a OAP for a variable library. Remember, we announced a variable library concept in Fabric, right? Where you can reuse the parameters, right? In variables and across artifacts, right? So now, right? With this support, right? We have a OAP for data integration, copy job, data flows and pipelines, OAP for shortcuts, right? So if you want to run a copy job, right, with DEP, data exploitation protection, can you do it now? Yes. Okay. You want to run a data flow, you can do it. Yes. Right. See, without this, what was happening is many of the big customers, right, they were kind of, a little reluctant, right, but now that has been taken care of. Okay. Yeah. So here I'll talk about, as you know, right, Data Factory gives you, many ways to ingest data, right? One is copy activity, but copy job is kind of a year and a half old, right? We just, made it very that simple, to move the data from one source to another destination, right? Where you don't have to build a pipeline, instantiate copy activity, do the settings, right? Run the pipeline. No, okay. You do a wizard way, set up your source, set up your destination, define mappings, and boom, you run it, right? So look at this, right? How many sources we support and how many destinations we support. Okay, and this is still growing, right? Not only that, right? We can do incremental copy, right? You can do merge, right? And you can do change data feed also, right? Just change, copy, right? You can do all that. Okay. See the difference between copy job and mirroring is mirroring only rise to mirror DB from a staging area, right? That's what it does. But copy job, it's kind of cookie cutter, right? It can connect to a lot more destinations, right? And you can do a lot more, this, ways, you can ingest that data, right? Append, merge, overwrite, or whatever. Okay. And then one thing, right, I want to talk about this, right? So copies of is getting a lot of popularity. Okay, so what happened was many customers wanted, right, from ideas, hey, we want to orchestrate a copy job just like dbt job inside a pipeline. Okay, yes, you can do that now. Okay, now this again, a lot of customer request for this, right? That hey, automatically captures changes, including inserts, updates, deletes, and writes to destination. This is very, very powerful. Okay, so here copy job, as I told you, right? Unlike mirroring, it can write to different destinations, right? You have a source, say you have a SQL server, right? There are insert, updates, and deleting happening. Only you want to write those changes to say Snowflake or say a Fabric warehouse, right? You can do that. Okay. This so it keeps destination data up to data with source changes, process only change data. That's very important. Okay, identifies CDC enabled tables, right? You have to enable CDC, right? Change data capture, right? To read these changes, right? Choose CDC based or watermark based incremental copy. Okay. So I would urge everybody, right, as you go back to your job or whatever, right, give it a try, right? So copy job has been enhanced, right, quite a bit, and it makes the using data factory, right, to ingest data, right, very, very simple, and with its multiple destinations, right, it's just very, very powerful. Okay, yeah. So if you're interested, right, for the CDC, right, we want, users to try it out and give us feedback. Okay, you can do that. Okay. So this one, right, so this is a demo, right, about I told you, right, copy job allows you to write to different destinations, right? So customers have need, hey, I have this source data, but I have to write to Snowflake, I have to write to Fabric warehouse, I have to write to another data destination, right? I have to distribute this source data along with changes, right, to different destinations, right? So you can do that. Okay. And another another big announcement we made, all the thing with data flows, right? So initially when data flow started, there was some performance issue. Data flow Gen 2, it's a new platform, right? And etc. We have addressed many issues, right? So data flow Gen 2, what you see in the Fabric Data Factory, which is default transformation engine, is based on Power Query, built over years, used by millions of people, files, relational, multidimensional SaaS data experiences, scalable transformations via Fabric Compute, AI powered with Copilots. Okay. And then one thing what we did, right, initially when customers started using Dataflow Gen 2, there was kind of some pricing issue, right? How we price, because it's a new platform, new destinations, new security enhancements, right? So depending on the feedback, from Reddit and a lot of other sources, we've taken care of the pricing, issue, right? So if you're from Dataflow Gen 1 user, you're moving to Dataflow Gen 2, right? You will not see that, for 95% users, right? You will not see that the shock. Oh, Dataflow Gen 2 is very high. Okay. So that has got a, very good, feedback, from the customers, and they're very happy. Okay. So again, right, as you go back to your work, as you start using Data Factory, right, take a look at the Dataflow Gen 2, which is more better performance and better pricing. Okay. So here, right, we did, from the product side, right, which ran, a lot of benchmarks, right? What was before, what is right now, right? How much we're paying before, now, how much you'll pay, right? So up to 90. So if you look at this, right, if you were greater than 10 minutes, uh, with 1.5 capacity units, you have up to 90% cost savings, right? First 10 minutes, up to 25% cost savings, right? So we are offering significant cost savings, right, to use Dataflow Gen 2. Okay, and it should compare be with our, see, remember, right? You can do transformation using notebook also, right? I'm not saying you cannot do it, right? But customers have asked, right? Hey, with notebook it's so cheap, why Dataflow Gen 2 is expensive, right? And we will hear that, right? So please take a look at it and let us know, right? What's your feedback? Okay. So again, right, Dataflow Gen 1 and Gen 2, right? Dataflow Gen 2, now being hosted a brand new compute platform, right? It has become much faster. Okay. Yeah. There is some our internal benchmark studies. Okay. Yeah. And we did a lot of performance improvements, right? In the Dataflow Gen 2 side, right? I will not go through that. You can do the reading, right? So with these, right, I kind of went over what is data factory, right? How we envision data factory in Fabric, right? And what are the latest announcement after made it Ignite, right? And I also talked about, right, like the DBT, the copy job, the mirroring, the outbound access control, right? Those are the big announcements, enterprise grade, announcements, right? And ended up with your Dataflow Gen 2, right? Both on the performance and the cost, right? And so the whole idea is, now Data Factory is ready, for you, to adopt, and take it further, right? And as I have already said, right, Data Factory is doing well. It's one of the very good workloads, right? And with your attention, with your usage, right, Data Factory, usage will grow. Okay, so as we end this session, right, please, call to action, Fabric Data for industry leading data factory, for all your data integration needs, enable customers, again, our like one idea is to get all your data to OneLake. Okay, and then we give you all this, Power BI, IQ, RTI, any downstream application now integrated with our AI Foundry, has a direct connection to OneLake, right? You must have seen you can make your Foundry models, right, and run with OneLake data. Okay, that's so powerful. Okay, so all that is available right now. Okay, and with all this availability, if you want to migrate from a legacy, right, ADA for Synapse to Fabric, that also you can do. Okay. So again, right, so these are some of the customer migration stories, right? Okay, so this is our migration documentation, PowerShell, utility. These are our own the PG products, right? So you can see, right, at the FAP1U, right, with Bitwise and Canerica. You see on this left, right? So again, our story is, we want to, work with partners and all the same time develop our own products, right, to help you migrate. Okay. Okay. I think with this, I will. Hello.
No.
Yeah. So with this,
I thought we
I
have
will stop and
two questions.
entertain any questions. Yeah. Amit. Yeah.
Yeah, team, please unmute yourself and ask questions. Moderators, do we have any question in the chat window?
Yes, we have two questions. I'm reading out.
Please go ahead. Yeah.
How open mirroring is different from database mirroring?
Yes, very good question. So when we develop fabric mirroring, right? Remember I gave you the partners, right? We used to work with Oracle Golden Gate, we work with Stream, now the click replicate, right? So open mirroring is an open standard, right? So whole idea is, right, as long as you can you can insert, update, delete from source, right, in a certain format, right? Okay, for insert 0, update 1, delete 2, and you emit that information, we can, our replicator can mirror it to a mirror DB. Okay, so this is this is can be used to mirror any kind of data which emits changes to a mirror DB, right? See, database mirroring, so database mirroring, right? See, we are doing Azure SQL mirroring. We also do the same thing, right? We capture, inserts, update, deletes internally and mirror it. Okay, but with open mirroring, right, you are the in control of emitting the changes to a OneLake stage area, right? And from OneLake stage we do the rest. Okay, yeah, open mirroring is for you to use, but internal the same mechanism used by us for database mirroring. Okay, and if you
Yes,
go to
sir.
GitHub, right? If you go to GitHub, just type open mirroring GitHub, right? There's a guy called Mark Pryor, right? Amit knows him, he's one of our, he has a GitHub code, he's a C# code, right? You can, suppose you get IoT data, right? And you want to open mirror, you want to mirror that IoT data, insert, update, deletes to mirror DB. You can write your own C# Python code, right? To mirror it. Okay. Yeah.
Yes, sir. We have another question. Why
Uh-huh.
DBT on top of OneLake?
What is the question?
Why DBT on
Yeah.
top of OneLake?
Okay, very good question, right? See, remember, right? In Fabric, right? You have a OneLake, right? See, OneLake is a lake house, right? But OneLake is a warehouse, right? So this DBT job, right, will work on a Fabric warehouse. Okay, so usually, right, what I've seen, right, customers when they want to serve Power BI, right, 50% do OneLake direct lake mode, right? But that cannot solve enterprise-wide data mart, old school style data warehouse reporting. So you customers end up using Fabric warehouse, right? Now data is already in Fabric warehouse, right? And now it supports T-SQL. Why don't we run a DBT job, right? To do some transformations and create data marts, right? To actually drive the downstream Power BI, right? Yeah, Amit, you want to add something here, Amit? Amit?
Hi,
No,
sir.
no,
We
I
have
don't want
another
to add
question.
anything.
Yeah. Okay.
How do you secure data flowing OneLake?
Oh, okay. So right, that's a very good question, right? So remember, right? We do have the connectors, right? So connectors connect to source and write to the destination, right? OneLake, right? And if you look at our for example, you do a Fabric copy, right? So now with the copy, when you say destination, right? Automatically, right now this is all user authentication, right? It started with user authentication, right? Now we can support workspace identity, right? With the workspace identity, which is a Fabric identity, right? You can authorize workspace identity to connect to ADLS Gen 2 storage, right? And then you can write to OneLake, because you control the OneLake, right? And more and more, right, will support service principal names and manager identity. Those are coming, in future. But right now you can use workspace identity and slowly SPN based connections, right? And remember, we have started supporting Azure Key Vault also, just like ADF, right? You have a connection, have a KV, right? You go to the secrets, right? Get from Azure Key Vault, just like ADF, connect to with user ID, password from Azure Key Vault, pull the data, and then write. Okay. And on top of that, right? I talked about Ignite, right? We have this outbound access control. This is another layer of security, on your OneLake. Okay. Yeah.
Team, we do have any other question, moderators?
Yes, sir. We have another question. How does Data Factory and OneLake support real-time analytics?
Yes, so a very good question, right? I talked about that during my talk, right? So Fabric as a workload called RTI. Okay, if you know our old, stream analytics, Synapse Stream Analytics, right? That has come as a SaaS product in Fabric. It's called RTI. Okay, so the RTI has, this event hubs, right? Which can connect to any IoT data, right? Different protocols, right? So and this comes and ends up in a event warehouse, which also runs on Fabric compute, right? So that's a completely different workload, right? You can use that, right, to bring in the real-time data. And by the way, right, I know most of you are interested in DP600, DP700 exam, particularly DP700, which I have passed, right? There are a lot of questions on this RTI, on this Custo query, right? All that, right? See the beauty is, right, you can do a shortcut from event warehouse, okay, event house to a OneLake, right? Now with OneLake, copies Fabric Data Factory bringing all your batch ATL, all golden data, silver data, right, to OneLake, right? Now you can do the joining. You can do almost near real time operational analytics. There on that OneLake data, which is already hooked
Sir,
into your events. Okay.
sir.
Yeah.
రేపు చెప్పొచ్చు.
Any other question?
Yes, sir, we have another question.
Good.
Does fabric mirroring really isolate workloads?
See, very good question again. So fabric mirroring, right? So what happens, right? When you start a mirroring, right? So mirroring is, edge a compute, right? We start a mirroring compute, which kind of runs almost, 24 hours, for you, right? It keeps on running, right? And, we orchestrate that compute, right? Now with, so what happens is, you point to the source, right? Then you point to the mirror DB, right? And it constantly runs, right? So as long as, because this is a part of the fabric compute ecosystem, right? It is, it is secure, right? Because unless right, you have the proper, kind of access, like, proper permission, right? You cannot, start a mirroring job. Okay. So at the tenant level, at the admin level, right, who can do what, you can set that, right? But so far, right, because this fabric mirroring is part of the overall in the fabric data factory in a compute, right? You can control, and you can see, who started it and all that. Okay. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Could you please share some light on SAP BDC shortcut?
Which shortcut?
SAP BDC shortcut.
Yeah. So, SAP, that's the business data center, right? BDC, you remember, right? I think so. So SAP and, Microsoft have been working together on this. Okay. So one of the, key, decision that was made was, hey, how can we quickly, give Power BI access to SAP BDC data, right? And, like, in Fabric world, right? Shortcut is widely used, right? So why don't you build a shortcut SAP BDC? So our OneLake shortcut team worked with SAP team, right? Build this, shortcut. Remember, from OneLake, right, you can shortcut to AWS S3, right? You can shortcut to Google Cloud Storage, right? This SAP BDC is another source.
Yes, sir. And another one. How much schema change can fabric mirroring tolerate?
That's a very good question. Okay. So, we are constantly, improving on it, right? If schema change happens, right, we basically restart the mirroring. Okay. But we're really, how can we be smart about it, right? How we want to do it timestamp based, retrace and do, minimum, don't do a complete rerun, right? So right now, if there is a schema change or something happens, right, we just stop and restart it. Okay. Yeah. But if you have any requirements, please put in the ideas, right? Okay. Yeah.
Yes, sir. And what are the main migration strategies to OneLake?
So here you're talking about data migration, right?
Yes, sir.
So for data migration, right, we have several ways to get the data into Fabric, right? One is using copy activity, right? We have a copy job, we have a mirroring, right? We have these event hubs, right, from RTI, from real time to near real time, like mirroring, to a full batch with copy. Okay, so we give you all the ways to all the way to ingest the data, but then out of these 4 patterns, right, 3 belong to data factory, right? That's why I'm telling data factory is gateway to Fabric, OneLake. Okay, yeah.
Yes, sir. And is read-only access in Fabric a limitation or a deliberate safeguard?
You can control, right? See, there is a Fabric security white paper. Okay, I want everybody to just Google or Bing on it, right? Fabric security white paper, right? It is almost 140 page document, right? There, see, remember, right? Row level security, column level security, those ideas, they have come from Power BI, those carry on, right? But now we're built on OneLake, right? You can go to the file level, item level, you can access, as an admin, workspace admin, right? Tenant admin, you can do read level, who can write, who can read, you can do share the connection, set the file, right? You can do all that, right? Yes, the idea is, keep everything read level, right? Only allow, right, on the under the, as needed, right, to the read write. Okay, that is a good governance practice. If you write DP 700, right, there are 3-4 questions on that. Okay, yeah.
Only one question now, last.
Okay.
Do we have any?
Yes, sir. We are done with questions. Yes, sir.
Sorry,
We have a
Yeah.
last
am I
question.
audible?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Any limitations for mirroring, like database size kind of limitations?
Very good, very good question, right? So as you know, right, mirroring is compute is free, right? But mirroring is free from the data's base size up to the the capacity you have bought. Say you bought a F128, right? So up to 128 terabytes, okay, it's free. But more than 128 terabytes, you have to pay for it. Okay, that's the only limitation we have. Okay.
Yes, sir. Done with the questions.
Sunil, thanks for joining us today. I know you are not well, but still you made to the conference. Hey, hello everyone. So today we are going to talk about Translytical task flows. So this is a functionality which is added to Power BI in one of the recent updates. It is still in preview functionality at the moment. So I just want to know, like, how many of you have used or heard of this term before? So I'm sure that many of you might have used Power BI, but this is something which has come very recently. Okay, Devendra, that is good. That's nice. What about others? Did any of you used or come across this functionality, Translytical task flows, earlier? If you have used it, just type 1 in the chat box. Otherwise, just type 0. If you are on YouTube, there also you can just type 1 and 0. Okay. Okay. So what we can do is just 1 second. Yeah. Okay. So, okay, fine. I see a mixed response. Few of you have used it, few of you haven't. So for those of you who are new to this, it is a functionality where you can do a write back. So generally, many people assume that Power BI is just an output tool. It will just display what is in the backend databases or in the ERP systems. But using this Translytical task flows, we'll be able to, I mean, the user, whoever is going to use the report with with proper authorization and the proper role, they'll be able to write back the data which will get reflected in the database. And there are many use cases for this. Like, for example, if you talk about supply chain, HR, sales and marketing, finance, operations, etc. Like a lot of times, if you think about a lot of business users, especially if you take finance, they might need to enter some forecast values. Sometimes sales and marketing team might have to give an extra discount to some special customers, and sometimes like some comments, maybe a leadership team, maybe someone like a CEO or CFO want to put some comments. So whenever such situation comes, one of the things which they look forward to is the ability of Power BI to write back the comments or their observations or make some changes to some of the data points. So that was something which a lot of people, especially on the business side, look forward to. So this functionality will definitely bridge that gap. So till now, like there were other workarounds, like people would have implemented this kind of functionality using Power Apps and other workarounds, but this functionality, without relying on all those things, like natively, this is something which is getting built. So now I hand over the session to Mamatha to show you like how exactly it works and also the technical demo. Yeah. Yes, Mamatha, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sanjay. So we are going through our agenda. So first, let's start with the introduction of translytical task flows, and we are going to have real life use cases and user using user data functions. How we are going to build this translytical in Power BI, as Sanjay mentioned, and at last we are going to have best practices and Q&A. So this is the traditional write back, so which we are currently using in the companies. Even after getting this translytical task flow, also many companies are using this model, this flowchart, which I have mentioned. So we have storing the data in our databases. It might be your SQL DB or warehouse or workspace. It can be anything. So, and then what happening on top of this databases? So we are building Power BI report. So in Power BI report, we can have multiple like ample of visuals. It might be chart, a bar chart, a flow chart, matrix visual, table visuals, like so many visuals we are going to have. And then, so this report is consumed by a report consumer. When I say report consumer, it might be like BU heads and like who are in the top level manager positions. They're gonna take few actions on out of this insights which we have in this Power BI tech report. So let's assume that one day he got a change that in Power BI, like there is a product, so which is no longer selling in the databases, but it was in database since so long years. So now this manager want to change this older products which are not going to sold, like it's completely data storing, like it's completely using the space of the database, but no longer these are useful for the analysis and all. So he is contacting back to the technical team, which means like data team. So he wants these kind of products need to be removed from the database. So then how this gonna proceed, how this technical team gonna proceed for deleting is not a simple action, right? So the business user must take first coordinator with the data team to request for the deletion. And before proceeding, they have some set of procedure need to be followed. Like a data team needs to clarify, validate whether the data, product data is being used in any other reports or any dashboard, any analytical models or not. So if there is no one using this product, then they can immediately do that. But still, it will take so much of time to like this end user is going back to data team, and then once this person is confirmed, then he has to make the change in our database and refresh the semantic model. It will, if we have millions of records in our semantic model, then definitely it will gonna take longer time, like it might take at least 1 hour to refresh the semantic model, right? This gonna take so much of process and steps to follow. So instead we can do one thing. So when I go back, so we have translytical track back. So this report consumer, which means like this BU head itself can write back to the database. So when he said that he don't want to look at older products in database, so he can just click on the delete button and that product will be completely deleted in our database, SQL database. Currently, I'm using SQL database for this demo. So later on, we can see how this how I can create those functions and how we can use those buttons for actions. So this is the case study. So imagine that he's the product manager at Adventure Works, and his responsibilities are to maintain product catalog and also update descriptions and add new product notes and delete outdated product descriptions, and also previously worked entirely in Excel. Now they have moved to Power BI desktop and using this translytical functions, how they gonna change their database completely. So let's see. And these are the Alex daily challenges he is facing. So he has to open SQL or Excel every time, and no proper tracking of each product, which with a description, and also updating one description needs IT support definitely, and also no real time changes, no real time, which means like he has to take some time to see the reflection in our Power BI report. So after using Translytical, immediately he can see the changes in our reports. And next, different teams maintain different versions of descriptions. And so in this, we are going to do how to add new description using create and edit the existing description and also delete the description. So now let me see how to do this. And so here, this is my warehouse. This is my workspace. So now for this demo, I'm using 01 GA fabric. So here I'm selecting new item. So once I select new item, I can see all the components which are available in our fabric. So from here, I'm selecting SQL database. So once this is done, I'm going to give a name. So here I'm selecting write back underscore 13. Let me select 15 and then create. Because and write back underscore 13 is already there in my workspace. It is loading.
Okay, let it get created. In the meantime, so Mamta, let's say I'm a beginner in Power BI or in Fabric. Do you think I'll be able to do this? I'll be able to implement this?
Definitely, you gonna do this. Just these are like already we have user data functions in our fabric. That is not a new thing in our fabric. And using those functions, only thing is that how to use those functions like write back. How to use those function effectively is you have to understand this little bit thing. So if you come to know how we can do this, you can try ample of things like how you can update your existing customer phone number, like if you have any customer data. So let's imagine the customer tomorrow he comes up with a new phone number, how you can replace that existing one. So you can do all
Okay.
these things. So from here, let me select sample data. So here you can see this importing sample data. It is in progress. It is loading.
Okay, so for this, let's say if I already have a database existing, so that I can already use it, right? The existing one, or
Yeah.
do I need to create a new one?
No, SQL database is not mandatory for translytical task force. You can also perform this on top of your warehouse and also lakehouse.
Okay, that's great.
So here we can see it is still loading.
Yeah.
Let me click again.
Okay, and also do I need to select any, do I need to download the latest Power BI version? Like how does it work? Does it work in all versions or should I update?
No, actually, yesterday I have worked on the latest version. So in this latest version, we don't have this fabric functions in our desktop. So for this, if you want to try right away, you have to download October version or before that, June or July
Okay,
version.
okay,
So here we can see sample sales LT is already loaded. And let me also create user data function. So it will take some time, but let me create only one function as of now. But because I already have the existing codes, So let me create a new item. So from here, let me select user data functions, user data function. Let me change the name to create function 3 and create.
So, Mamatha, here you are talking about new user data functions. Let's say I'm not from a coding background. I know only DAX. Do you think I'll be able to create like how you're creating right now?
No, for this at least you have to know Python or SQL, but still it's completely fine. So if you explain your requirement to ChatGPT or any AI tool, it is easily giving us the code. So that is not a big problem here.
Okay, so can you also use Copilot, right?
Yes, you can also.
Yeah, okay.
So for this create function, I already have script ready. So this is my create, select all, and I'm just replacing the existing code with this new code. So, but here we have to do one thing. So here it is asking alias. So I have to go to manage connections, which means I don't have any connection added here for this function. So add connection and this SQL write back underscore 15. This is the function and this is the SQL database which I created just now. So let me select it and then I have to click on connect.
Okay.
I can also edit this changes. We have to click on edit connection, and currently you can see I have write back 15. So let me have SQL write back, SQL underscore write back. It is not taking underscore. Then I have replaced with SQL underscore, and let me update it. It will not take much time to reflect, and I'm just replacing this existing write back SQL DB with the new one. So far good to go, and I have to publish this. So here you can see it is loading publishing in progress.
Okay, so like so far, like whatever you have explained, like you are talking about like this step-by-step process, like how this is getting implemented. Now, since this is like a new functionality and also like something which was recently which has come, so like what would be your recommendation? Let's say if they want to learn from scratch and if they want to learn, of course, this session will be there for someone to refer.
Yes.
And if they want to do it, like how long did it take for you to do this for the first time?
For a stakeholder, I have done a POC on this. So for me, it hardly took 3 days to understand the complete process, and that too per one day, I have spent around 1 hour to on SQL data on this to learn. At that time, SQL database is also completely new to us, and yeah, you can learn easily. Like it will not take much time to understand the process and all.
That sounds great actually, like because like all these features, like if I'm a regular Power BI developer, I think these features will add a lot of value to the existing reports.
Yeah, definitely. So, meanwhile, let me create a blank Power BI file,
Okay.
blank Power BI report.
Okay, so here I also want to ask one more question. So you worked on Power BI before, and now you're working on Fabric. So in Fabric, like there are a lot of functionalities. Now this is one of the functionalities of Fabric. So are you finding a lot of difference, or is it same when you transition from regular Power BI to Fabric?
Sanjay, can you repeat again? Actually, your voice is breaking.
Okay, okay. So is it just using Power BI? Now transition from Power BI to Fabric. So
आपको लो सर
finding
के
the performance difference and also like the speed, features and all. So while you're working on these new things, like earlier you didn't work on Python, like you said you are exploring these things for the first time.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
how has been your experience like going through this journey?
Okay. So, for Power BI, like we, as many of us as like private Power BI report users, so we'll come to know like if there is any change, we have to go back to the data team and connect again and make this change. It will take time, but it. What if we from our report consumer and can do all these changes and writing back to the SQL database completely? So it's like very much interested to learn all these new things. Let me go back and check. So here our function is already created. So here we can see published succeeded, and here we can also see the last published date and time. Okay. And now let me go ahead and create a semantic model. Actually, I already created. If in here I can just import the new data, and from here I can select Power BI semantic models demo underscore 13.
I think maybe you can reshare the screen. I can still see only the user defined function.
Okay.
Maybe it's a different window.
Yeah, it is a different window.
Yeah.
So this is demo underscore 13. So this is a semantic model
Yeah.
which consumed by the SQL database and then connect.
Okay.
So once this is connected, we can see the tables in my data pane.
Yeah. Hmm. Okay, so let me share my experience on this translytical task flows. So Mamta, initially, like I think like maybe 2, 3 years back, when one of the projects where I was working, this is one of the functionality which was requested, where there are business users who want to give their estimates for one for the forecasting purpose. And like at that time, this functionality to implement there was a workaround which we had to do through Power Platform. But now I think with the translytical workflows coming into Fabric, I think now we can natively do it. And yeah, so this is like
Yes.
very good.
Okay, this is
Okay,
taking
so
time. Let me do this in the
yeah,
service.
yeah.
I'll just create a report from here. Get data. So here I'm taking demo underscore 13 and auto create report. Okay, this is still loading.
Okay, so while it loads, let me share my screen and let's talk about some of the interesting use cases when it comes to the translytical flows. So Mamta, is it ready?
No, actually, this is a demo I have
Okay, okay,
created
fine,
earlier.
fine.
So
Let
from
it load.
here also,
So yeah.
yeah. So I just created a button here. So this is for enter and this is for update and this is for delete. And once I created the button, so in this action pane, I have to on this. And from here, I have to select data function and which workspace it is in. So here I'm using translytical task flow workspace and this is function set. So and which in this function set which data function it is, and then product description. So and we have to check this auto clear option here. So let's work it out. So here I have selected 127 and 2006. and let me create a new record for this. So if I insert any record from this Power BI desktop, imagine this is your Power BI desktop or any Power BI report. So let's see. This is, I'm just giving a sample description for this. This is new description, and let me. So once I click on enter, it is automatically giving me submitting, which means like this is processing. So here we can also see the notification saying that request submitted. So remember, this is product model ID is 127 and product description is 2006. So now let's go back to SQL database. So here I already written a code. So where product ID equals to 127. So let me run this. See, here we can see 1028. So Power BI, so this function have added me new record saying that this is your new description. So here 127 2006 I have selected. So it will take the next description ID. It will create a new description ID for this. So this is new description ID. We can see this in the in the SQL database, but it will take some time to load and reflect in our Power BI desktop. And also we can also try how to update, and let me write update description for product model ID 127. So it is loading and it is submitted. So see here it is taking time to reflect, but here in SQL database it will immediately make the change. And let me rerun the same query again. See, update description for product model ID equals to 127. And we can also try for delete. So let me select anything 127 2007. I have selected, and let me click delete. See, here we can receive request submitted 127 2007. So let me rerun this again. So 127 and 2007, I am not able to see. After 2008, we don't have 2007, which means the record is deleted. So likewise, we can perform as many as records you want to create, or you want to update the existing record, and you can also drop this using this delete action in Translytical task flows. Okay, this is still loading.
Okay, so in the meantime, like while it loads, let me talk about some of the use cases of the Translytical task flows. Let me share my screen and let me know if you can see. Just give me a moment. Okay. Okay, just let me rejoin. I think I'm not able to. I'm rejoining. Just give me a moment. Okay, so let me know if you can see my screen. I'm just sharing. Is it visible?
Sorry, it is visible.
Okay, so let's look at some of the business use cases of Translytical task flows. So one scenario is sales, like already we discussed right now. Like you can like add, update or delete the descriptions which are there. Now another use case which you can see is related to inventory and supply chain. Like let's assume that you want to update some stock levels from the warehouse, and also like let's say you're monitoring the inventory. So at that time, you can directly update the quantities which are there, and changes are reflected. So this is another use case. Now, when you talk about financial planning and budgeting, sometimes you want to like finance professionals, they want to adjust the budget allocations for different departments and cost centers. So at that time, they can actually utilize this feature and make those manual adjustments which are needed, very much needed for the business. So they can make that particular adjustment and also write some comment in case they want to explain why that manual adjustment has been done, and that will really help the finance. And when we talk about CRM, like it is like one of the most important things, especially when you look from operations and sales and marketing point of view. So here also you can update the information related to customers. Let's say the phone number got updated, or let's say you want to uh, let's say change the status of the record which is there. So it can be really helpful, especially the customer attributes related to contact information, especially like whenever the sales team is in touch and they want to update those details, they can do that. And next one is related to quality. Now in manufacturing, as you know, like quality is like very, very important. And even in service also you have service quality. So here we are specifically talking about the quality assurance and defect management. So in this case, what happens is sometimes if anyone wants to uh, like let's say they want to report a new issue or they want to submit a new request kind of thing, then they can report that new issue by selecting that particular record, and then they can either update the description or maybe they can update the latest status which is there, and then they can actually go through the different stages like open, progress, resolved, etc. So that is like one use case. And another use case is related to HR. So there also, like now one of the questions which a lot of business users might come and ask is, hey, you are telling that we can make the changes, but who is going to monitor and who is going to take care of the tracking part? Now that's the best part about Translytical task flows. So you can actually send these things for approvals as well. So like it's not like you can directly make the change and without anyone's supervision. You can even connect it with the external APIs. You can even send an approval request to teams. Like you can make it like you can make it like a proper business process flow which is there to follow all those guardrails, so that no one can go directly and make the update without anyone's supervision. Even that is also built in. So whether it is related, and sometimes let's say if you want to assign some certificates or some records which are there, training status for example, something like that has to be updated, it can be done. And similarly, when you talk about marketing campaigns, so definitely there will be some again budget reallocations and other things which can happen. So there also you will be able to take advantage of this functionality. And even in project management and resource allocation, there are many times where you have to reassign the resources, and you also have to add the time entries or labor cost updates, or sometimes you have to give some state, you have to update some task statuses, etc. So there also you can use it. And another important area is related to compliance and risk management. Now generally when we talk about compliance and risk management, definitely there will be some items which require a lot of attention because they might be like very risky. So at that time, like compliance officers or the team which is working on the compliance side, they'll be able to quickly make their comments, and immediately the actions can be taken by the respective departments. And as you know, like when we talk about any industry, a lot of audits will happen, internal audits and external audits. So quickly the compliance team can bring notice to the management about different issues and the risks which they have flagged. So that is also a very good use case to talk about. And when you talk about the technical architecture, Mamta, can you explain more on this?
Yeah, yes, Sanjay. So here for this data flow overview, we want a written result as a output. So process data and return to the report. So whenever we are inserting in record, or else we were like when I say create, delete, and update, these are the actions in our task flows. So whenever I want any action to be needed, so when I this will show in a real time. And then we also have this fabric data sources and external APIs. So along with these three buttons, like which is create, update, and delete, we also have external APIs. Using API also, we can also storage and integrate it in our Power BI desktop. And we have Power BI report, which is like a interactive report slices. Like whenever user don't want to see the product in our table no more, this is available in the market, so he can immediately delete that product. And we have user data functions processing, service, slide and logic and actions. So using this user data functions, we are creating ample of functions like create, and also create only if this is available, or else we also have one more condition saying that so create description which is less than 200 characteristics, something like this we can always flexible to give. And when it comes to components, we have Power BI report with the button, list and text slicers. So to visible in our Power BI desktop, so we can also have other visuals, and along with other visuals we can have this title visual, sorry, table visual. So here using this button, so enable the action for this button, we have to get this action functions, user data functions enable here. And user data functions fabric side logic, we, as I mentioned earlier, in I have shown in the demo. So using Python or SQL, we have to write those data functions. And so data flow will be report input, like which means it is completely starting from our Power BI desktop to, and then it is triggering our user data function, and then it is going back to the SQL database. And when it comes to security, we have filter contest and also user authentication and data permissions. And limitations, we have new slicers only. And also it is not available for PBIR and PBIP is not supported. Only PBIX is supported so far, and this is cannot have a Power BI embedded supported.
So as we
That's
already
it. So we
discussed
can,
about the, yeah, as
yes.
Mamatha has already mentioned, you have to download the 2024 October version to try this out in case you want it. Right, Mamatha?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So that is the version you have to use to try this out. And like overall, if you look at the, I mean, if you want to go get into more details, there is also an official documentation in the Microsoft Learn portal where you can actually go through all the functionalities which are available. And like it has
Oh,
everything, like whatever we discussed, it has all those things. And now coming back to the demo, yes, Mamta, did it load?
so if you
Can we
want to
continue?
try this, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So just a second, Sanjay. So if you want to try this, either you have to have October version Power BI desktop, or else you can also try this in Power BI service. But in service, we don't have text slicer as a filter. So in this case, you if you want to try this, we don't have text slicer in Power BI service. You have to download the October version as of now. Still, this issue was rectified by the Microsoft.
Okay. Okay. Got it. Yeah. Uh, Yeah, and like if we have to like summarize, let's say if you're someone who want to implement it and on the overall business and technical side. So first thing is you need to do the setup, like Mamta mentioned, like you have to download the Power BI desktop and then and even on the admin side, you have to enable the functionality, like the preview should be on in the preview feature. So that has to be enabled. And then you have to define some use cases and also the user data functions, which Mamta just created before. So you have to identify like what are the potential use cases and accordingly the logic in the functions can be defined. And then once you create the functions, you have to connect it to the reports and you have to test it obviously. And then you can do like a pilot. Like maybe you can pick some of the users and then you can do a piloting. And once it is successful, then you can give some training to the users who are there. Like before you do the final rollout, you can give some testing, like you can do some testing and also the users also you can train them and you can even share the official documentation for that particular flow which is there. And then finally you can gather some feedback during the initial phase, and once the UAT is done then you can launch it. So this will be a very good approach to implement a functionality like this. And when it comes to the and also when it comes to one more thing which I want to talk about. So this is like the summary of the capabilities on the technical side, like what Mamta has explained on the architecture side. So you can do a write back, CRUD operations. We call it CRUD. And then we have the external API integration. And we can also have the approvals like the complex business logic. And also we have the native data source support. So this is the overall summary when it comes to the Translytical task flows. Yes, Mamatha. So is that loaded, the report?
Yes, Sanjay, it is completely okay. So let me share my screen.
Yeah.
So using get data, and as I mentioned earlier, I already have the semantic model ready. So Power BI semantic model I'm choosing. So let me cancel this. Get data, Power BI semantic model. Just a second. Okay, before that, let me test this function. So here, once this is published, here we have to go on this three dots, or else we also have this icon, test icon. So if we click on it, so here we can see the test. So here our description need to be in string. So if I give at least any string value, let me give ABC as of now. So ABC and int for the product model ID. Let me give it 6. ABC as a string and 12. There is some bug. Okay, test. So right now we can see the status in progress. Okay, before that, I guess it will take some time to load.
Okay, fine. So yeah, let that load. Let me reshare my screen and continue where I left off. Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we were talking about the implementation roadmap, and then I have given you the summary. And let's talk about the benefits. Like, what are the main benefits of having something like this? Of course, one is operational efficiency. So you don't have to switch between different systems, like directly with Power BI itself as a user interface, you can do it. And of course, like end users will be able to take actions without getting into the loop of like going back to IT and going through that loop. So that will save a lot of time. And also the updates will be faster because since the users are directly like we are enabling the end users to directly interact with the reports. So obviously the real time the updates will be very fast. And also when you talk from a audit and compliance point of view, we can always go back and trace the action history and also the user attribution. So that is also there. And this will also reduce a lot of cost because instead of going through a manual workflow process and also like having the siloed approach, now we are having a very integrated and native approach which will help us to reduce the cost and as well as time. And even and even when you talk about the speed, yes, definitely, like the faster you get the data, faster you get the insights, the faster you'll be able to take different types of decisions, especially at a executive level. So these are like some of the key benefits when it comes to the translytical workflows. Now let's talk about some challenges like which we encounter in our business from day to day. So one is the complex business logic. So this is one thing which we always come across. We can always go with a modular well-tested user data functions. So as you know, these functions require code. So we can write code in such a way that we can simplify that business logic by just dividing them into appropriate modules. And another issue is data consistency across the systems, especially when you talk about transactional, you can say transactional level analytics. So that is also taken care here. And when it comes to user adoption, yes, definitely you need to have a proper plan for this because it's a new feature and not every person will be aware of this. Now, there might be some people who might be aware of other BI tools, not with the Power BI. So you have to make sure that everybody is aware and that increases the user adoption, probably by having trainings, user manuals, and other things. And another thing is related to performance. So obviously, if you use the SQL databases, and also you have to optimize the user data functions and also the queries which are there. And finally, the security concerns. Yes, you have to understand the security part as well, because sometimes if you do not understand, or if you try to implement something but later if you cannot track what changes are made by whom, that can become a challenge, especially on the compliance side. So you have to make sure that you are following all the guidelines which are set by the company, and also whatever policies which the company is following, those also have to be kept in mind, apart from compliance which is there. And these are some of the ways in which you can overcome the challenges. So to handle the security and compliance concerns, yes, you can leverage the existing security features of Power BI and Fabric, especially the audit logging, filter context, etc. And when you compare the translytical task flows versus alternatives, so definitely you have Power Apps as one alternative. So in Power BI, you have the Power Apps visual, which you might have used before. So that is one approach. Now, the second approach is the manual approach, which Mamatha discussed at the beginning of the session, where you traditionally go back to the beginning of the date. Like you will go to the beginning of the, like you will go back to the source and you try to make the changes. Another one is like you can like instead of switching between different contexts, so here you have the same one which I already explained before. And also the workflows, like I mentioned, you can even build like workflows. Let's say if you want someone to approve in the teams, that can also be done. Yes, someone is speaking.
No, sir, that was a miss. You can continue, please.
Okay, fine. Let me reshare my screen. Yeah. So these are some of the consideration and comparisons which you can have with the existing one. Now, if I switch back to the official documentation which is there, now here if you see the function, like you can have a, let's say someone has to request for a discount. So you can actually go ahead and the function will post a message in Teams with the details so that the request can be approved or rejected. Now here you can see a GIF someone has submitted, and here in Teams itself, they don't need to go to some external website or somewhere to approve. So within Microsoft Teams, you have two options to approve and reject. So this will give you a very quick overview on how you can build like an approval flow, right? It's not like user have to always go to Power BI and always keep looking and tracking. So let's say if someone is a business user, they are very, very busy. They can always go back. They'll be working on something. In the meantime, they'll get a notification which they can approve or reject. While sending the notification also, you can customize like all the information, whatever you want to give, those information you can give, so that the person whoever is getting the approval request, they'll get the full context before they approve or reject. And in addition to that, like we mentioned, you also have the APIs which are there. So these APIs, whatever APIs which you are talking about, external APIs, just give me a moment. So you have the external APIs. Now, what is the advantage of external APIs is, now let's say you have a Power BI report, and you can integrate this with your Azure OpenAI, right? So Azure OpenAI, you can take advantage, and even you can have these AI suggestions which can be implemented, and Fabric user data function will provide that OpenAI response based on the prompts. So even that is also enabled. And here, if you just click on this in the documentation, if you go to the GitHub which is there, you will find like more examples on this. And also there are some limitations as well. So we already talked about this. So you need to have the new preview slicers, and also PBIR and PBIP not supported. This is something which is already covered by Mamatha before. So yeah, so this is like the overview on the translytical task flows. Yes, Mamatha, over to you.
Yes, Sanjay. Let me share my screen. Actually, there is some internet glitch.
Okay, sure.
So here, let me take the table visual, and let me have few columns from name from the product model, and also product model ID from fact table, and product description. So before this, I already have the description. Okay. Currently, this is not coming up today.
Okay, no problem. It's fine. Uh, so yeah, so I think you have seen like how the translytical uh, task flows are working. Yes, do you have any questions in the meantime, like while the report is loading and all? Anyone has any questions?
Yeah, Sanjay. Srinivas here. Hi.
Yeah, hi,
Uh,
hi, Srinivas.
so I just asked about the questions like if the report is implemented with RLS, where you have answered like it must be enforced separately in Power Apps. So you mean that an RLS report, Power BI report, will not directly support this translytical task flow? Definitely, do we need to go with Power Apps or is there any
No, no.
possibility?
So no, the Power Apps thing is related to alternatives. Like, let's say this functionality doesn't exist. So what are the options which are available for us? So like, let me reshare the screen and talk about that slide which you are referring to. If I'm not wrong, you are referring to this slide, right? This slide?
Yeah. I mean, like it's a general
Yeah.
question from mine. I'm not just pointing out with the slide
Okay.
actually.
Fine, fine. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. You can see either you can use the Power Apps or you can use this. Like these are like alternatives. Yes, using the Power Apps, you can even integrate the Power Automate flows and then you can go with that approach as well.
I mean, like if this is the case, I mean, like translytical workflow, right? I mean, definitely, I
Hmm.
don't think there won't be much more use with Power Apps. Like earlier, prior to
Hmm.
this introduction of this translytical task flow, we definitely
Yeah.
need to go to the Power Apps and integrate in Power BI, right? So for
Yes.
now, we got this option new feature recently.
Yeah.
So in their case, definitely the Power Apps will lose its demand.
So see, how I would look at this is, see, right now this is still in preview feature and certain things are yet to be supported. So maybe for production use, it might not be like not every enterprise architect might approve at this point, but definitely yes, like you mentioned, since a lot of features are coming natively, definitely this will satisfy the majority of the use cases. But if something is already existing in place, like some solution, maybe that will continue get supported, but at some point they'll be upgraded to the translytical task flows once it goes into general availability.
So I have one more last question. I
Okay.
mean, like this was a question from a long time. We have workloads separately, like Data Factory and Databricks and Synapse, everything. And now we brought all these under one single hood called as Fabric. So
Yeah.
down the line, do we still having these Data Factory as a separate, you know, tool, or there will be no more tools of Data Factory and Synapse?
Okay, so here I would like to answer like in two perspectives. One is like you mentioned, like Synapse, Data Factory, all these things. Now these are all part of Azure ecosystem, right? Now in
Correct.
Azure there are like number of services, like more than 200 services, if I'm not wrong. So Data Factory, Databricks, I mean Azure Databricks, and also like the Synapse, all these things are just few of the services which are there. Now, if you look at the bigger picture, there are so many other services like Azure Cognitive Services, Azure OpenAI, and also like you also have the infrastructure side like VMs, networking.
Mhm.
Then within networking, you have like VNet, subnet, network security groups, etc. And even you have the data governance side, IAM, Identity and Access Management. So Azure is a very big ecosystem out of which these three, four services are very small component of it. Now, what Microsoft is trying to do is they are trying to create a platform where all the users, including data scientists, data engineers, data analysts, can work together in one place. Now, Azure is a very broader ecosystem, so I wouldn't try to compare both of them because they are like they are. I would put it like it's more of an apples to oranges comparison because Azure is more broader because even if you look at Fabric, the backend which is there, like the OneLake storage and everything, it's built on ADLS if I'm not wrong. And also you have the infrastructure which is supported by Azure. So Azure is much bigger than like these two or three individual services. So so how I look at it is, yes, Microsoft has a strategy for sure and how they are going to take this forward. But from how I have seen it, So someone who is more into data engineering, data analytics, and business intelligence, Fabric is a very good place to be in. But if someone wants to go into infrastructure side, they want to have more control over the infrastructure like VMs, networking, and all these things, still Azure will be there, because there you have to manually manage it. Someone who wants to have more control over things, definitely Azure can be utilized. And Fabric is like something which is a simplified approach, a unified approach, which will help the businesses to function very, very smoothly. Yeah. So like two different approaches. That is how I'll put it.
That's great, actually, Sanjay. And one more thing, last thing. If you know about the ClickSense, right? Earlier we used to have the desktop version,
Yeah.
ClickView and ClickSense, but recently, like from 3 or 4 years, Microsoft is rolling out updates on a monthly basis, and I see almost we can, do everything at the Power Based service level. So, is there any
Right.
possibility where Microsoft will be deprecating this Power Based desktop in future?
So I am not, I mean, to be very honest, I am not, I don't have any thoughts on this, because one thing which recently in one of the posts, if you read, I mean, if you have been following product managers of Microsoft and also the news, now because everything is, lot more things are supported in service. Now the Mac users will be able to build reports. Like one of the pain points earlier was it only supports Windows, not Mac or not Linux, etc. But now with everything possible in service, now more users can actually utilize it. And I don't think desktop will be removed or deprecated, because Windows, it is like the king of the OS market, and definitely a lot of people are relying on the desktop version. So I don't think it will go away soon. But now users have two options: either they can use desktop or they can use service. So that's how I will look at it. Like they're trying to give more options and trying to get more users into the ecosystem by giving that support.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Sanjay.
Yeah. Yes. Any other questions?
No, Sanjay, you have clarified
Sanjay,
all
we
the
have one
question.
question on YouTube.
And
Okay.
Um, okay, I need to unmute myself on YouTube first. 1 second. So the question on the YouTube is whether we can see the audit log, like who, when, and what updated in DB. So that is the question.
Yeah. Yes, yes, you will be able to see. Yes, you will be able to see it. Yes.
I think team, you can go ahead with your questions. That was a question on YouTube.
Yeah. Okay. Whether we can
And
see
we
all.
we also have one more question from Devendra saying that can we write back to all types of data sources? So far in Microsoft, so we have OneLake, like we have SQL databases and warehouse, lakehouse. So for these three bases we have tried, and this is working out. But not sure about like if you connect Power BI desktop from Google BigQuery. So this is possible. This will not possible. We are not sure. But so far we tried in these three using these three data sources. It is tried. It is very good for this. It is immediately affecting the change in our database.
Okay. Let me check one question. What are supported write-back patterns? How does Power Apps integrate? See, let me address one by one. So Power Apps, it's a different topic altogether. So if you want to integrate Power Apps with Power BI, there's a Power Apps visual which is there, Rajkumar. So using that Power Apps visual, you can actually embed a Power App inside the Power BI. And then even Power Apps also supports write back. So earlier, you again have to rely on Power Apps to do this. Now natively it is supported. So that is one second question which I'm answering. And the third question is, how do you design a write back table in Fabric or OneLake? So basically you can use your existing tables which are there, which can be used for the write back functionality. And how do you manage concurrency and conflicts? So yeah, this is something again maintained at the database level itself. It follows like what Fabric follows when it comes to the asset properties and other things which are available already. Can write back be real time? Yes. Like Mamatha showed you, like when you first do the write back, and if you go back to the database and run the query, it was immediately reflecting maybe there could be little bit of latency here and there, but it almost got updated within few seconds. And on the Power BI, yes, definitely there is some lag you will find, but in the database itself, if you talk about, yes, it gets it gets updated immediately. Now, what are supported write back patterns in Power BI? Like, can you be more clear on this? Like, what do you mean by like anti pattern in write back design? Like,
like writing directly to fact table or mixing any transactional analytical data. So is there any own logic? So like that.
no, can you repeat? Hello, I lost a couple of
Yeah,
seconds.
yeah. You're talking about anti patterns, right?
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm assuming that is there any right directly we can write directly to fact table any data. So is there any okay Power BI we can use that own logic. So is there any anti patterns like that in terms of analytical data?
See, if I'm understanding your question correctly, like, are you saying that are we like trying like what Shiva is telling you? We are trying to convert a report into an application. Is that what your question is?
Correct, correct.
Yeah, I mean, yes, see, definitely there'll be different use cases for businesses. The idea is not to get into like converting into an application, but it is just like it's one of the demand, like it is based on the user demand and business demands, right? So definitely like this is one of the request and where people are already relying on Power Apps to get this solution implemented. Yes, in a way, what we are doing is we are doing back and forth. So instead of data traveling only in a single direction and giving the output, we are also like doing it the other way around, like the opposite way. So that is something which is there. Yeah, in a way you can say, yeah, it is like deviating from the like the original way how it was intended, but that is very much required because the tools have to adapt to the business demands and all. So it's a good direction, I would say. And over a period of time, new features will be implemented because now it is still in preview. More and more things will be added over a period of time. So at this time, like if you noticed, for example, the things which I described. So today, yeah, you can have an approval flow and all, but maybe in the future it can be little more complex than that as well. So we have to see how it goes. Yeah, in a way, yes, this is something will like even when I speak to a lot of users, like a lot of people are not even aware that a feature like this exists. So this is more like an awareness session where we wanted to show that, hey, this is the art of possible. Like because there are certain things which you might use in certain contexts, some things you may never use, even though that feature exists. Now, the whole point of this session is to bring that awareness that, hey, this is what you can do it in Power BI. Whether you use it or not depends on the business case. Now, yes, when we talk about security, when we talk about auditing and a lot of these things, definitely at the database level, since you're doing the changes, so you'll be having like I mean, you'll be having that like whenever there's a change in the database, you can always like depending on which database it is, you can always have that alert or a notification which you can set up in case if you really need something like that. If it is like business critical, so yeah, it depends. And also one is on the technology side, which we talked about, and apart from technology side, on the business side also, like people have to agree there should be some data governance model across this, and all the people have to agree with the new process which is set in place, and the architects, leads, developers, whoever are working, they also have to be confident about the new system, then only it will get rolled out. So a lot of I mean there are a lot of external and internal factors, but yeah, so I mean the whole point is like to just make everybody think in the new direction. Yeah. Yes.
Uh, I guess there are no questions.
There's one more on the um, YouTube Live, which is basically, is write back similar to slowly changing dimension, or how is it different? I don't
I
think
would say
it's similar to slowly changing
no,
dimension.
no, it's not. No, it is not slowly changing. It's a different topic altogether. See, slowly changing dimension is more of like you have different types again in slowly changing dimension, type 0, type 1, type 2, type 3, etc. Here, what we are doing is it is more of a type 1, I would say, not type 2. It is more of a type 1. If you ask me if I have to correlate both. Yeah. Okay, I think those are the questions. I think, yeah. Okay, I would like to thank Amit, like Bharat, and also Aditya, and also the entire the entire organizing team, and also the Microsoft Global Conference, like whatever event which we had today. Like there were a lot of speakers, a lot of attendees, and definitely it requires a lot of effort to coordinate and have a platform like this for everyone to share their thoughts and ideas. So I would like to thank everyone for giving me this opportunity. And yeah, it has been a great experience connecting with all the professionals across the world. Good to see again. Like last time I spoke on the meetup at Microsoft Office, and again meeting the community. It is like a very good experience. Looking forward to more such sessions and all. And tomorrow also we have another day of conference. I'm hoping to see all of you there as well. Definitely make sure that you share this information to your groups and your other you can say your other communities which are there, so that they will also have the awareness and they will also attend these sessions to gain more knowledge. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Sanjay and
Thank
Mamatha.
you so
And
much, everyone.
yeah, Mamatha, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Amit Chandak sir, so for giving this opportunity, and also thank you so much, attendees, for it's already 10 p.m. and you are staying till this time and listening to us.
Thank you,
Okay,
guys.
thank you, everyone. We are going to wrap up this very soon. Just to have a warning, those who wanted to watch the recordings, that I noticed that recording is getting cut off after 12 hours. So this recording may also, we might lose 3 hours of recording here, but we'll load those videos separately. Hopefully everything got recorded correctly. We'll do a little bit of cutting and then loading it out. But hopefully you should be able to see 12 hours of video recorded, because the other video was 13 hours and I now see that it's only 11 hours 55 minutes after it got saved. So you may see the challenge. So in that case, we'll try to upload these sessions. So probably session from Mamatha and Sunil and one more session has to be separately loaded. Last minute thoughts from moderators, speakers, anyone? Should we wrap it up then?
Thank you.
Thank you, Amit. Thank you, Sanjay.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, everyone.
I think we can start this session.
Okay, start. Okay. Okay. Good evening, everyone, and good morning, wherever you're coming from. Today, I'm going to show you with live demo also, including the code, how we can build a smart M32 application with Azure AI Foundry from files to the insight. We'll see documents in the PDF documents, document everything in OneDrive, and also we'll see how we can use the M365 to combine that and make the insight out of it. And also we'll also see how for the email, we'll go through all the email with Outlook and see how that also can be either using the AI or the smartly we can get the analytics from it. So without further ado, let me start the screen. Okay, so yeah. Let me quickly introduce myself. I'm currently a principal AI engineer. I have around 21 years of software engineering experience. I do a one patent in generative AI and also a speaker, and also do write some Medium articles. Whenever I find that time, I will share the screen at the end of the session. Also, I do share the slides and along with the code at the end of the session. My key expertise areas are MA, and ML. Also, I'm a solution architect. in the current company and also microservices on the cloud. So yeah. So today's agenda, let's say talk quickly on the agenda on. So we are first of all before your 40 Azure overview. Most of you might be knowing, but I'll just give just around 2 minutes to quickly just demonstrate how the complete Foundry looks like, and we'll jump into the live demo. First, I'll show the live demo so that you can understand exactly what I'm talking about. Then we'll go to the architecture, so we can relate my whatever I showed in the practical. We can relate to the theory part, how the architecture what I used for this demo, and with the code walkthrough, a quick code walkthrough, only few lines of code, not much. We can use all the Azure Document AI Intelligent. We'll do a quick code walkthrough, and also what is the production consideration. So this is for completely production ready. What are other things for enterprise to take? I'll also briefly look into it, and then I will share the complete resource. So you can also do the same after this session. You can try with the own setup on your enterprise with a combine everything, just changing with all the required environmental variables and all the doing the setup. But lastly, we'll break up for question answers if you have any. So let's see the challenges currently what we are facing. So the modern business challenges. So how do we extract insight from the diverse document format? See, we have PDF, we have a lot of documents in the company. We would have a lot of Excel sheets spread across the same. So without so many diverse, I will get to extract insight from quite a bit of company very easily, very quickly, with just everything dumped in a OneDrive. Or if you see any of the meeting happens, right? Currently what we are doing meeting, same thing. If you're doing the business and what you're doing in the company, everything will get dumped. All your video files and everything will get dumped into the OneDrive. Any document we share across your team, if you add any documents in the team, share to your team members, again, those are dumped in the OneDrive. So we can get the extract insight from all this data. That's what we're going to see about. That are the challenges. And also, how do you make M365 data more intelligent? We do have a Copilot, yes. This one is customized one where we're not using any Copilot here. No, we're not using any agentic one. We can make a customized one. I'm showing you the other way around. How can do customize yourself without using built-in Copilot? Of course, we can use a summarization from directly from the Copilot, but this is something without using the Copilot one, without using the built-in tool, how we can customize based on your business requirement. And how do you build a AI-powered apps quickly? So that's what I'm going to be showing up today. And how do we do this without enterprise complexity? So without having any much complexity, how do you can very quickly? Let's see that actually. And the answer is the Azure AI Foundry plus Microsoft 365. So I'm using both this together with my personal account, and we'll see we can same thing can be bring it to the enterprise account as well. For this demo, I cannot use my enterprise ID of my company, so I'm using my personal account for the demo purpose. So very quickly, let's see about what is Azure Foundry looks like at a very high level. I'm using I'm going to use Foundry model, that is GPT-4.0. I'll show you in the demo. And I don't currently I'm not using any agentic service. I do use Azure Search and Azure services in this demo. I'm currently not using machine learning or any content. Also using content safety, and the observability currently not been done for this demo. So with that, I'm going to connect with the Visual Studio, and I'm not connecting with any of the GitHub, but everything will be in a local. Also, I'll show you how we can put into the Azure App Services. Also, I will show you how we can deploy the application completely into the cloud also. So this is at a very high level, it looks the stack. And let's dump it in. Okay, let me close this. Okay. Yeah. So let's understand what is Azure Foundry. What is the component? What we see in the very full complete bigger one, but what I'm going to I'm going to cover in today's session. So I'll use OpenAI services for GTP model, for chat completion and embedding, and document intelligence. I'm going to show the OCR because it does automatically. Azure document it does automatically your OCR, document understanding, even the complex form table reduction can be done with just a single line of code. I'm not using third-party tool here. I'm fully using Azure, making use of the editors for complex questions, which I'll show in the demo. And content safety also implemented using responsible AI feature. So moderation, everything is taken care. And integrated development by IDE, which I'm using the IDE for the deployment for the management of the tools and evaluation purpose. So this is what we're going to see out of this. These are 4 key feature I'm using it for today's demo. So this is the high level architecture before jumping into demo. Very high architecture, what I'm going to show you in N by N. So we have the user interface. I'm not using the mobile, I'll show directly in the browser running locally that actually connected the application layer. So here backend, I'm not using Python. I'm using Node.js. Feel free to, you can use the Python also. I'm using Node.js, an Express server running in my laptop, which has session and API endpoint and business log is written. We use authentication. I'm using Microsoft Enter ID, that is Azure ID, with MSAL authentication, not the Auth4. I will show that actually with my personal account, my personal M365 subscription, I'm using that authentication. So that will connect to my complete OneDrive and Outlook. I cannot use Teams because personal doesn't support the Teams. So for this demo, I'm only restricting only to OneDrive and Outlook. You can connect to SharePoint and you can connect it to your Teams also, but currently cannot do it in my case because I'm using a personal account. And also Azure is a Foundry services for document regions, as I told. It's available on the fly. It will charge based on the number of tokens, the number of images, number of how you're extracting. And I'm using Azure OpenAI GPT-4o. I'm using it. And also key services like Key Vault and AppSynget, which store all my credentials, everything. I'm using Key Vault. And then layer 5 data sources. Of course, as I told data source, I'm going to show you a demo on Excel sheet, a sample PDF, also some Outlook in the demo. You'll understand better. And also you look into my Outlook, my personal Outlook mailbox. You can see how it can summarize this. So I can use any doc, Excel, PDF, anything I can use because document agents pass all the documents automatically. I'm not using any of the parser. I'm directly pushing all the files directly to document regions. So Azure it supports multiple format, which I will show you. So this is how the architecture looks like in my demo. This is how I implemented totally. All the source code I will share at the end. You can try it on your own. So let's go to the this is the flow. This is the flow. When I show in the demo, I'll sign into my Microsoft account. Then I'll authenticate it as I told. Then we'll select the document. I'll select the document in the list. It first goes and find out all my on my OneDrive and get me the list of documents. I'll select whichever I want, and it will download with Graph API. Why do we need a graph? Because I need to sort based on the create a graph or list of files. All my OneDrive, it creates a graph structure so that I can sort based on the latest document, and then I can do the extract using OCR, optical, all any written and unwritten tables, any layout tables, any complex it will go to extract, and will analyze the answer based on the user question. Then it returns the answer to the user. So let's see the live demo first. We'll understand better what I'm actually doing it. So let's jump into the demo quickly so that I will show you how it looks actually. Now, before demo, these are the things I need to say. I already set up in there. I already set up. I went to the Azure AI and set up my deployment already deployed. So I am not showing .env because all my credentials are there. I'm pushing the given only template. .env has all my endpoint ready, my API key, my deployment, GPT-4o, everything is ready. And next I need, as I told, I'm using a document resident for extraction. So for that I need go to this portal. I go to that, then navigate to document resource. There I'll copy my keys and endpoint. Copy there and I have to add it here. Everything I documented clearly in my README. You can try it out in the interest of time. I can't show completely full. If I time permits, I will show. Let's see based on the timing. Then I went to for the authentication purpose. We have to go to the portal again, go to the Microsoft Foundry, add applicant register, select your application register, and copy your client ID and client secret. You need to copy it here. Then 1090 make it common so that it works for both personal and work accounts. So you can use for the common one. If you want only consumer, you can put it as a consumer. So I put it a common so that easily I can transfer to enterprise if required. And this year currently I'm running on localhost in my machine. Hence that I'm localhost. Otherwise you need to change if you're using app services or callback. This is for the callback. Once authorization is done. The port you can give any port number. And session secret also you can give anything. A random that we can give any, or you can generate, or you can give any session secret. That's it. So with that, I'll just run npm and just try start. So I'll just run it. I just do the npm run. So it does, sorry, because of the automatic install, it's not like, okay, npm run. So now, sorry, it is start. Yeah, let's start the demo. So it is running in currently here, running in my localhost. Let me go and open it. So if you see, this is what a simple app running in locally. So just this Azure Foundry micrograph graph. I'm just signing. So I'm doing authenticating with my personal ID. As you see, this is my personal ID. I'm getting authenticated it using the authenticator and immediately got authenticated now. Now, if you see in here, I don't have any files to list. So I have OneDrive Intelligent. So let me show my OneDrive first. So this is my OneDrive. If you see, I have mounted on my OneDrive. If you see my latest document, this is what today, whatever I'm going to, this I'm going to demo here. I have one sample text, sample PDF, and small Excel sheet, small documents. I have the few documents here. It will go to search entire thing and create a structure. It will create a complete graph out of it. So currently I'm not going inside my directory because I have too many files here. I don't have to go inside too many files inside. So that is why I'm just ignoring all my directory. So of course you can go inside it and do, but for this demo purpose, I'm just doing it that way. So as soon as I click on load file, it just create a graph. It automatically created a graph and it's sorted based on the time. If you see today morning only, I created these 4 files. This 4, I'm not going to my Aadhaar ID, my presentation, everything. So I'm just going to this 4, I'll sample, which I created today morning only, which are different data structures inside. So it got loaded all my files. Let me select the one by one. So it's given a date when actually it was done, 2025, when the documents is there, everything I got here. I'm only getting the top one with my OneDrive account. Let's go to the notes first. Let's see what the notes content is first. Then we'll ask the question one. A simple text. I'm keeping is very, very small only because it will cost me every token will be charged whenever I do the live demo. Hence, I'm keeping it very simple. I think this very, let me try to increase the font so that you can see. It's a simple document, nothing else. It has some meeting notes on December 10, team leads who are attended, some key discussion and some action item. A sample document, I kept it very, very small. You can have multiple documents also. We can have 100 pages. This is not an issue. We're doing it. Everything is chunked and send it back to the Azure, Azure document intelligence, but it will be cost by token. Hence, I have a very, very simple one. So this notes, I have some data which I have copied just in interest of time. I have a couple of data. You can ask any question. I'm just asking what are the action items for this meeting. So let's ask in the notes, what are the action item? In the C, should action item can be here. It should have scheduled follow-up meeting. You should be able to fetch this 4. Let's see whether it is does or not. It will take some time. As you saw in the flow, it will take some time because it will take 2 or 3 seconds to process at the backend. And I can see it is from the Azure document intelligence. There are 436 character and sizes. I'll be charged with this. How much it is actually. Let's see it is same. Let's compare it and see. So it's asking me schedule a follow-up meeting in team. Yes, perfect. And it's asking me prepare presentation for stakeholders and review the budget proposal. Perfect. And plan the team at January. It's able to perfectly give me the action item. As I told, it can be a very long document also. It will take only some time, but it's able to get the answer. Let's ask one more question. Simple. So what is the next meeting schedule? So it should ideally answer me on December 17th. So let me ask the follow-up question here and ask AI. And all the code I will share it then. You can try it on your own or the GitHub. So December 17th is able to get me the answer. December 17th. This is a simple text. Directive one, nothing much is required. Let's go to next, the report PDF. As the report, a PDF report. Again, I made it a simple document, not much complex one. Just to make sure I don't want to charge much. It has some key metrics as executive summary. It has Q3 to the performance, but some dummy report. What is the recommendation? What are the challenges is there? A sample report. We can have charts also. There doesn't matter. We can have a table. I'll show in Excel. We have a table. So I have the customer satisfaction, everything, a sample document. Let's ask few questions from here. So this is the report I'm talking about. So let's see what was the revenue growth in Q3. So even before, let's find out the answer first. So what was the revenue on Q4? It's 1.2 million, 28%, sorry, increase in revenue. Let's see what the answer will be able to reflect it. So the report I selected for Q3, let's ask the AI and then compare it. It will take some time because the entire PDF has to go to the document AI at the backend. It does the documentation to the Azure Foundry and will get back the data. So it takes some time, around 5 to 10 seconds, unable to get. So was that 28%? It's telling me 28%. Let's cross check once. On the level, let's see where is that. It is on 28%. The user engagement was 28% increase in the revenue. Yeah, see, it's able to get me the 28% increase. It's able to fetch the data. Let's last one more question, not tomorrow. I'll ask one more last one. Let's ask you what are key challenges. Summarize the recommendation. This is better. Let's do the summarize it. Let's summarize the document and see what are the summarize the recommendation. So what are the recommendations in the report? It's able to summarize. See what is summarize. This C has to invest in scaling, enhance customer support. Let's see if it's able to answer it. Yeah, you can see. You can cross check. I should be able to. You should be able to summarize it correctly. If you see the DAX, you can side by side comparison thing. So invest in infrastructure scaling, enhance customer support, and it's able to summarize it. Summarize the recommendation part. So let's try out with budgets now with Excel. Let's go back to my OneDrive. Go back to the budget one. And it has some simple category, amount and percentage, a dummy one and total, and some analytics, how much they have spent for digital ads, how much content, events, analytics, and what percentage is. A simple one. Again, I told you can have a complex graph. I'm not doing it because of it will be cost for every token, but unless because I have to do the OCR chart analysis at the back end, and it will be cost based on which will be charged. You can try it out. Let's ask few questions on the budget. Let's see for advertising as random question. Anything will should one. Even we'll do this two. Last two we'll do. How much allocation for digital advertising? I think it's probably I think $2,000, $2 million. Okay, yeah. The amount of digital advertising is $2 lakh. Let's see if it's showing the same. Yeah, it's same. You can see here for digital ads. And let's do one more quickly. One more. Give me a summary breakdown. Yeah, we'll ask the complete breakdown actually. Let's do the complete breakdown and ask the AI. And it'll take some time because already this chunk is done, so it should be able to quickly. So it's able to give me the complete breakdown very quickly. So the table has been given very clear budget and also total budget amounts it is able to calculate 5,000. Even if it doesn't have 5,000, it will calculate and give it to us. So it gives a complete summary. Imagine if a very large, very big data, it's able to summarize and give it a breakdown. So with this, let's go to the next one. Last one, the sample doc. I'm not adding any PPT here. I'm just putting a sample doc. And let's go back to the question. Let's sample. So let's say what are the team member mission? Okay, what is the total budget for this campaign? Okay, let's see the budget one. We'll ask the budget. It will work all the three. I'm just randomly picking one question. In the meanwhile, sample. Let me open the sample one. So it is the what the document contains. It's a doc. Let it open once again. Yeah, of course, you can use Copilot as I told. You can use the same question. It will still works if you use the Copilot. But this is the way how we can programmatically customize. We can. So that's the whole idea is. Let's see what a second came. What the total budget of this campaign is telling Q4 to marketing campaign is 5 million or $5 lakh. Let's see its total budget. Okay, what is the total member? Okay, let's see. That is the total expense. Yeah, budget is the total. It's able to get me the value correctly. Let's have some complex question here. That's a simple one. So team member, what a main objective of the project, what a team members mentioned. So let's see able to extract the entity extraction can be done by team members. Who are the team members in there? Let's give it some time. Okay, the team member, marketing director, digital lead, and content manager, along with the name. Let's see. Yes, yeah, it's able to extract the team member here. And you can summarize the documents. I can simply say, I can summarize the documents also. I can tell what is the summarize the document. I can only do spelling is fine. Summarize the document, ZD or everything, it will work. Summarize the document, I can do it to summarize actually. If you have a very big document, just ask us to summarize it. It will go on, which is not in the, it will be able to summarize the entire thing and see it's able to say what is that. It can be able to summarize the entire thing. So you can ask any other question, anything is fine. So I think this is what I want to cover as part of the demo. Let's see the code, how it looks. We'll see the code and how it code structure. How it is very easy. This how the okay. Let's go to email. Okay, let's go to the email inside. This is the one part. Let's go back to my email. I only few mail. I long back I had some getting started email. Today only just sent my 3 emails just for this demo purpose because I'm not using my account. So just for demo purpose, I sent 4 email. Saying one is by the file inside per okay, this is the same whatever I'm talking about. The file from the inside building smart summary. So what is it about? I just sent a mail. And then I had a Q4 campaign. I just had some dummy email here about my campaign. What is the project status and what is the budget update? What is the next? And I have one more email having a integrated strategy meeting December 18th. So it is the next upcoming meeting. Where is the location? Agenda, what is the agenda for my next meeting? What is the action? I just added it actually. And then one more last I added for a invoice, a reminder invoice. This is my total. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 emails. I only have 5. So let's go back to here. Go back to my this one, the demo. Yeah, okay, go back to the demo. So here, let's go to the email insights. So now it will go to, if I click on analyze image, at the backend, since I already connected to my Outlook, it will analyzes all my email and summary, give a brief summary of all the email. So it has a 6 recent mail. Telling although 5, there is a 1 null because on some 216 I sent. I'm not able to delete that actually. Instead I'm getting 6. It's very older one is showing, and it's able to analyze the insight fee. It's able to give me insight. What are the main topic discussed? One is payment reminder, which I showed you. One schedule and planning the meeting. One updates of the budget approval. One leveraging the Azure enhance for the patient, which currently which we're talking about, and one new account setup. So it summarized me, and most accuracy 4 out of 6 is for myself. From the other my Gmail, I sent this to my account. So it tells me 4 is coming from my other account. So an urgent attention. So it give me urgent items to look into it. So invoice payment request and December 6th attention. Your budget approval is requested. It's giving a insight automatically. Again, you can customize based on your prompt. I will show you what you want. If you want any other thing to it, you just need to update the prompt template. I'll show that where it is exactly. And it will give me the recent template, recent email. All the recent which I showed here. Everything is same because I just use my other account, my Gmail account, to send it to this, my Outlook account, just for this demo purpose. So if we can analyze 100, 200, 300 email, again we get charged because it analyze LD, it will go to chunk and it has to do the processing and come back here. So it will based on your email, how lengthy it will be charged. It's pay as you go for me because it's a personal account. Now coming, this is just a chain, nothing else, just a small chat application just for the demo. It's not too good, just chatting, a general like a ChatGPT one. So these are 2 I want to cover. Let's go to the code and understand how very few lines of code, how we can able to customize and we can do it. So let's go back to this one. After doing this, see, all the code is in server and app, only 2. So if we go to the server, it's straightforward, it's not much. Let me quickly go to the code. Important points. So everything is clear, documented. So you can go and you can say, let me minimize this. Okay, if this is all this way just express, this is just like a import in the Python, how you import library. I'm just using the core authentication purpose for the authentication purpose and a form recognition, what form it is, and for the this I'm currently not using. So if you want to save cost, if you don't want to use document everything, so you can use the inbuilt doc parser. Currently, I'm not using I just have put it for a completeness. I'm not using any of the PDF parse. I'm not using PDF parse. I'm not using this parsers. For this, everything I'm using document AI because irrespective of the DAO complexity, it will work. But if you use any of the third party like doc puzzle for Mamatha or PDF parts, so it may not be able to extract the complexity if you have a complex document. So you can based on your business requirement, you can mix match between open source, these tools, and this one based on its cost, based on your business requirement, you can combine both. So with this, this is the story using app. This is the secret, getting the secret one. This is for the configuration for authentication called MSL configuration. You just need to get a tenant ID and just logging it, whether it's successful or not. Initial authentication. This is all the same. And this is where I'm connecting to my Azure OpenAI. This is where I'm connecting to my Azure. I'm using currently J240 Mini. I'll show in the Foundry. And this is for the doc extraction. So for the Azure endpoint, I'm just adding for doc engine key. So this is where actually documentation comes into picture. So within this one line of I'm getting my Azure details endpoint. I'm just passing it. So if you see, I'm just creating a new instance out of it, of the class, and passing that the credentials. So we'll get an instance. We'll get a client. Once I get the client, I can just pass it directly. So now this is the endpoint where I'm putting in this index. Initially will come to index ML, which ensure this is for the status endpoint. So this is authentication for the login. So I think authentication login. So let's skip this part. It's straightforward, and this is a callback. Once authentication done, it's a redirect URL. Once everything succeed, where to pass. This is all common. This is for exchange code photo. This is the exchange code. For authenticate everything fun. Now, once everything, this is for logout. Once I do a sign out, I can come out. So let's do the graph. See, this is the graph client. This is where actually you have to provide a token where you create a graph automatically. You don't have to create it. The API is automatically for you. The client will going to build a graph structure based on the number of files you have at the backend. That's why I'm using the graph structure so that easily parse the graph data structure. So this is my OneDrive. This is my OneDrive file operation. So I'm passing the OneDrive files already authenticated. So it will get me all. If it's not authorized, it'll come back if you don't have authentication. Otherwise, it goes and root and children see. I'm going the OneDrive root folder. Only the flights from the root. I'm not going recursively. Just because you take recursively, it will take create a RAG. It will try to chunk the documents. It will take a lot of time, and also you get a lot of charge because of your OpenAI cost. You are all embedding everything at cost. So I'm just going only the top first only 50 items that without going to any recursively. So it will get me name, ID, size, everything. I'm clutching it. And it creates a graph. If you see, I got all the download Microsoft. I'm just passing the graph download URL. I'm passing it and getting all the filter. Once I get a filter, I'm sorting it. See, this is where I'm sorting it because I want the latest based on your business requirement. You sort where you want. I wanted the latest document to be available for this demo. So I'm sorting here and limiting it. And then once you get a message you're successful, this is the ending error. So this is done that part. This is doing a processing part. This is where I'm just PDF and what are the using the document agency, what are document just first getting the format, which format it is based on that I'm calling here. If you see here, after extracting and downloading, this is where I'm include extensions. This is where I'm calling. I'll show you exactly where I'm calling it. Say being analyzed. See, this is where pre-built read buffer. I'm putting everything here. I'm putting asynchronous call. I wait is not asynchronous call. I'm not waiting to let finish. So here, this is where I'm calling the our intelligent directly. All is available in the document, Microsoft documentation. You can just copy paste it directly. And is the fallback if nothing were, suppose if it's failed, I'm putting a fallback here. Suppose say for some reason not available, I'm using based on that, I'm using a local document parser. So it's going to extract locally. So suppose that document is some reason fail, I have a fallback using the Mammoth parser. This is a local fallback, which is free of cost. It won't charge you anything because everything runs locally here. So then for the PDF also same. I'm not using PDF. Again, it is uses only for the PDF files when it said fallback. Otherwise, everything get from the directly from there. CSV, everything have the local format supported. If you comment this, it will still work. If you comment everything, if you comment everything directly, it will fall back to where we can use the etc. also. So let's go to document analysis API. I think someone. Okay, document analysis API. So this is where I'm calling the analysis document. This is the endpoint. When it this endpoint, this is what it happens. After authentication time, I'm going to drive item. This is where recursive step to download the files actually is happening, which I showed, right? It downloads all locally in the temporary drive, and then it started creating a chunks or a once it find the MME type based on that, do the extraction. This extraction logic, nothing else. And prepare for open. This is what I'm talking about. See, this is what I'm asked question, what to telling if the document contains this is the prompt I'm passing it. We have a system prompt telling that your helpful assistant that answer the question. Because a chatbot about the document. Analyze the provided document carefully and answer question accurately. See, this is the prompt where you can make the changes based on your requirement. This is my system prompt, and here I'm passing the content directly. The metadata, everything I'm passing, so that it can answer by document AI. Then get API response. Once everything is done, that's it. We're logging it. Then return the response with the metadata. That will pass with the front end. We'll pass to back. This is the backend code. Server is the backend code. We will send to the front end. So that's it. This is about email insights. It's exactly the same. I'm creating a graph client here and put the message here, put a subject from receive date and everything. I'm getting a 10 most recent message and get the flash data and then checking there is no email, you'll get a 0. Suppose I don't have it, I deleted all the email. Then get the summary, create an email summary for analysis because I need a summary of all the right to get. So this is what I'm talking about again, the prompt. So here you can make the change based on your requirement. So your email medical assistant provide concise insight about email patterns, import sentence based on a topic. So I'm also telling them analyze this email content, provide insights. So you change based on your requirement. Key topics discussed, most recent, any urgent issue. So you can add number 4th item, whatever based on your requirement. You just keep adding here without writing a single line of code. You can just add the same thing come under the backend. And then you get the insight. Just calling the OpenAI chat conversation. Straightforward call. I just will get the AI message I'm passing. and the number of maximum tokens, you'll get the answer directly. So this is the email summary. This is a chatbot we'll ignore because anyway, just a chat, URL listener, whatever you talk, just like a chat GTP one. So this we can ignore. So this is how I'm starting the server here. So everything, the front end code is straightforward. This is how the back end code, and front end code is straightforward. There is nothing much. There is nothing much in the front end code with the indexes I have written. All this about the send chat, passing about this is our endpoints I'm calling from front end to back end. The chat history I'm to maintain the chat history. It's all normal. I'm putting a clear instruction what each message does. So you can reuse it, what is the format, everything for PDF. And this is the way you can see, this way you can change. This is a PDF I'm making this. I can put Adobe Acrobat this symbol also if you want. So this is where the way getting icon prompt. And if you see this way, able to get this all this icon prompt for the UI. So everything in index. See, there's not much in the front end code. Everything at the back end. So this front end code is helping you to give the file name like this, the text, this icons. So this is about the demo. Let's go to the slides and we'll then go for the question and answer. Let's switch back to my, I will share all everything. I have a clear readme instruction. So there's a readme. You can follow along this. You can everything given clear step how to deploy, get the tenant ID, everything written fully. Everything is available. You can go through this completely. So let's go back to the slide with demo. So this is what we did. You already saw. So you see that you already saw that multi-format support like PDF file. We did a OCR. We did table extraction. We did layout analysis. We do. In case of Word document, we do just a text. Also, we'll preserve the structure. You saw that in the demo. It able to exactly with the correct structure, right? When I have bullet points, exactly got a bullet points. I got a 1, 2, 3. So even format also got awareness. So everything is there, not been even chunked wrongly. And also in the Excel spreadsheet also, we can say data action, table, everything has been taken care. I think somebody has an unmute. Can someone help me to mute? Okay, for the PowerPoint also, I'm not showing the demo. For the PowerPoint, I'm not showing a demo in interest of the time, but it will still work for the PowerPoint also. And even also, I'm not doing anything, just for the interest of the time. And for the text files also, it will work. I show only TXT, I didn't show MD, CSV, everything it will work actually. Now, capability, you already saw that. Email intelligent, I don't have to repeat again. You saw the intelligent, how I asked in the natural language. I got in text answer. It is a context aware. It is grounded to the documents. It never hallucinated it. Probably I can show in asking some, just for a show and quickly, it won't hallucinate. Let me go back here, the same sample document. Let me ask this has only this summary, right? Let me ask just a slightly out of the question. In the sample, I will ask what is the revenue Q3? So if this is the out of the question, I will ask, and it should be able to tell me, not to tell me because it should be grounded to this document. So let's see what will able to tell the Q3. Is there any Q3? Let's see. The document sample does not provide any information regarding the revenue Q3. It is only contains about Q4 of market. See, I'm not hallucinate here. This is what I'm talking about. It won't hallucinate. It is grounded on the whatever the documents available here. It's been grounded here. It won't hallucinate. So that is what I'm talking about this slide. So it is on the context aware and get insight answer. It's based on the exactly whatever it is. It won't hallucinate. It's been grounded to the document. Next, email intelligent is you saw it automatically did a pattern detection. It topic identified and urgency also detected automatically. You saw that in the demo. And conversation is just like how the chat, just a chatbot. Just to say whatever, I just skip that part. It's just a question and answer. We can similar to like ChatGPT. We can have a simple conversation directly with OpenAI or whichever the model at the backend you deployed in the Azure Foundry. And UX is just a simple UX, and the real time is to show the visual feedback, which I shown already. So coming to the core architecture, which already I explained, this is how it looks in the backend. I showed Node.js, which is written in Node.js server. I showed as the main application. I showed about the authentication. I showed of the graph integration. I also walked through to clients and API endpoint. And the front end is just simple HTML, no React, no complex anything. A simple HTML with Abjad.js, all the logic and style for the CSS design. And ENV, I have not shown my what ENV because I want to keep the same for the one future demo. If I don't want to share my ENV, all my credentials is hidden. Only the template I have shown. And this is the libraries I used. OpenAI for the OpenAI chat, and MSLA node for the authentication, and graph client for the graph one, and AI form recognition to recognize the form. All this link is provided in my resource at the end. And coming to the final part, intelligent. So it is pre-built. See, what is actually the document intelligence parser? It is everything is pre-built. So it supports 100 plus languages, high accuracy OCR. I'm talking about document intelligence of the Azure. What they are supporting is a pre-built as you don't have to write any code, you don't have to use third party. It supports 100 plus languages and very accurate. And so the advanced feature like layout, if you have multiple layouts, you can able to detect even. You can try with multiple complex table, complex invoices, it is still able to extract it. In this demo, I didn't add that only because of the cost concern and time concern, but feel to use the complex invoice, it able to extract it. And also handwritten support. You can try with the handwritten also. And it's a enterprise grade. It's given by 99% SLA, your service agreement, is GDPR complaint. It's all your complaints. It takes all the your IPA complaint or all your European contents, everything is complaint, and it's scalable. It's completely scalable. It won't crash even if you have multiple documents at the same time. It scales at the behind the scene. These are the common code snippet which already I shown. What I use just a doc line that begin analyze document, only one line code which I showed in the buffer contains the complete the document thing, and just call the pool until then finish. Just 2 lines of code, it will does the document initial. If you can do manually also, you can go to the Azure Foundry, go to the document AI, upload the document, you can extract the invoice. You can do directly with UI. Visual, this is what I showed everything complete end to end with coding and integration part. So coming one point I want to mention at the last before end of the session. So I use personal account, but only problem as I told, it doesn't support SharePoint. Hence I cannot show you the SharePoint in this demo. It won't support Teams. Otherwise I would have shown the Teams. I would have attended how many are currently attendees are in live. I would have shown direct live demo. How many are attending participant in live? Any questions they have typed, I would have shown the demo. Unfortunately, it is not support complete. It's very limited. And also admin features also don't available. But for enterprise, yes, support all the three. And compliance very basic and pay as you go. So I'll be charged only whatever demo I showed. So about enterprise and enterprise separate reading lessons and getting lessons. This is what I will just compare between personal and enterprise. Yes, my demo was very minimal. And API remains the same, no change. Authentication everything remains the same, there is no change. And only the OneDrive, personal, there is a business. So with that, this is what thinking about the production. Now, if you want to take this into the production, so these are things you need to consider actually. The first thing is security. So we already all our key environment is safe with Azure Key Vault. Currently locally it is demo, but if you're putting in the app services like Azure app services, they you can put into the Azure Key Vault secrets. All your secret can be over there so that nobody can hack or nobody can flash. Only your application only has access to that. And of course, identity management and certification based and token refresh logic have to be implemented. And for monitoring, we have app insights, performance metrics are not shown here in this demo. And for the scalability, Azure, that's what I'm talking about. You can deploy everything locally in Azure within 10 minutes. You can do an Azure App Store, which have a documentation already in my README. You can try it out. Just zip the document, entire document. Just you need to zip it without .env. Go to the Azure Foundry. Just go to the Azure App Services. Just put the zip inside and you just add the all .env variable manually. That's it. Then wait for 2, 3, 4 minutes. You are ready. Your app will be ready. You can do it directly, share to your team members or directly available live and running. So that's why you get a scalability in there. It does support horizontal scaling because you are already in app service. It does this also CDN and also used for Redis for session management. You can use that Redis also. And for the cost optimization, you need to go for caching charges. So that same time, if I have same question, currently I've not done any caching here because same question if I ask again, it still does the document AI. When the customer or the user has the same question, there is no need to go to the again document AI or OpenAI. It will cost. I can save the money by caching everything the session. So user has the same question again, similar question again, you already get from the cache directly. So that's why you can able to cost minimize the cost. Another is token limit management. So also to limit the token per pieces so that they not keep asking continuously question, add a limit to the token. And also the pricing tiers, there you can go and look at the different document pricing tiers available. So based on that, you can do the cost optimization. And also, as I told, you don't need to use document intelligence for everything. You can use the third-party library available based on your business requirement. For the complex, you can route it to document intelligence. For a simple one, you can have an intelligent, we have a classifier in the beginning itself. If it is very easy, use that. If that fails, your local fails, then go to the document AI. So you can make a design decision so that cost can be saved. So with that, I think where to deploy? The first option, as I told, Azure Episode is easy deployment, built-in SSL, CAD, CD, autoscale, everything supports straightforward. Within 10 minutes, it'll up and running. We'll have Azure service. If whatever I demo, I can do it in just 10 minutes. The next is Azure Function. It's a serverless. It's event-driven. We can whichever the function return Node.js at the backend, instead of having a separate server.js, I can have a Azure function for that. For every endpoint, create and separate your server Azure functions. So that way, there is a second way of implement. If you don't want to use Azure App Service, use Azure function. So that way you can be microservice-based architecture. In future, if your business have a more requirement keeper, you can keep adding different serverless application. Also, it will automatically support auto scaling. It will be cost efficient and event driven. This is why, because if it's nobody's using your serverless application, will idle. It won't be charged. As soon as we hit the particular endpoint, you will be charged by the RAM and your CPU consumption. So you save a lot of money in case of Azure function. The third is container app. Of course, use the Kubernetes, use the microservice, completely containerize this application, deploy in the Kubernetes. Kubernetes Azure container application. That also we can do. The third option is using a static web application plus function. You can front end, you can cache in just a bucket, like just a Azure the blob storage. You can put in the front end, add a GitHub application, we can free time available. And all the front end can be here, and the back end we can have the function, Azure function. So these are different options available to deploy the same sample application. So with this, I will share the resources. This is the resources. I'll also type it here. This has complete all the complete source code along with the links to it is already there in the README. What are the links you can go for documentation? You can refer this doc intelligent aka.ms/doc intelligence and graph. You can read the example over there. I can see there are multiple examples. You can understand what is documentation, what is Microsoft Graph, everything available in clearly documentation in Microsoft website, and also the tools which I used. Azure Foundry portal is available, and Graph Explorer is there. We can try to explore the graph, how it works. You can simulate an environment, you can try it out, and also the learning path. So everything is available in Microsoft Run. You can these three you can complete the course if you're new to it, and then you'll understand this code even better actually. And I will share the GitHub repo quickly before going to the question. I do have 10 minutes for the question. Let me quickly share this repo. It has been today when I made it public. So I'll just share just ping it in the chat very quickly. Where is it? Okay, you can go to this one. Then I'll take the question. So you have the repo, so you can the complete README. You can go through everything I have deployed here. With that, let me go back to the last slide. So any other question, you can scan my LinkedIn. If you have also, this is my Medium article where I write the latest one. Of course, any new technology comes here, just I'll put a step-by-step guide also. So whatever I told today, I'm planning to write an article on that shortly. I'll step-by-step also same thing. I write an article and publish it, so they can try it out. And even along with, I'll capture the screen of the Azure Foundry, how I did each and everything, document AI, everything. I capture it. I'll try to put this in language so that you can follow along. A nice article for this if you want to try. This is my LinkedIn. Feel free to connect with me to ask any question you have in future also. I think with this we'll come back to the question. That's what I add. I'll keep this for 5 more while let me go to the question and answer. You can just quickly scan it so that I'll jump into the question and answer if any have. So let me use the screen. Let me go to any of the questions. I will stop sharing directly. Let me answer some questions. Any questions you have? Okay. Let's see the questions we have. How does Azure Foundry securely extract and enrich? Okay, enrich. Let's share point. Okay, this Azure Foundry securely extract and enrich. Everything is behind the scenes happened by you. Don't have to worry. Everything behind the scene, it happens by Azure Document AI intelligently. So you are always securely because we are using already TSL, TCL. If everything is securely done because we have TCL encryption. Say encryption at rest and encryption at the transmission. We are doing it, so you don't have to worry on the OneDrive. As you see, we authenticate the OneDrive. We authenticate the teams. In the code also, I shown clearly where we do authenticate first OneDrive. So all that can happen in the securely fashion, so nobody can act without any sensitive data. So one thing we have PI masking we are not done actually. So if you want sensitive data, like your name and everything to be masked, so then you can have PI masking enabled. If you don't want that data to be going out, you have a guardrails, you have a PI masking even before reading from OneDrive, sending into your OpenAI, so that you can do it based on your requirement. So especially healthcare in finance, we do actually in finance industry, where we do everything mask before even sending to Azure API service. So we mask all the PI information, even credit card details and everything. So by the way, we can make it secure. You won't expose any sensitive data with that case. That's one way you can take care. Next, with reference architecture, does Microsoft recommend for turning unstructured files into actionable inside? Okay, this you can try for the Azure Foundry. This reference architecture, I can search for it. There is multiple based on your problem. You can see what Microsoft recommend. Well, architecture framework, you can go and check in the Microsoft for the unstructured data, but everything is available behind the scenes at the backend. For all, because I see for in the code, you see I'm not doing any racking, I'm not doing any chunking, everything I've given to the Azure AI Foundry to do that for me. Of course, you can customize at the backend, but it does automatically unstructured. If you see all my unstructured data is being chunked based on that insight. You can go and check out, you can do customize. If you want to do chunking, if you want to overlap also, we can do it. So can developers prevent hallucination? I showed you, we can prevent hallucination. The grounded as I show in the demo in the enterprise is not hallucinated because everything you are grounding also have a clear instruction in your system prompt saying that it should be answered within that question, which I showed in the system prompt. That's why it won't hallucinate. You should what a context you always if you don't know the answer, everything become our prompt template. Your Tom template is the only way we can say that not to hallucinate, not to cook the story, and grounded within your. So I think we do have a grounding also to true we can set, which I showed now. Even I gave a wrong question from different one, it didn't answer it. It didn't hallucinate it. So that's why same thing you can implement in your enterprise data so that it won't hallucinate. So the answer will be grounded to your document, which I shown in my demo also. How do you identify permission and Microsoft Enter ID for me to Azure Foundry powered application? How do identify permission? And okay, this entity, if you see the code, right? If you see, those are using client ID and client secret. Once you do that setting, everything take it behind the scenes. I'm really don't know how internally they implemented that. Everything how the Popeye happens, probably can see and search. But everything, your permission, everything based on your authentication, the permission. Suppose if you don't have a OneDrive access, it won't allow you. It will fail. Authentication will fail. You can try it out. I have a different account. I have OneDrive. Try to use that client ID. It will authenticate. It will fail because everything is from the Microsoft. They're all coming from M365. So whether you have a permission, everything it will automatically be taken care. But I'm not sure how exactly they have implemented behind the scenes. But you can search. Vayyala, I can get back later for if you want the more on that. What governance, monitoring, and audit capability exists to track how AI generated insight productive from enterprise files? Okay, the governance, everything you have to check with the governance or the Microsoft website and see what are the monitoring available and auditing capabilities exist. This is available everything in Foundry. You can select the what like for the HIPAA for the healthcare and it GDPR complaint. You can refer to that. What are the governance available? That is coming from the Microsoft only. So you can go and check with that. Use the Copilot better. You go to the Copilot, Microsoft Copilot in Azure Foundry. There is a Copilot. Click on that. Ask the same question. Is able to get the what are the capabilities do you have. I can show it if I have time. I will also do it in my Azure Foundry and give the answer. How does Microsoft ensure that AI generated insight from Microsoft files are trustworthy, explainable, and compared by design, not judged by policy? See again, see the same sir told how it ensures the generated insights are coming from the data is grounded to you. Correct. And GTP 4.4.0 model is I'm not using GTP 5 because it will be expensive. I'm still using GTP 4.0. Those are very well trained. It's able to get the insight based on the grounded data. That's why you can trust it very clearly because as you can see, it didn't hallucinate it. It's able to get the answer perfectly and it's able to explainable also. It can easily explain the answer exactly. It can show me. It's able to calculate it because it has a as I mentioned, even complex data is able to extract. That is the reason I didn't use any of the local tool that may fail, but not the document AI. You can try it out even before implementing. Go to the document AI, try to upload and see if you're able to extract the file one, see and see. So okay, and also complaint by this is the complaint by design because architecture there. If you see the Microsoft Azure Foundry, there's the architecture by design. So you don't have to trust first everything. This is already inbuilt. Security is already inbuilt. You can double check it one. Clearly mentioned in the in the document also, how it is trustworthy, how it is accessible, everything there, how it is compliant by design. They are architected by design. All the behind the whatever services available, they're well architected and well trustworthy, well designed by security. So that to take you can check the policy once. I think that hopefully it answer. If not, Vishal, you can actually come back and I'll say if you have anything written or if you have any other question, if you want, I will go. I'll share the link to it actually, particularly if you're not able to. If you didn't answer anything. Let's go to Rajkumar one. How does Azure Foundry differ from using Azure OpenAI directory? Okay, see, Azure Foundry, and if you see now it got compliant. Earlier there is a Azure services. If you see Azure OpenAI services, now they're combined, but still it's available. But now with the new look of Azure Foundry, everything got combined actually. So you can see OpenAI service. Earlier they were OpenAI services. Now we have directly have Foundry. Now everything can be done in the Foundry now. They're going to combined. Previous last year, I think for Ignite, they announced they combined the Azure Foundry. Everything can be done in the Foundry where you get also redesigned the UI also now. If you see the latest one, the recent UI made even agentic everything made very simple without writing a single line of code. We can do that actually. Whatever I shown in the code, we can do it without writing a single line of a code. Because this session was planned earlier, so I made a sincere. Probably the next time I'll show how we can do it without writing a single line of code. In the Azure new AI Foundry, I will share the next time. We can do it directly. What are the responsible AI controls in the? Okay, there are all the responsibility. Like we have multiple, like not only hallucination. We have the security. We have multiple. If you go to the Azure Foundry, we can select the what are responsible controls we have. We can have how much strict we want. Any for example, what I can say like bias thing. All the bias control, everything is available. There is a multiple option you can select. We can have a tight control. It's up to you. All any contents like any other content, we can remove all those things. Any vague words or something like once everything can be removed. So that they have a control inbuilt. You can select in the Azure Foundry itself. That you can go to the a.azurefoundry.com or portal.azure.com and go. We can select in the UI itself.
Manjunath, just a quick time check. You can continue to answer the questions, but after a couple of minutes, we will take this session out from the YouTube live. Means the Teams will continue.
Sure. Okay. Only one last question is only one remaining. The one actually. Sure. So how do you monitor and optimize? Okay, we have Azure monitor directly. There is a dashboard is available. We don't have Graph and everything is not required. That if you put everything on the like Azure service, I showed a different way how we can deploy in the Azure phone, right? We can optimize, you can monitor everything, but it'll charge. Again, they will be charged actually. There's a all we can charge the performance, everything. You can see how much it is taking for each one. With my demo, everything was in local. So if I add it completely into the Azure services, then I can do the monitor. Probably I complete the article actually, which I will put it everything in, not in the local. My article will be on complete on. I'm planning to do on Azure function better. That will be more granular way, more enterprise level, more microservice based. So I plan to take the second part, not the first one. We simply I can zip it and do it. That anyone can do. I'll take the second part. I'm planning to split each and every one into Azure functions, and then I'll put a monitoring one. I'll write a medium article that we can follow on actually. I'll do that and show how we can do the optimization and performance level. That's the best way we can do, so that we won't be charged for the only will be charged only based on the usage. So I think that's what covered the question in this. So any other question? I think we're on time also. I think whatever the question is there in the comment, I just answered. So we are right on time at 8 o'clock. So any other question or anything? Few of them will come back, which I'll get up to the policy part. I'll share the link for Vishal's one. I'll just copy these questions because I'll get back to the link with the Microsoft website for the policy thing and everything. I'll share the link. So any other questions or anything? I think if no other question, probably we can wind up the call. Yeah. Thanks everyone. Thanks for everyone joining. I think we are on time actually, correctly at 8. So have a nice day, have a nice weekend. So I think we'll done with. So we'll end up the call then. Thank you then. Bye.
Hi everyone. Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning. If you're in the US, I welcome everyone, and it's great to have you here. So today we are going to unpack one of the most powerful modern data engineering pattern, which is the unified medallion architecture inside Microsoft Fabric. So if your organization is dealing with siloed data, and the data pipeline complexity and any data quality problems or challenges around scaling analytics and AI, this architecture and this platform can change the game. So Fabric offers something we have never really had before, which is a single integrated platform where ingestion, transformation, governance, lineage, BI, and AI all live together. And the Medallion architecture gives us the blueprint to structured and refined data in a way that's scalable, trustworthy, and incredibly efficient. So before we get into the details, I would like to introduce myself. So myself, Rajesh Vayyala. I'm a principal data architect working at a global data recovery company. I have more than a decade experience working in data architecture and data modeling space. Over the last 10 years, I worked with multiple global companies across US, and I have led enterprise-wide data modernization initiatives where we moved from legacy systems to cloud or built a new data warehouse, on the cloud from scratch, So my passion, other than work, is to attend like any conferences or meetup events or speaking engagements to talk about what we can do with the data and what are some of the data architecture trends and what are the tools that can help you or your organization and also to talk about the data strategy. So we have a little bit of agenda here. So we will look at the data challenges that what we are going through today, and then and then we move to the Medallion architecture. Then we'll go into the fabric, and after that we'll look into how Medallion architecture is implemented inside a fabric. From there, I would like to give a demo of governance with Purview, but something is going on with my access. I couldn't log in this morning. But then we will look at a real world scenario where they have implemented a Medallion architecture using Fabric. And in the end, we will look at some of the key takeaways and Q&A. So first, so what are the enterprise data challenges? So before we talk about any solutions like Medallion architecture or Microsoft Fabric or any other cloud tool, it's important to ground ourselves in the challenges that almost every enterprise faces, right? So the first one is the siloed systems, So data sits in different applications, different databases, business units, and clouds. Each team has its own version of the truth, its own pipelines, its own logic. So this fragmentation makes it incredibly difficult to build end-to-end insights. Um, and the second one that causes is the conflict in reports. You have probably seen this, two teams show up to the same meeting with completely different numbers, So not because the math was wrong, but because they were looking at different data sets, transformed in different ways at different times. And this also leads to the lack of lineage, many organizations cannot answer like basic questions like, where did this data come from? Who is consuming it, or who is the producer, and how was it calculated? Without lineage, we cannot actually trust the data, and it will eventually lead us to some troubleshooting issues. I mean, we cannot do any troubleshooting like because of not knowing the data source, and it will eventually lead us to the broken reports and slow the data consumption process, and it will be very expensive for the business, And the fourth one is data quality, So now that every enterprise is planning to move forward to AI, so AI is only good as the data beneath it is good, If we are training data, or if the training data is inconsistent, or incomplete or outdated, even the best model will fail, So that's why data quality is now a strategic requirement rather than a technical requirement, And finally, governance, So governance today is still too manual. We have like all these spreadsheets, emails, tribal knowledge and reactive checks. However, this slows teams down and makes compliance risky. And I do have like a few other slides, that talk about the enterprise data challenges today. Um, so let's go to the next one. Let's start by visualizing a common challenge, So imagine walking into a massive library, this is one of my favorite metaphor, because on the left side, you see what organizations looks like, behind the scenes, massive amounts of information scattered everywhere with no catalog, no indexing system, and no clear ownership. Data exists, but it's impossible to find trust or find it or use it effectively, And as I said before, teams rely on some legacy knowledge, and analytics become slow and inconsistency because nobody knows like what the official data is. Whereas on the right side, if you have a proper data governance and democratization using some of the patterns that we're going to discuss down in this presentation, that's when the data is democratized and governed. And instead of piles of unorganized documents, you have a structured, searchable, well manageable environment, where people can access what they need quickly, confidently, and securely. So the transformation from chaos to clarity isn't about having more data. It's about having a organized, trusted, and governed data. So this vision aligns perfectly with what Medallion architecture, Microsoft Fabric, and Purview helps us achieve, turning raw scattered data into a curated, governed, and business ready asset that drives real value, Again, this is another favorite slide of me, So to understand why Medallion architecture and fabric matters, we need to look at how organizations traditionally manage the data, So if you look at the left side, this image represents the old, like a centralized bottleneck, one team controls everything with regards to accesses, approvals, transformations, definitions. So this used to create like delays, frustrations, and inconsistent analytics because the business is dependent on a single point of failure. Whereas if you look at the right side, where it shows the modern approach, where it's distributed, governed access, this is what we mean by data democratization, data democratization, if I would like to say it as a definition, it provides secure governed access to the right data for the right people at the right time, enabling widespread usage and accelerating the insights across the organization, So at its core, the founder here is to govern the access to the right data for the right people at the right time, without having to go through any bottlenecks, like a central IT or data team, And the idea is also about isn't that everyone has access to everything. It's that users across the business, whether they're analysts, marketers, or product managers, can access relevant, trusted data, which will be made available in a structured and governed way, So yeah, and this shift is only possible when you have like a structured architecture like Medallion architecture and a unified platform like Microsoft Fabric and automated governance like Microsoft Purview, where like Medallion gives us the structure and clarity, where Fabrics gives us the scalability and unified experience, and the Purview provides the governance and the trust, So together, all these they transform the old bottlenecked approach into a system where data is discoverable, governed, trusted, and usable by everyone who needs it, without compromising security or compliance. And another challenge in most organizations is data silos. You might have seen this at your companies, where marketing team has their own data, sales has their data, IT has their, and none of them speak the same language, So as I said in the previous slide, this leads to conflicting reports, inconsistent metrics, and a massive inefficiency. So that's where where the goal is to use our architecture, Medallion architecture using Fabric, way to establish clear scalable data governance frameworks, and also to build a strong data literacy culture across teams, use a unified platform like Fabric to eliminate fragmentation, and have a centralized storage with OneLake to ensure a single source of truth, and to enable governed and self-service access to better collaboration. So what will happen like if you start, if you don't have a clear architecture implemented versus if you implement a clear architecture. So according to Harvard research, companies with mature governance practices makes the decisions 40 times faster. That's not just about moving quickly, it's about reducing friction, confusion, and rework. And the next one is Stanford's research shows that when you democratize access to your data, you foster the experimentation and innovation. Why? Because people across the organization can ask new questions, they can test ideas and iterate without waiting for approvals or navigating bottlenecks. And then there is trust. Studies from Libau and Intelio shows that strong governance dramatically improves trust in your data. When people know they are working from a single source of truth, they stop second guessing numbers and start collaborating more effectively. So this visual shows the transformation, before and after governance in terms of speed, innovation, and trust. It's not meant to be exact to scale, but the direction and impact are based on credible research. Again, this is from an architecture perspective, so we have seen the data challenges and the data democratization wise. So this is more about legacy versus modern architecture. This slide where the legacy systems are tightly coupled, they're static and brittle, where we used to have like these monolithic ETL pipelines, rigid schemas with limited scalability, and any schema change, or business logic update breaks multiple downstream reports. And these used to be like batch based, delay insights by hours or even days. And even from a tooling perspective, we used to have like custom SQL scripts and ETL tools that doesn't support integration properly with the newer tools, and the traditional approach, it used to fail us with limited data reuse or manual governance and inconsistency definitions, and the pipeline fragility. Whereas on the right side, if you look at the modern architecture, it is layered, it is modular, and it is cloud native. Where we have coupled compute and storage, and where you have like elastic scalability on demand. And the modern architecture supports real time and batch and integrates easily with AI and ML pipelines. And you can use like Delta Lake notebooks and semantic models, and the collaboration for data engineers, analysts, and scientists in the shared environment is easy, Um, so when I talk about the Medallion architecture, so what is Medallion architecture? So if you look at Medallion architecture, it is a layered architecture, so where you have three layers, raw layer, which is like often referred as bronze, and then silver and gold layer, So this is a picture that I took it from Microsoft, and it clearly explains, how the data flows from how the data flows from one layer to another layer. So the bronze layer, think of this layer as a secure vault, So this is the initial landing zone where keeping the data raw, which is like the original state of your source data, and some of the best practices for this layer is like, oftentimes we use a lake house for bronze layer. It is a perfect fit for because it can handle all those varied messy data formats like files, CSVs, JSONs, and flat files in their original unstructured form, and the stored data exactly as it was from source, with zero transformations upon ingestion. And this is vital because it preserves a full historical archive, meaning you always reprocess or audit data later without having to hit the source systems again. And some of the ingestion methods is the data pipelines are great for copying batch data directly into the bronze lake house. Whereas for real-time needs, we can consider database mirroring to get in near real-time replicant fabric. Or if you are dealing with streaming sources, we can add a bronze KQL database for the powerful time series analysis and storage. Or if you would like to leverage the use of shortcuts, if you have already a data lake, as it would point your data, and you can start using it in OneLake, Whereas the silver layer, the silver layer, which is for cleaning, I mean cleansing and enrichment, So this is where like all the transformation happens, So the silver layer takes the raw data from bronze and transforms it into something that is enriched, which is standardized and clean, So it's the layer that provides a unified, coherent view of your essential business entities. And some of the best practices is the silver layer is flexible, you can use a lake house or a data warehouse depending on your team skill set and the preferred transformation tools. So most modern lakehouse centric approaches utilizes a lakehouse here. And this is the place for a quality control, like you can implement the data cleansing, standardization, schema validation, and deduplication. You will also combine data from multiple sources here to create a richer data set, With respect to the tools, you can leverage Spark notebooks using PySpark or Scala to transform data from bronze and wear it back to the silver, and the Spark clusters, can be spun up within a matter of seconds. And if you opt out for a data warehouse, you will likely use a traditional T-SQL scripts for transformation, However, Microsoft also has like data flow Gen 2 for doing transformations. So it really depends upon the size of the data and the complexity of the transformations that you would like to do in the silver layer, And then we have gold layer at the end, which is at least the finish line within the Medallion architecture. So the data here is like fully curated, it's aggregated and it's optimized, and it is ready to be consumed directly by the business users and any downstream reporting analytics, So the gold layer is as usually a data warehouse, where it's good for structured, clean data, and it's mostly implemented using dimensional data modeling techniques or concepts, and it's good for handling complex SQL operations. The data modeling, so we will structure the data into facts and dimensions, which are often optimized for fast reporting and a minimal join operations. So this layer becomes your organization single trusted source of truth for all business reporting. Where the consumption in the end, so you can um, have your Power BI reports or any dashboards. You can have them connect to your goal layer using the direct lake mode, and this is one of the advantages, with a huge performance booster with the direct lake queries data directly in OneLake, and giving you the fast possible query and reporting experience without traditional um, data refreshes. So why Medallion architecture? The first one is quality and trust. So we deliberately keep raw data in bronze. So the provenance is that we never lost the data. We then clean and standardize the data in silver. Um, and then so by the time the data reaches the gold, it is business ready and explainable. And the second one is a stepwise refinement is where we can have like debugging and testing for easier. If a metric looks off, we can check the gold logic and then silver and then fall back to the bronze. Each layer has a clear contract, so no issues are isolated quickly. And the reusability and consistency. So the shared silver layer acts like a trusted foundation. Multiple teams can reuse the same confirmed entities like customers, accounts, products without rebuilding the same transformations. So this will eliminate the duplication and the drift. And the scalability part, when we onboard new sources, we land them in the bronze and extend the silver structures or mapping, without baking any downstream. And the goal layer models and reports keep working because their input, the confirmed dimensions, the confirmed entities, they remain stable. And then by keeping the raw standardized and curated layers, it will provide a clear lineage for audits. We can employ the policies, classifications, and approvals that can be applied at each layer, which will simplify the compliance and any sign-offs required. So the gold layer, it delivers the optimized and curated data sets, where you can use like star schemas and build like summary tables and semantic models. And this is like a huge performance boost. So we keep heavy lifting upstream and start routine, and this will build like artifacts to consumers. And in the end, the collaboration, engineers, they own the landing and confidence in bronze and silver, whereas any analysts or business users and data scientists, they can work confidently off the trusted gold layer. So everyone moves faster because the responsibilities are clear, the data is reliable, and the changes propagate predictably through the layers. So now that we have established what Medallion architecture is and why it helps us move from chaos to clarity, so the next question here is, where do we actually implement this in a scalable, governed, cloud native way? And that's where like Microsoft Fabric comes in. So Fabric gives us a single unified analytics platform where the bronze, silver, and gold can all live alongside the same storage foundation, which is a OneLake. So unlike legacy architectures where data jumps across multiple systems and tools, Fabric lets all the um, engineers, analysts, and AI teams all operate on a single, same governed, high quality data set. So once Fabric provides a platform for scalable Medallion processing, we can bring in Microsoft Purview to govern and secure everything. like metadata, lineage, sensitivity labeling, policy enforcement, and access control, So this slide, it's a high-level overview about the fabric, I'm sure like you might have already seen it in the prior presentations. I following a couple of presentations. But if you look at it, so it clearly shows what are the different components within the fabric, the Power BI lets you connect to the data sources and create the interactive charts and the data dashboards, and you have like the databases, in Fabric, which are like developer friendly, and we have Data Factory, which is a modern data integration tool to ingest, prepare, and transform the data. So the OneLake, so OneLake, if you would like to say in one line, it's a data lake, is a foundation for all Fabric workloads. In Fabric, this lake is called OneLake, So OneLake is a single store for all organization data. Let's go to the next slide. Yeah, so this slide, this is more from a data quality perspective, So most of the times teams, they neglect data quality, but though we implement the Medallion architecture, it's very important for us to think about data quality as the data moves through each stage, So let's start with the bronze layer, So bronze layer is your raw landing zone, and as you know, it captures the data as is from the source. So with all of its imperfections, inconsistencies, mixed schemas, and sometimes duplicate records, we don't try to fix anything here. The goal is fidelity and traceability. However, when the data flows into the silver layer, so this is where the real quality work begins, where we standardize the schemas, normalize values, fix any data types, deduplicate records, and enforce business rules. So silver is about turning raw data into usable data, and this is where we eliminate the ambiguity and remove any inconsistencies. And the final data, as you know, final layer is the gold layer, which contains like the business ready curated data set. So what's important here in this progression is that as data moves from bronze to silver to gold, its quality, the data quality, the data trustworthiness, and the data usability increases, And in Microsoft Fabric, this entire life cycle sits inside OneLake, which means like there is no copying of data between systems. Everything is versioned, governed, and lineage tracked end to end. And Purview automatically understand how data moved and transformed, and which is critical for compliance, for any auditability, and AI readiness, So this life cycle gives us a clean, scalable, and governed approach to building repeatable data products across the enterprise. So here is a quick slide about Purview, how do we govern all these different data sets or data components within our Fabric environment, So I'm sure like you might have seen this picture before. This is from the Microsoft website, But if you at a high level, one of the powerful capabilities of Purview is automated data discovery and classification. So the Purview can scan data in OneLake, lakehouses, SQL databases, Power BI datasets, and many other systems, So it automatically identifies things like personal information, financial identifiers, or any healthcare data. So which is critical in any regulated industries, It then applies the sensitivity labels such as PAI, PHI, or PCI, and these labels follow the data wherever it goes, When the data first enters the Fabric, whether it's used in a pipeline, a notebook, a lakehouse table, or even a Power BI model, Fabric enforces those security rules automatically, And Purview also gives us end-to-end lineage, capturing how data moves through the entire Medallion pipeline, and all the way into the dashboards and AI models, So this lineage provides transparency for any debugging, which we didn't have in the legacy systems, and also the compliance audits and so on and so forth, Yeah. So if we combine the Fabric and Purview, the goal in this slide for me is to show, like, we have a end-to-end data product which can be trusted by our business users, or only downstream users. Yeah, so this is a slide where I would like to talk about a case study or a real world implementation. So AP Pension, which is a customer owned pension provider based in Denmark with over 100 years of service. So the company focuses on responsible, sustainable investments while delivering long-term value and financial security for its members. So AP Pension needed a more agile and scalable data platform to meet their evolving business needs. Some of the challenges they were facing were decades of fragmented business and investment data across siloed systems. They have like legacy infrastructure, created technical debt, inconsistent access, and delayed reporting. And their analysts lacked a unified view of the data, which were causing like slow time to insights and a high compliance overhead. The approach, as you can see on the right-hand picture, what they have taken is they have built the Medallion architecture like the bronze, silver, gold in Microsoft Fabric, and automated the creation of 40 plus workspaces and hundreds of shortcuts using Fabric APIs, and which and also they enable the secure co-creation via functional workspaces with lakehouses, warehouses, and semantic models. And they implemented Power BI right back and a Fabric SQL with Fabric SQL DB for real-time down data updates. And the results were like fascinating. So they have seen a 70% reduction in manual data delivery steps via automation and shortcut governance. The real-time access to curated data, for their investment teams and financial teams. And they have enabled secure collaboration across roles with control workspace roles and anonymization at the ingestion phase. And they also delivered a Translytical platform for write back and analytics, improving the responsiveness and regulatory compliance. And this positioned them for the future growth. Like now they're exploring the Copilot AI, data quality and data cataloging for their enhanced governance and productivity. So here we are talking about a 100-year-old company, and they're using the latest architecture pattern and fabric, and how they have revolutionized the way how they store the data, how they transform the data, and how they use the data to help their business grow. So this is a high level slide about how the AI benefits from Medallion architecture. As we have talked in the previous slides, now we see like AI systems are only as good as the data they learn from. However, if you have a proper implemented architecture with bronze, silver, and gold, and each layer that clearly has the segregation of rules and how the data stores and how the data transforms, this architecture turns the AI from experimentation into a repeatable governed enterprise capability. The goal here is to say like reliable data is reliable AI. And this is a high level roadmap about if you would like to use the governance. So governance, oftentimes people think it as like a one-time project. However, it's a journey for any enterprise. You start with an area that is causing the most friction or the domain with the biggest compliance risk, and assign a clear data ownership and stewardship roles, which is very critical. And you can use like in our scenario here we use Purview, but you can use a data cataloging tool to scan, classify, and document the data automatically, and then automate the lineage and validation whenever possible. as the trusted data sets, encourage teams to use them as a single source of truth. Over time, governance becomes part of the enterprise culture and the operating rhythm. What are some of the best practices for Medallion in Fabric? At least what I have seen is keep each layer cleanly separated, and use naming standards so systems and people can navigate easily. Avoid making any unnecessary copies. Instead, you can use OneLake shortcuts where you can refer data without any duplication, and treat your environment professionally, where you have a separate dev, test, and prod workspaces. And finally, publish trusted gold tables through semantic models, so business users always consume certified and governed data. What are some of the common mistakes or pitfalls? Common pitfalls can slow down or even break Medallion adoption is bronze should not become a dumping ground. We should structure it intentionally in a way like it's not like if you don't know where the data goes, just dump in the bronze is not the case. You have to look, is this data really important? Do we really need to archive this data, or is it a one-time some testing data from a legacy system where we don't need it? The silver layer, it's essential. If you skip the silver layer, it leads to inconsistencies and untrusted data. And we don't have or need to apply any business rules in the bronze layer. And we don't need to build any dozens of isolated pipelines, where we can build pipelines that can be used for reusability or transformations. And most importantly, define governance and the stewardship roles early, and without them, the consistency yeah, collapses. So yeah, summary and some of the key takeaways is Medallion architecture provides structure and clarity. And Microsoft Fabric is a unifies the analytics life cycle and end to end. And the Purview ensures governance, lineage, and compliance. By combining all together, they deliver a future-proof business, future-proof blueprint for scalable, trusted analytics, and for AI. So before we get into the before I end my presentation, I'd like to share the Fabric. Let me share my screen again.
Do we have any questions?
Yeah, I hope you see my screen.
Yes.
Here I would like to present a quick demo or a quick walkthrough about how you implement the Medallion architecture. I know that we only have like 15 minutes, but I will see if I can maybe skip it quickly. If you're new to Fabric, so this is the home page, where you can see multiple pre-designed templates where you can use to create a workspace. So workspace is the logical boundary for organizing everything in your data solution. So you have to, I mean, basically I create a workspace to do any projects, and all these data assets we build within the workspace, they automatically participate in the Fabric unified security, lineage, and OneLake architecture. In simple terms, a workspace is more like a project folder for everything that we build today. So I create this workspace, and I will say like retail tail demo. So once you create a workspace, it brings us to a screen like where you can choose some pre-designed task flows. So here there is a task flow called the Medallion task flow. I'm going to use that Medallion template. Yeah, so Medallion template, like whatever the architecture that I showed before. So this is the Medallion task flow. It automatically shows the bronze, silver, and gold layer, and you can also use the data transformations or the prepared data, where you can add like any pipelines or any notebooks to transform the data, and in the end you can use Power BI or any ML models to consume the data and use it for further processing. So if you want to explain in simple terms about a task flow, it is a visual orchestrated workflow, that shows how data moves, which notebooks runs at which layer, which lake houses they read or write the data, and the dependency between the steps. So once we create the task flow, once we select the task flow here, so I can basically create a lake house. But before that, okay. So before that, let me create a lake house at each layer. So in my demo, I would like to create three different lake houses, but you can also do everything in one lake house. So instead of creating three lake houses for each layer, you can basically create one lake house for each layer, and then or you can just have one lake house, and then you can have all layers within that lake house. Okay. Because if your company, if you don't know, or if you're new to the fabric, or if you're new to the Medallion architecture, you can just use one lakehouse to test how this Medallion architecture works, and then on top of it, and then you can expand. So what I have done is like I basically created three different lake houses for each of my layer. So within this layer, if I select a new item, so you will be able to select the databases that you want to use for your layer, or you can use a lake house or a warehouse. So in this example, I have used all lake houses. So for the bronze layer, what I will do is like instead of creating any notebooks or so if you see, we don't have like any we don't have any tables or any files. So I basically go ahead and I upload the files that I created into the bronze layer, because I don't need a notebook or a table, because I don't want bronze layer to represent I basically want bronze layer to represent the exact raw data as my source systems, it delivered it. So if I refresh, yeah, if I refresh, you will see under the files, you have like a customer file, a product file, a order file, and a order items file. Then the silver layer, as you know, like is where we do the data transformations. So the first step is to create a notebook within the silver layer. Again, if I go to my retail, So adding a new data source is where like I am adding my existing data source where I would like to add the bronze layer, so that way it will show the files that we have just uploaded that can be used for yeah, that can be used for processing. And once so let me read this so this is the code. So in this step we are just creating yeah, this one. So basically what I'm trying to do is like I'm trying to basically connect to the bronze layer, and I use the Spark read with the header and other functions to I have 4 raw data frames that I'm trying to connect and um, and display the data, but it's not working out. I'm getting an error. Okay, Amit, what I would like to do is like maybe at this point I will stop this demo because we only have 8 minutes, right? Um, however, if anyone have any questions, I would rather take that and maybe come back at a later point and present my demo again, okay? If that's okay.
Rajesh, because this is last session in your room, you can continue if you want. I mean, we have a liberty to stop it little late in case you want to complete. Otherwise, we can go for Q&A.
Maybe I'll take a break because I really want to see what's going on with this.
So, want to go ahead with Q&A?
Yes.
Okay. Let me see. Do I have any questions on chat? Give me a second. I'll open on the other window.
Yeah, I see one of the question is like, how does Medallion architecture support performance tuning? You know, that's a very good question, you know. So the core idea for Medallion architecture is to improve performance because each layer is optimized for a special purpose, right? Like preventing the downstream systems from dealing with messy or heavy data. You know, the um, result that what we expect from this Medallion pipeline is to systematically eliminate any performance bottlenecks, you know, before the data reaches the analytic systems, you know. So how you can do is like, you know, because there is a separation of compute workloads, you know. So the bronze layer, silver layer, and gold layer, they have different workloads. So that is one of the key advantage of supporting the performance. And the other one is like you have smaller and more efficient data sets at each layer. This reduces the scan sizes or the join complexities. And we also have like reusable pre-computed transformations, you know, where you can implement the transformations executed at a silver layer. You are not repeating it at every report or every query, right? You know, so these reusable pre-computed transformations, and the other one is like optimized storage formats. You know, these will support or help us with the performance tuning. You know, how does Direct Lake fit into the Medallion architecture? So Direct Lake is the important component in the Microsoft Fabric, right? So it lets Power BI read the delta tables directly in OneLake. where without you don't need to import your data or refresh the data sets or running a query engine, right? How it fits into Medallion architecture is a gold layer becomes your semantic model, where the gold delta tables, they are like clean, curated, and have a stable schemas. And this is where, like, where your direct lake connect to those tables and consume the data, and you can use the Medallion into a real-time um, data consumption as well. How do you manage schema evolution safely in Medallion? So schema evolution is inevitable, right? So irrespective of technology, so the business add attributes or rename columns or change types, So Medallion provides the layered safety boundaries to handle this, right? So you have the bronze layer where it absorbs all the schema changes from the source, right? So that's like the bronze layer is the raw landing zone, where it's like append only storage, schema on read approach, no breaking impact, right? So you never lose the source history. Whereas the silver is where, like, you have the standardized structures, and the goal is more about the business friendly or curated data sets, so we have this three layers. So if something changes in the source, and it will be only propagated in the bronze and sometimes to the silver, but it may not come to the gold layer until unless it's a new attribute that is required for business consumption, and you can use like Fabric, Dataflow, Zen2 for any mapping, or you can do like data lake schema evaluation. There is thing called merge schema tool, so you can also use that to handle any schema evaluation, How does Medallion architecture supports real-time analytics? That's a good question, So within the Medallion task flow in the Fabric, there is a another item called event flow, if I'm correct. So you can use that to handle the real-time analytics, Um, How does Medallion architecture help AI features like Copilot and data agents? Yes, so the Copilot and the Fabric data agents rely heavily on the semantic consistency, or like updated data or strong metadata, and you can use Medallion architecture to produce a clean, trusted, well-modeled data that can be used um, um, as a foundation for Copilot intelligence or any further downstream AI models, Any other questions?
Are we done with all the questions? Rajesh?
Yeah.
Okay, so
I,
should we
I
wrap it
see
up?
one question. I
Yeah,
see one
please go
question
ahead.
there. So, how to handle data modifications in Medallion architecture? So data modifications, if I understand, it's more about the updates, deletes, correction, or later having data or slowly changing attributes, which is a normal part of any operational system, right? So Medallion architecture, it provides a structured way to manage them safely, um, reliably, and without breaking downstream analytics. So in order to explain this, I will say like again, like bronze layer, it handles modifications because it is append only events, right? It preserves the full history, and if source resends updated data, bronze lands it as a snapshot, and no deletes, no updates ever. Whereas in the silver layer, it handles the schema standardization, filtering out invalid records, right? Maybe common modifications in this silver layer might be if a customer record changes, we will keep the latest version, right? And if a product name change, we have to standardize that. And if orders have corrections, we recalculate the totals. And let's say if the source delete the record, maybe we can mark it as a deleted or exclude from the silver layer. Um, and in the gold layer, gold layer handles modifications by applying slowly changing dimensions. So we can use SCD type 2 based upon the needs, or we can recompute any aggregates incrementally. Um, we can use like the surrogate keys for to remain stable. So
Okay, I think thank you everyone. I'll just share the last session link, and after that you can join that and wrap up from here.
thank you.
Thanks, Rajesh. Thanks for taking us through this session. And with this, we are wrapping up the room two for today. And we are also going to close our stream on YouTube. And thanks to everyone who has stayed, long hours here. We started 7 a.m. morning, and we are trying to do the last session at 9 p.m. The last session is going on only on room one. We don't have any session in room two. I would like to thanks everyone who has attended today and all the speakers. And I would also like to thank Rajesh for this last session.